Futures trying to bounce here this morning. Still negative territory, however, coming off a sixth straight down day for stocks in the U.S. yesterday. With the Bank of England stepping in to prop up the pound this morning. That had things moving back in the right direction briefly before we resumed the sell-off after Apple came out and said they're going to slow iPhone 14 production because of slowing demand. We'll talk about both coming up here, but here's a look overall at the futures currently. I show you this because very important level coming into play right now, 36.55. That's the June low that we broke yesterday, closed below yesterday. So that is going to be the important level to deal with so far this morning. We have yields back on the rise as well. We had the 10-year top out at a brand new high above 4% this morning. 4.01 was the high early on. We have reverse coming back to the downside a little bit. 4.21 meanwhile for the 2-year U.S. dollar new highs today as well. So more pressure possibly coming for stocks today. A ton to get to this morning. Going to be an interesting one, including Jordan Fried coming up from NFT.com in Immutable Holdings, 10:45. Join us for that. It is Wednesday, September 28th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. So this June low continues to come into play for a second straight day here as we look to bounce off of recent lows and yesterday's low as well. Stocks back under pressure here, though. A little bit of a blow to sentiment right across the board from Apple this morning with this note that iPhone 14 going to or iPhone 14 production going to be slowed because of slowing demand as well. So we'll touch on that coming up. But futures, as I said, back in negative territory. But we're trying to bounce here, guys, as we head into what should be a pretty interesting morning as the Bank of England stealing the headlines this morning, coming out saying they're going to prop up the pound for the time being, buying long-term government bonds over in the UK. So at least in the UK, they've turned the printer back on.
Well, yeah, welcome. They're certainly trying some interesting things over there in the UK. It's one of those. It feels bad because that was the one economy everyone's like, yeah, you might be in recession in other places, but they're definitely going into one there. That was months ago, and somehow things have turned out to be worse in the UK than even people were anticipating. You are getting a bit of a bounce back. I mean, when Apple's down 4%, it's going to be hard for the market to be up, but you are getting a little bit of a bounce back. I just want to note, someone said we don't look at the VIX very often. I showed you VXY, but you have seen at least a slight dip in the VIX in the last hour or so. So there has been a pullback, but that's been on the charge. It's broken out, and we can sort of see that this week. A bit of a breakout in the VIX when it got through that 28-30 area. But we're starting to get a consolidation, and it's a large gap on Apple because that support was at 48. Now you're down all the way at 146. Not a fantastic start to the day to have one of the things that's been propping us up come downside. Tesla was weak. It actually pulled back as well, so it's back up around that 280 level. But there's always going to be something to trade when we talk about volatility. That is the key. Volatility gives you opportunity, whichever direction it might be, and there's certainly a lot of it out there. The chips are going to still be in play. We get Micron reporting tomorrow, so I'll also be looking at them and NVIDIA. So some interesting names still on board. But Apple breaking support, never a very good sign. Like those big caps have been sort of holding the market up to the extent that they have been. Maybe that's going to be that next leg to drop us to the downside. But the market's trying to rebound here, so the ES just turned positive like seconds ago.
Yeah, that Apple report is not from the company; it's from Bloomberg, right? So I'm obviously going to be questioning that. Bloomberg's been way off on so many of their stories. It's ridiculous. To me, bless you, it just means that people want to get longer Apple at better prices. So although I wrote down, you got to watch out here, and welcome everybody. Thanks for watching the show. It should be another great day, but look what's happening right now. It's rally time in the market, to be honest with you. It's been a nice little move from 11.2 all the way up to 11.293. Remember, we're very, very close to that 11,067 mark, which was that June bottom, so we are resisting that and now bumping back up a little bit. I don't believe the Apple story, but you know, it doesn't mean that it's not out there. It obviously does create some action down to the downside, down 3+% here today. That's probably the buy moment, to be honest with you, for Apple. And whether or not you go down further than this, 147 is pretty cheap there. Like, as if there was a couple reports, last week that the iPhone 14 is crushing it and that there's absolutely no issues whatsoever. And now today you get a report that they're telling their suppliers to slow down. I don't know. I just don't think that's necessarily true, or it's being misinterpreted or something. But whatever. We'll just see where we go. I don't know. I haven't bought anything lately, so a little bit of a move down to 3,400 in the S&P. Right now you're at 3,650. 3,400, you know, is that pre-pandemic high that we've gotten to before. So we can see if 3,400 holds. You're close enough now, 3,650. I feel like if you have a longer term horizon right now, you want to buy stocks like Apple, especially on a story like this. So, you know, you're getting a little bit of a 3% bump downside now for Apple. I think it's worth buying. Obviously, I'm not alone in that comment, as Apple right here made that bottom at 145 and you're up $2 since then. So let's see what happens here today. It's going to be another good one. I'm not bullish. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have every single thing on my sticky note today is a short sell, but it's nice movement back here to the upside right now. So let's just wait to see. I still want to short Amazon, AMD, and I think we can short Apple on these pops, but definitely not as bad as I feel like it's coming across here today.
Yeah, big tech as a whole getting a bit of a hit on this move down as well from that note on Apple. Here's the market, guys. S&P positive, so there you go. Already back above this level from June. Again, 36.55 was that June low, so it's obviously going to be an important level, probably over the next 2, 3, even 4 days here. So get used to seeing that coming into play. Here's Bitcoin this morning. I want to talk about Bitcoin here to kick things off. 18,600. This is an hourly chart, just FYI. 18,600, 18,500 still support. It's come into play over the past couple of days here, trying to move back to 19,000 currently. I'll show you the treasuries here coming up in a few minutes. But back to the downside for the 10-year, the 2-year. US dollar actually pulling in a little bit right now as well, benefiting not only stocks, but Bitcoin. My point here, Jordan Freed going to be on the show coming up at 10:45 this morning. We'll talk to him about what has happened this year with crypto markets. We'll get his take on maybe where the opportunities lie going forward for the remainder of the year. We'll obviously talk to him about the NFT market as well, and some happenings with immutable holdings. So Jordan Freed coming up, guys, 10:45 from NFT.com as crypto's trying to bounce here.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to get different perspectives because look, what we do is talk about what's going on in the market right now. So like, you'll see us talk about, you know, Bitcoin and crypto in the context of the market moves and this wild swing here or there, support and resistance. And sometimes it's good to get that higher level perspective. What is the future? What are we talking about for 5, 10 years down the line? Because ultimately, you're still talking about technology that's in, I don't know, you can put whatever inning out there that you want to in the baseball analogy, but let's just say you're in the first 3 innings, right? Like you're near the beginning of the game. You're not in the first inning anymore. I just like you, Brendan. The first thing I keep noticing, and every time I look at this Bitcoin chart, is whether you have alerts set out or you just sort of track it. You can see the support that's gotten put in. I have a 4-hour chart up because I wanted to make sure we got in that low, that little flash 17. We did break 18 that one time. We got down like 17.6 or so. Want to make sure that was in there. But this 18,000 level has been holding. You break that, and there's another major level of support where I think you can get some flashes to the downside, and those tend to be like those opportunities. Like if you think the market's heading lower, a lot of times you want to wait for levels like those to break because there'll be like shock selling if you're looking to do some dip buying. And if you're looking for momentum to swing downside, then you look for that level to break. But we bounced off it yet again. But I got my eyeballs on that one. I constantly have that chart up because I don't think you want to miss out on it. Like we see these risk assets go all at the same time, and a floor like that breaks. I mean, the market's probably already going down, but you don't want to be missing out or unaware of something like that happening. It's the same way someone was asking about, why don't you look at the VIX? Well, I have a UVXY chart up because I don't want to see something crazy going on in the volatility markets, in crypto, elsewhere in yields, and then you're sitting there trading equities and you're unaware of it because sometimes your levels can get thrown out the window on individual names when you get a big major shock. And I think that 18,000 level could be similar to that.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about crypto a lot, and just looking at some of the names here in my portfolio. Anyways, I think you just want to leg into them if you believe in crypto, and there's never going to be a time when you want to just go all in or anything like that. I mean, it's one of those things where you want to buy dips. Ethereum, we've already seen it rip up to that 1900. Look at, by the way. Like, I don't know if people were listening to Apple. Obviously, it has nothing to do with what I'm saying, but now you're up to 148 again here on Apple. So, I mean, this is just another play that I was talking about here, that if you just went long, even when I just hit the mic there, 146.50, you're in the money now, $1.30 to the upside. Should have taken myself. Darn it. Oh, well. Bitcoin, Ethereum, I just feel like you can leg into these names there. And if if you're positive on them, down 6% over the last 24 hours right here. I mean, I believe that's right. I just refreshed it. Yeah, so down 6, 8 for Ripple, 5 for Cardano, 7 for Solana. I mean, that's why when Jordan Fried reached out to me on Twitter, I was like, you might as well just come through. I mean, if he can come in, let's talk about NFTs. Let's talk a little bit about crypto, what's happening with the space. But yeah, right now, I feel like there is an opportunity to buy crypto. But again, who has money to do that right now? Most of us are tied up either waiting in cash to buy dips on the equity market, or you're already in, or you don't have any cash. So either you don't have any cash, which apparently is a lot of the problem right now, or you are already in, or you think that there's a hell of a lot more room to go here to the downside for crypto. I mean, we're talking about crypto right now. Coinbase is just a name that I would, again, we talk about this every day. Well, not every day, but I try to anyways. I would steer away from Coinbase, get your money into the actual coins themselves instead of an exchange. I don't feel like Coinbase has any advantage over any other exchange. I've already talked about that, so this to me is one to look at for the short. You also have Hut 8, which I feel is better than Coinbase a little bit, has the mining side of it, has more altcoin exposure, does move a little bit better when the crypto market starts to move as a whole. So I do like Hut 8, but then, and I know we don't have Jeff Mendel on today, but we often have Jeff on from the OTC markets, and you have GBTC, which can be bought. Again, that's going to be the coin itself, Bitcoin. And then you can see where we are. I mean, look, you want to talk about holding something in a registered account, you can hold GBTC, you can hold BITO, which is an Amex name. I'm just running these through in case you guys aren't. I mean, many of you will be familiar with all of these, but if you're not and you're looking to get into crypto and you don't actually want to give your money to a Coinbase or sit coins on exchange, you rather hold a piece of paper rather than an imaginary coin or whatever these things are. You go up to $45 there. That's when it was released. We already know when that was. That was in December. That was at the height. And now you're all the way down to 11 on BITO. So again, if you believe in the name and you're a fan of crypto, I think it's about time you start to pick a little bit up here. And then you just put in stop orders if there's any issues, things like that. So I think you can get some exposure now for crypto. Down 7%, might as well take a shot here today if it's something that you're interested in.
It should be an interesting conversation. One thing I'm interested in getting Jordan's take on, is this tie and this correlation between equity markets and crypto markets that we've seen over all year, really, as risk assets have been paired off. He's been vocal about that this year, so we'll ask him about that correlation. Here's the Treasury markets this morning, are the two that most people look at. And again, if you missed it, Bank of England buying bonds once again to prop up the pound after quite an awful week. So that caused some red candles here finally. The one on the left here, the 10-year, tops out at 4.01, as I was mentioning, straight to the downside on that Bank of England note. Here's the 2-year, big ugly red candle starting to form here on the daily chart for the 2-year as well, all the way back to 4.10 for the 2-year. The dollar, meanwhile, new highs this morning. We're back below 114.5 again after topping out about 114.75, guys, for the DXY. So finally, maybe some relief coming in these markets.
Finally, maybe. We'll see. A couple of things. One, on this pop, I'm shorting Micron until I'm not, which is through 50.60. I've kind of been looking at that level the entire time. You can't see the position board. It's being blocked, of course, by our sponsors, True Trading Group, big fans and big supporters of the show. But I want to get this one out of the way. This AMV, this IPO from yesterday's trade, I understand it opened to like $30. Went absolutely, you know what, to the upside. We didn't have it in our system yesterday, so I won't be able to show you yesterday's trade, but anyone can call it up and see that it's up now 210%. It closed at 80. The volume on this is 5,000 shares. It's trading above here. I don't even know that it's going to be tradable on our end, depending on liquidity. I didn't get a chance to see how liquid it was. I'm assuming not very. But this just feels like another one of these IPOs that it's a matter of time before it does sort of come back down. It's anybody's guess as to how crazy it can get when you have these limited float IPOs that get run up and soaked up to the upside. So I think I'd be very cautious here. It's already, considering that 30 price, I mean, it's already sitting at 80. Like there was a number, I'm trying to remember, it was like 87 or 80, I want to say it was 87% of IPOs last year are not beneath their open price, beneath their issue price. That's how IPOs have been going the last year. However, you are getting these tiny ones that just do these crazy explosions. They're not immune to that pullback and going a month or two down the line of being, down whatever percentage. It's just the first couple of days sometimes get really exciting. So anyone that got that long, congratulations to you, man. You've obviously banked if you got it yesterday. Just don't let those gains get away from you, because these are obviously pretty impressive and it won't last forever.
I'm just going to tweet this out right now, but whoever paid Bloomberg to get that story out definitely did a good job there. Probably long down here at 145, now busting up to 148 and change. So just waiting for that Bloomberg retractment there on that story. Or maybe they'll get a little bit more cash, and then they'll be able to come out and say something like, oh, you know what? Yeah, actually, we did our channel checks, and the iPhone 14 is selling out everywhere, and blah, blah, blah. And then this thing will get back to 153. So then, whoever bought it down here at 146, can get out when it gets back up here to where it was yesterday, 150, 151 or so. So that's good, but that just shows you there. Nice little move up there for Apple, turning the NASDAQ back to positive. I would say this is a surprise, but it's absolutely not. So there goes Apple all the way up to the upside right here. I'm almost flipping my thought now about the sticky note and going short on anything. So I've just canceled my Amazon offers right now. I want to see this market open up. I don't want to get short into this rally. We've just rallied 1%. Basically, since I sat down here. So the NASDAQ's up 150 points. That's a huge move. Back to positive. Amazon back to positive. Amazon right back to that 115 level that I wanted to short there. But again, now, no, I'm gonna wait out. I'm not gonna take anything in the pre-market here today. Oh, I mean, I might if the move continues. I mean, there are levels obviously that I'd like to short. We talked about this yesterday with Amazon, this 116 level. But yeah, no longer do I want to sit around at 115. And then AMD. I actually tweeted out that maybe that 65.85 right here on the tweet that we put out just now about our. There you go. Hey, what's up, Michael Noss? They're sending me a message here. Just talking about this right here. AMD watching the low of 65.85. That could hold. It did already today. We'll see now in a nice little bump up, but I'm still looking at that 69 level to short that we missed by 1 penny yesterday. So it should be interesting here. Look at AMD yesterday. Well traded. Short. This is the trade of the day, actually. We were long, and then we hit the short. Then we got the long again, hit it all the way to the upside. Had that long break as well right here at 67. So, we're getting close to some of these levels that I like one more time. And I know you guys on the chat are like, lead the way, lead the way. I don't right now today. I mean, yesterday it wasn't a problem. And again, thanks for all the nice notes on Instagram and on Twitter and everything. I mean, yesterday's trading was fantastic, and we'll look to do it again today. But for right now, it's a nice little move to the upside here for the NASDAQ. I don't necessarily believe that we're going to be ripping today, but I feel like just the way this market's set up now with the 10-year, with the 2-year, with this England stuff, we got the Porsche IPO today. There's a bunch of stuff happening, and I just feel like the market's going to move very, very aggressively in the next week or so, one way or the other. We are no longer going to be sticking around these levels. We just saw that bottom. We either rip up 4 or 5%, or we see that bottom and it's 4 or 5% down the other way. So I'm expecting from a week from today that these levels are going to be nowhere near where we think they are. I feel like there's going to be a big move here, and it might be to the upside first, fade the pops, but we might get a little rip your face off rally in the next couple of days. Wouldn't surprise me.
A couple other notable things here. By popular demand, late yesterday we were touching on this one. BlackBerry, surprisingly, maybe not surprisingly, missing earnings. There's a ton of downgrades, ton of price target cuts. for BlackBerry. So BB earnings out after market yesterday, on the watch list this morning. And for all you 420 fans, Canopy comes out this morning and says they're going to divest their Canadian retail operations in a last-ditch, maybe, effort to finally get profitable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm terribly surprised by the latter news. BlackBerry, I thought maybe there'd be something, because when we talked about it in the aftermarket, it was in the afternoon show, and people were asking, oh, you guys going to cover BlackBerry earnings? In my head, the last time I looked at it, it still had a decent short interest, and then you pulled it up, Sean, it was like 5 or 6% is a short interest. So it feels like this isn't even that exciting anymore from that perspective, which is unfortunate, because if this was 15 to 20% short, and they reported and it just broken below $5 and was reclaiming $5, I mean, I'd love to have a breakout at $5 on a highly shorted name post earnings to get a good possible squeeze going. There's just no volume here, and I don't know if I see that trade coming in. It's set up nicely, but with only 5% short interest and pretty much nothing in terms of pre-market volume, I can't get on board with it, unfortunately. It's just going to be one of those possibly nothing burgers. Same thing with Canopy. I'm not really into trading the weed stocks unless you get significant moves to the upside that can be faded. A lot of times you get those bigger pops. Micron came into that resistance, and until we break out from here where you're gapping down, it looks better on the daily chart. I can show you when we broke this, there you go. When we broke this shelf last week, that 50.5, 50, 60 area, it's just been resistance all week. I know we had some strength going into the close yesterday, so there's always the chance that you could reverse it, but until it breaks, still working the shorts off of that level. And that little pop, Tesla was very briefly green. I mean, Apple got up. Apple was down 4%, so Apple wasn't going to go green on that pop, but Tesla, however, did go all the way into 284 and turn green for a brief second before sort of running to the downside. This is light pre-market volume. We'll see what can happen at the open when bigger volume tends to come in there. I think that you have resistance levels till you don't. So I like shorting pops on anything that has solid resistance in this market. You look for breakouts and then holding support. I mean, 75 stands out pretty well nicely on Tesla. But you talk about a bounce to the upside. Tesla was gapped down almost as significantly. It was down $9 or so, and it actually got green side there. A little bit of evaporation to the upside. It wasn't much of an offer as I was watching it.
Yeah, I haven't really looked at Tesla too much. I'm just doing some work here, trying to figure out what names we want to look at today, and what names we don't. Microsoft off of a nice bottom as well. I mean, you want to just talk about the higher quality companies. I mean, Microsoft's already hit its 52-week lows. There's a bottom of 234 again. Look, this is really setting up to give us some great dip buy opportunities here in the morning. 235, 234.50, something like that down here for Microsoft. Awesome opportunities to buy, I think, today. So, yeah, I'm very, very excited to see what this market's going to bring us here. There's DocuSign coming out with news right now over the last 3 minutes that they're going to be cutting their workforce as well by about 9%. Bring it, man. This is what we want to hear for these companies, man. We want them to get, a little lighter, a little more efficient. So, yeah, if you're going to cut costs, Microsoft was talking about, and all tech is talking about, cutting some of the travel expenditures and things like that. So, yeah, there is some cost cutting happening, which is not great. That's not a good sign of profitability or anything. But there's Docu right now on that news, starting to go back up to the upside. Cutting 9% of workforce, stock goes up. So, I mean, that could be a sign here that we're getting pretty close. The VIX also above 30. That's going to be a sign as well that maybe we're oversold. So there's no doubt in my mind that this market is oversold. Doesn't mean we could go lower. Of course we could go lower. It's just we are approaching that June low, so we could easily hit that and go a little bit lower than that. I just feel like right now it's kind of been a straight line to the downside here for the market. So let's just see if we can hold some of these levels. DocuSign starting to go up on that news. But again, a name that I think we can hold on to for a bit is going to be Microsoft if we get back down into this 235 area. So I'm waiting for that one to make a little bit of a move here off the open. But I'll probably be a little bit light to see where this market wants to go. Amazon did go to that close to that 115 and went to 114.70 and pulled back a little bit. The market right now looks like it's going to open up flat. The imbalance locator, as we've been talking about it all day, nothing here. Well, we haven't been talking about it, but we will. Absolutely nothing on the imbalance locator. They're all sells. I mean, Ford's a small buy. That's a good name. I'd rather buy Ford right now than Tesla. That's kind of a no-brainer. But other than that, there's just, you know, a lot of normal names in here. NIO's there.
There was a note on Ford.
Palantir's there. I'm just talking about the fact that, you know, I feel like they've just been so
No, it was a positive
crushed.
note.
Yeah, I mean, it's flattish today. Yeah, whatever. I just look at some of these bottoms here, and you look at where Tesla is, and I just feel like there could be a lot more bottom happening in Tesla, especially the fact that Cathie Wood re-upped her love for Tesla. That might be sort of the dagger for that stock. We'll see where that goes, but ARC share is getting hit every day as well right now. So not the right environment for some of these companies, Brendan.
Quickly, guys, few upgrades, downgrades for you this morning from notable analyst moves anyways. Biogen, we'll get into that, obviously. An entire group of Alzheimer's-related stocks up huge because of this note from BIIB, BMO, among others, with a positive note on that. Netflix to the upside today, BioMarin, Illumina as well. Yeah, there's Ford, downside from Citigroup, UI on here, Lockheed Martin, and Google. How dare they? Here's the social sentiment board for you this morning as well. A bit of a mixed story. I mean, the market flat, so expected. SPY still jumping off the board, pretty negative. Qs, though, yeah, gray, which means basically flat. Tesla, Apple standing out as positive so far this morning, even with that note from Apple to the downside. AMC, AMV, that IPO from yesterday, back on here again. Cassava Sciences, there's Biogen as well, green guys. But yeah, a ton of Alzheimer's related stocks to the upside.
I was saying under my breath, it's just like, you know, what's the risk if you buy 100 or a couple hundred shares of one of these IPOs that's small enough and just hope for the explosion? Because the truth of the matter is, you buy it, so let's say you get it at the open, let's say it opens at 30 and you're risking down to like $15 or so. Like, how many times are you actually going to get one of those pops for it to be worth?
Right, there has to be an equation.
Yeah, losing that maybe 50% or 20% or whatever stop you put in. But caution to Biogen. First of all, look, I think everybody can get behind the notion that a breakthrough on an Alzheimer's study is absolutely bloody fantastic, and that's amazing news. Every one of these stocks that's sympathy play is running to the upside. I would just caution, like Biogen, when it retook 300, and I just put this one in our chat, since it took that 300, there's been a bit of a wall there. I don't know that it's an iceberg, but let's just say for the greater part of 15 minutes, let's try to zoom in, there we go. For the greater part of like 15 minutes, it just on a dime couldn't get to the 300 level and started pulling back. And at the same time, one of these sympathy plays, ABOS, which anybody that has an Alzheimer's drug in the pipeline, related or not, is gapping up today. You find me one that's not, and I don't believe you. Like if you've got something, you're popping on this news. But ABOS, this is holding support, so I'd be very, very careful. If Biogen continues that slide below 300, then these small cap names, if they fall, like this is up 88%, right? Like it takes that 850 out, Biogen starts filling that gap in. This could be back at like $6.50 or $7 rather quickly. So just make sure you're tracking Biogen specifically if you're trading, you know, this Longeveron. I think there's like PRTA is another symbol out there. Just be really cautious. You should be watching Biogen as you're trading these names.
Look, I mean, this is why I say it all the time. And we talked about Eli Lilly a little bit here. And like when I say you got to be diversified, I mean, you know, I was just checking my portfolio, made sure I still had all this and didn't sell any of it. This is a name that I've been buying here, Eli Lilly. Some talked about it on these dips. We just did a little thing about this last week, Eli Lilly, getting down here, and then we talked about diversifying and things like that. And you know, today you're going to get Eli Lilly up that 8%, and you know, just some of these great moves. And I think healthcare is a spot. And I talked about this again just a couple days ago. Like, healthcare is a spot that you can get into right now. It's at the highs. Not all healthcare, but some of these names just continue to work, right? And so, although getting absolutely destroyed in the long-term portfolio, as we keep talking about all these major tech names going to 52-week lows, you know, this is why you diversify a little bit, right? I've been talking about oil and how strong that's been. Obviously, that's held the portfolio up as well with dividends. And then you get Eli Lilly today bumping up to the high side. You guys know also AbbVie's another name that I'm in. These are basically the only two names that I'm in from this side of things. I think there must be another one. I'm not into Pfizer or anything like that, but AbbVie is another decent name. It's near the lows here. I mean, it's not up to the highs, but if you look at a chart, still holding up relatively well. You're only back to where we were back in March here. So, some of these names continue to be pretty well held. Good dividend for AbbVie as well, 4% and change on that name. So I do like a lot of these. Merck is another name here that will continue to work. $87 for Merck. I mean, a nice price there. Much different name than TDOC or anything like that, right? These are solid names that you can hold in your portfolio, gather the dividend, hold them for a long term. They're not super exciting, but at least they're holding up today and holding up well in this environment. So I continue to like the pharma names, biotech, things like that. So let's just stay diversified right now. I'm not. I mean, I'm diversified, but way overweight in tech. So that's been a rough little ride here. I feel like we might be getting to the bottom of some of these, but I'm still going to be buying up the Mercks, the Eli Lillys, the Bristol Myers, and all that of the world. I like them. I think it makes sense to do that and to diversify a bit. Them, pharma, tech, oil, those are where I'm looking right now.
Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market as we continue to grind back to the upside. To kick things off, I mean, we're positive for the S&P at this point. This June low, though, Arun, seems to be a bit of a sticking point at this point anyways.
Yeah, so 36.35 was what we marked off as the June low to look at. It bounced off 36.35 quarter, close enough, right? And then overnight, I think you really got to pay attention to the overnight action because there was unusually high amount of activity all across the board. I guess they really were trying to take a look at that 3,600, but there's enough buying down below that low that this market really attempted a few times and didn't get anywhere. So here we are back towards the highs. So I would keep an eye on those areas that we work with overnight. So that the big cluster seems to be somewhere around underneath 30, going on down to 20. So 36.30, 36.20. There's a decent amount of volume down there. If we ever get back down there, that's an area I'd keep an eye on. But for now, because of the bounces that we've gotten and the strength that we've gotten overnight, at least any absorption, any selling from overnight that's been taken in, now we're bouncing up strong into previous actionable levels. We kind of hesitate a little bit here around these 80s and 90s yesterday on the way down before we actually finally cracked through 85 and took off. So I keep an eye on 36.80 going up to 36.90 as the upside area to watch. If we start to stall out there and you have a reason to find a short, I would go for the short there. We are at the top end, respect that. Ranges are getting wide now. So 37.05 would be the stop if we get into the 80s and 90s and you have a reason to short, meaning it sets up, not just because it's coming up there, it's got to set up there. The strength is to the upside. We're going to respect the strength, but at the same time, keep an eye on these pockets of resistance that may be above us that we got to pay attention to and potentially use on the short side. So 37.05 is first up. And then as always, or not as always, but as what we've been looking at for the last little bit, 37.40 and change is the top end level, right? We clearly north of 37.20 is going to be a problem for this market. So that's going to be the next checkpoint that you're going to look at and see if you can find a short. Along the way, though, you find longs. That's all you can really do at this point. Until you find that short, you're looking for that dip buy action, essentially, as long as this trend continues. And it looks like it's a decent amount of strength, too. So we'll keep an eye on this. 36.30 is potentially on the buy side there. So going down to 36.60, 50, down to 30, potentially useful on the buy side. But again, below 30 is where the action is. So it gets really sticky. I would just I think the easier trade here is to actually work the shorts if you could find a reason for the shorts or until we break out through that 37.40.
So thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's jump into everything else you need to know here as we get under 30 minutes to go before we get the market open today. Make sure you grab that every single day and then follow along as we head towards the open. We go through everything you need to know that's on the watch list every morning for free right to your inbox. 30,000 plus getting that every single day. Make sure you're one of those. I just saw a note, Spruce Point Capital on this BR. It's not really doing anything though. 3% downside for BR. But let's talk about Apple because this has been a bit of a sticking point for the market so far this morning. But as we showed you there a couple of times, back to the upside in a big way. Market trying to hold on to positive territory here, even as Apple said they're going to slow iPhone 14 production, or according to Bloomberg, anyways, will put quotations around that. Apple set to slow. And I mean, they even put a number on this, guys, saying 6 million units in the second half of the year.
So regardless of what you think about it, like Apple has held up so much better than the overall market. When you look at where we just broke the June, or we touched those June lows, and Apple's June lows were in the high 120s, low 130s. Like that consolidation is what we're talking about, and we're still a good $15 to $20 away from that price. Like that's what I look at, and that's what I think the concern would be, that's under threat, because 148, the recent support, just got breached, and you're trying to reclaim it here. So we're at decision point regardless. If we hold beneath that resistance, I think you're looking for some shorts, and it'll be difficult for the market to be in rally mode if Apple is pressing down below that resistance. That's what I look at. It's hard to see that unless so many other things are ridiculously strong. It's possible because, I mean, if you get Microsoft and Tesla and then a couple of strong sectors like also pulling us to the upside, then yes, you can maybe start going without Apple being a big boomer. But that's a difficult thing to do because of the weight that it has in the index. You throw on top of that there are bound to be some demand concerns in general for consumer goods. So it's believable that it could bleed over to Apple. Until we hear anything from them, who knows? We'll get the numbers. I just want to be looking at that 148. I don't want to be in this trade pre-market, but I do want to trade off of this level in that first 5 minutes, right? If we try to break out from 148 and fail on Apple, then shorts beneath it is where I'm looking. Shorts above it, I'm 150, 151 maybe, but shorts above it I'm not as enticed with. It's below that previous support that I'm looking for the trade to the south side in Apple. A lot of times I want to see those levels get taken out. When you gap below something significant in the pre-market, there's no volume to the move, right? Now we get to see where the volume stands. Do we want to support that price? Are buyers supporting that price or not? And we're going to find that out at 9:30. And I might even revisit the idea at 10 o'clock, because I think that's another thing that I like doing is go back to the well at 10. And if you still have a valid trade off of that level, then go right back to it. But first things out the bat, it's just 148. And we're right now saying we want to be above it.
I put in here, I almost had to correct Brendan, and then he did it, but I don't know. I'm just throwing that out about Bloomberg being a farce with this story, right? And I feel like the market is kind of agreeing with this a little bit here. Apple, I also did say here on the sticky note that we would like to short pops to 149. Now, did I think that we'd get there at 907? No, I did not. But we are back here to 149. I'm canceling all this, man. I don't want to short anything. Like I said, I feel like this market today could actually. I'm turning this over right now. I'm turning this bear over into a bull. I'm getting the feeling right now that the market does turn over a little bit today to the upside. And it is going to start with Apple. So let's just see. It's still down that 2.5%. Look, imagine Apple's down 2.5% and the market's flat. I mean, there's not too many times in the history I feel like that's ever happened, with it being such a huge weighting on the market. So there is underlying strength in the market today. So if you do get Apple going, I mean, here it comes, it's pulling back right now. The market could be down 3% today. I don't know. I'm getting a feeling that this market wants to get back up to the upside right here. So let's just wait to see if Apple ever comes back down to this 146 area. Obviously, that's going to be a buy for me. We did talk about shorting 149. We got pretty close to that. So, that's 50 cents worth of risk if I just took it, and now you're in the money 60 cents. So that was, well worth the risk, obviously, on that short as well, back up to the 200 period. But yeah, I mean, I agree. Apple's held up way better than many of the tech names that are out there. It's nowhere near its 52-week low. Do we revisit it? Possibly. Whoa. Do I think we do? No, I don't think we get down here to this 130 level. But hey, if the bear thesis is correct and we are going to continue to make new lows, maybe we do revisit that. I think we get almost to 160 before we get back to 130. So that's going to be my call right now. If someone wants to take the other side of that, you can find me wherever you want. But I think 160 gets hit before 130, and it's pretty much an even bet right now. So let's see what happens on that. But that would be my call for Apple. And when it does get down to 130, then I'm buying. I mean, that's, it's not the end of the world if we get down there. There's a lot of names that I want to buy. But today, the market being flat, Apple being down 2.5%, I just feel like we could have a nice little kind of a bull runish today in some of the names, but I do feel like there's going to be spots where you're going to want to fade them as well. So I'm very excited for today. I want this market to open up. I really want to see where the imbalances come through. That's going to be an important thing as well. At 925, those get hit. So let's just wait to see what happens right now. AMD's back up to 67. Amazon's 114. I mean, the stocks are kind of just flat. It's not like there's much happening right now.
Apple and Tesla, really.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. AMD 0.3 down, still down. I mean, if there's going to be any chip names anything to short, you are going to want to short AMD for sure, I think. Microsoft, Amazon, 1.2, 1.3, changing by the minute as liquidity is not great here in the pre-market. Microsoft is flat today. Like, I feel like we've been hit so hard. We had a decent move off that bottom that we made on, what day is it today? Thursday, on Tuesday's bottom. So let's just see if we get the rally. I mean, I don't know. I'm not looking at the chat. Everyone's probably like, oh, no, this is a bearish market. And I agree, it is a bear market. I mean, let's not fight the trend. Hard to fight. Hard for me to sit up here, right? And every day we have to give our commentary. And it's like, been trying to do the best we can. This is a huge move down. I just think we're oversold. This is the cues. We're right down here at the bottom. It looks like a dramatic move to the downside. The next shoe to drop is going to be earnings. They're going to be starting with Micron. Who cares about BlackBerry and all that? Let's just wait to see what happens. The NASDAQ right now turning quite, now it's starting to get red as we get closer to the open. So, hey, maybe it's just one of those days again where we popped up just to fade back down. To fight this trend and say I'm going, all in long is a huge mistake. The Q's right now just at a spot where this is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What is this? 8 straight down days, including today. So yeah, I mean, look, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we had about 6 or 7 days before that blast off happened. And right now, you're basically in the same kind of a pattern with a possible move back up to the upside. So yeah, I just think it's oversold to RSI, et cetera, et cetera. Let's see what happens right now.
All right, let's go to big tech too, as well, as I put on the board there, because here's a note from this morning that includes the rest of these as well. And it was all because of the sentiment shift here from this note on Apple, but Amazon on here, Microsoft on here, Meta, Tesla, on and on and on. Even the chip makers all listed on here, and simply because they were all down in relation to what happened with Apple. So is there a trade in the rest of big tech, guys?
So I'm looking at, obviously we're looking at Apple. It starts with Apple, and I don't know if we're going to talk about Tesla, and then Tesla pretty much always because of the movement, and they've been leading. But I missed a golden opportunity on Google because I was looking at one level, and for some reason yesterday I was really only thinking long off that level for a break. Instead of, by the time I got to saying, let's just get on the offer in front of 100 on Alphabet, it was already gone, and you hard rejected that price. So if we do get a break and this market wants to go up, this time, I want to be standing in front of this at 100. It's just a multi-day. It was like 2 or 3 days in a row that you had a bit of a top there. So I want to look for that short on Alphabet at that $100 level. It hasn't held up as well. I got to zoom on the daily because the split that happened just recently in the summer. Whoops, and we have that wick there, so I can't even do that. So it has not held up nearly as well. You have had a pretty significant decline here, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that you do get a bit of a break through that 27.80. I just don't want to be taking a breakout here. I'm not really feeling the breakout, and maybe that's going to be a big mistake there. Every time I say that, it's usually a bit of a harbinger for something else. There are some opportunities for some longs off bottoms, but if we do break this 98, I think I'm looking shorts off that 100. I don't really have a long thesis for Google today. The only thing that is set up would be that break of the high. And after that gap down and then trying to go positive, it's a bit of a precarious place to want to punch long at 930. I don't want breakout longs at 930. I'd rather be finding support that I can play off of where it's easier to get out of the trade if you're wrong.
Another name here to talk about as Big Tech 2 is the note there on the board. Netflix. You want to talk about a name that's been pretty strong in this move to the downside. Yo, what's up? I want to say shout out to this funny, because you're probably right here, Hamster. What's up right now? Now I'm logged in as my own account. I'm not even using the YouTube account, so I'll be able to see all this now. You know, what's up, Hamster One? Come on, Sean. We all know you'll be shorting after 10 minutes. Yeah, you're right. I probably will be. It is what it is. There's Sticky Note Nation. What's up, Bears versus Bulls? Yeah, Sticky Note Nation. Check that out at Trader TV, Sean. All the notes on there are shorts, so you know you probably are going to be right. Let's do that. Thanks to Rainmaker as well. Sean is spot on. Way oversold. I think it's oversold. Doesn't mean it can't go lower, though, Mr. Rainmaker. So just be careful with all those comments that I'm making as well, because like Hamster said, I'll probably be short. Yesterday, my biggest trades yesterday were actually the AMD short. I had it both ways yesterday, and it was a monster. So we'll hopefully repeat that. But what I want to get at here is Netflix. Netflix continues to be really strong, man. Squid Game is coming. The Squid Game 2, that should be another reason. I don't think like one release is a reason to buy the stock or anything like that. But you know, it'll get talked about. People will watch Squid Game over the fall. I think it comes out. We'll have to look it up. I think it's out in November for some reason, or maybe December. But we're gonna wait to see when that comes out. That'll be a reason for Netflix to bump again, artificially probably, but that'll be another reason. But you know, I'm just looking at this 215, 216 level that held in all of this disaster. So you know, maybe Netflix is the right name. I remember I sold at 228, felt pretty bad when we got up here to 250. It's now right back at that spot again. I'm not buying back in, but this was a name that obviously should have sold AMD and all that stuff instead of Netflix. But a nice move back up here. I like this name. If you're going to talk big tech, I think that although Netflix doesn't have the market cap as some of those other ones, but it's a nice move up. Many of us hold this in our portfolios. I still do hold 25% of this account. But again, I sold because I was long off the bottom. And the thing is, if, I don't know, where's the daily? Oh, this is the daily. Oh, that's right. The daily will be a little messed up here. We have a big move down. This name was one that should have split. Netflix, I mean, when it was up here at 700, if that would have split, right now this would be like, you know, a $50 stock, and we would be, you know, much more inclined to be trading this thing a lot more. But, you know, that bottom of 170 really held. So if you kind of look like what it's doing right here and look like what it's doing right now, we are basing out again. So 215, 220 for Netflix. If we do get any kind of a flush, I do like it. For today, though, just on a daily trade, you are topping out at 230 again. So watch out for a 230 break long if you do have the long thesis like I do.
Go to Rivian here next on the list. Rivian with a downgrade, RBC with a note suggesting that there's going to be more production delays coming for Rivian. Actually, let me show you this one because I can show you the number down here. So in the first half of the year, they're saying Rivian produced 6,954 units, and they've adopted this different battery technology and different drivetrain technology on these vehicles. So to meet their current target that was a part of their last forecast, they'll now have to produce 18,000 vehicles in, what do we have left here? 3 months. So 18,000 vehicles in 3 months just to hit their targets.
So I kind of feel like that's not going to surprise anybody terribly. I mean, the stock double topped at 40 and is already back under the 50 period, been under pressure. There was a bounce the other day off of these lows at 32 into this double top at 35, which is what I'm looking for here today. I like to short that level. I just don't feel like that's a terrible surprise. I mean, meeting the production goals has always been a challenge for these new startups. Because everyone making cars is not easy, and I think everyone that's going new into the business is finding that out, and that's the reason why you pay a ridiculous premium right now for Tesla, and you almost had to treat that a little bit differently. But as far as Rivian goes, it's already made a bit of a bounce. It's not really sitting off of those lows. If it does take out this 34 area, I'm looking at this 35 to 35 and a quarter. It's a pretty clean double top. And again, you still have to run to even get there, and you got to go green into that level. But I paid for shorts on Rivian to take a look at that one. Normally, I'd be saying at this point, if we'd opened right at 33 or 30 or closer to 33, I'd be looking at that floor for a breakdown in yesterday's levels. However, you'd have to crash $1 from here into that level at the open, and then you'd have to be hitting the bottom, which I don't like. I do not like getting in under those circumstances at 9:30 because you get that whipsaw action. You can be triggered into the trade, and then it just snaps back, and all of a sudden you're 50 cents out. And the short might be good, but you've got such a terrible price because you bought the low into a big move. So I don't know that I want to chase it at this point. I'd rather be playing the pop. If it holds 34, I can always look back at that level. If this had been trading off of that 32, I'd be more inclined to go for the buy or the long off of that big support level. But that has yet to get tested or anywhere close to it again. 33 is going to be as close as you get. So I'm going to be fading. I'm going to be fading this one on Rivian at 35 to 35 and a quarter if we get there.
I just want to give a big shout out here to Mr. Scare Cow, not Scarecrow, 770. More of these, please. You seem very intelligent. I will follow you into the fire. Yeah, so I seem very intelligent. Well, got you fooled on that one, but then I responded here. Everyday sticky notes. So if you are watching here, what's up, Scare Cow? Yeah, every day the sticky note comes on there. So yes, more of those. No, they'll be the same amount, but they will be every single day. I didn't look at Rivian today. I haven't been looking at this name in a while. I mean, I do love the stock. I do love to trade this. We've talked about that 40 level over and over again. I mean, that's when I was looking at it. Now you're kind of in the middle. Again, all these downgrades, upgrades, who cares, honestly? They don't mean anything. That Lucid got that coverage yesterday and went down all day, right? I mean, eventually found a bottom at what was it, 1420, something like that. But, you know, I'm not too interested in Rivian today. 132,000 shares. For me, it's kind of like a no-fly zone. But there, I mean, there's, Neil went over levels. There's levels there. This 34 makes sense. Down here to 33. I mean, if you're in the middle here, you have some levels over the last couple days that have been holding. This break level right there of 33, I think is going to be a great short. So if you wanted that, I think that that's something that you could look at. For me though, nah, I mean, I just haven't watched it enough. We're on like a 5 or 6 day winning streak right now. It's been a good month. So I'm going to just keep going with what I'm doing. And right now, Rivian isn't really on my radar, Brendo.
Go to this entire giant group of Alzheimer's related stocks here. I'll show you the note on Biogen. First of all, this is the Japanese company that they teamed up with on this research for Alzheimer's. And a number of analysts saying this morning, this is being hailed as an unequivocal win when it comes to research in this space. So that has, Lilly has one, Roche has one. Roche obviously trades over in the Swiss market, I believe it is. But there's a number of other stocks. I mean, Longeveron's up. There's ABOS. There's BIA. Oh, no, BIAF is an offering. SOBR is another one as well. So there's a ton of these Alzheimer's-related stocks that are rallying off this news this morning.
Just to get one thing out of the way, just go back and look at June for Biogen and try to remember, because I do remember this pretty vividly, and that day and probably the day after, we were sort of talking about if you wanted to play this with a little bit less risk, that's why you look at something like an Eli Lilly. That being said, this is look, it's great news. No one's gonna doubt that. I've already said it, so I don't want to get too much into that again. But it's the last time we had big major spikes. It ended up fading off of that. So you've got to be cautious of that. I was just talking about that 300 level. Well, it went up there and rejected 300 again. So it looks like it's trying to pull back. If it breaks 280, there's a huge gap to be filled here. That's going to be the line in the sand. It was ABOS that I was looking at because it was, I don't know if it was leading in pre-market volume. At least when I checked, when I sat down this morning, it was leading in pre-market volume for these smaller cap names that were up in sympathy. Once you rejected 300 again, there goes your 850 break, and now that's coming back into the downside, filling the gap in. I think it could maybe hold up at about 675, 7. When retail came in at 7, maybe they can support that price. But this is, if you're trading the sector, for lack of a better word today, then you got to be following Biogen. That 300 looks like a wall right now. It gets back above there. I think these things can run, and a Biogen break up. I'd almost rather be trading an ABOS. I think bang for your buck, or one of the sympathy names, I think bang for your buck, you might get a better move out of it, and certainly there'll be better liquidity. Biogen, it's usually not very tradable for us. The spreads are gigantic. There's not always a ton of liquidity, but there's lots of these out there. You mentioned Longeveron. That's another one you could be looking at here. But Biogen are like those futures. If they tank through that 280, there aren't going to be many longs in these sympathy plays, ABOS included. If we get any bounce off 280, I'm looking to catch a bid in ABOS in front of about 685.
I just want to give, I'm actually going to tweet this out. I hope it's okay, Jonathan, for that, because I really do appreciate what you just mentioned here. And it has to do with what I was talking about. I don't know. There it is right here. What's up to Jonathan? And I'm going to give you a shout out on the show here. Thanks to yours. Okay, at Sean Catino, whatever. Thanks to your scalping mentality, I am over 10K this month. So that's a great one, man. Let's just go. Congratulations to you on that. Hopefully you can hit 92.5% free throws. Boom, right there. But maybe you're doing that this month. So what's up, Jonathan? If it's okay, I'm going to tweet that out because that just shows that you need to be able to switch up your game. And that's the one thing that I've been talking about over and over again. I've actually gone on rants about this. And, you know, it's just about, you know, fundamentally trying to make that money no matter which way you can. So we're switching up our game over and over again every single month, every single day. We're adjusting, we're adding to it, we're doing things different, we're adding more shares, we're taking shares off, we're finding different names, we're doing our own damn thing, right? And I mean, like I switched this bull over, right? Now you're up 1.1%. Let's see if this market can rally. Everybody thinking that today was doomsday, we switched it over and said maybe we get a rally. So just like I was saying, man, we're putting out things out there into the universe, making them happen. Believe in yourself, believe in your style, and the rest will follow. So again, thank you, Jonathan, for all of that, man. It's that kind of motivation that keeps me going, and I'm really happy, you know, to be able to have traders like yourself follow, watch, change it up, you know, get that Mamba mentality there, Brendo.
A few things to note here as far as workforce reduction, unfortunately, today. Here's DocuSign, actually popped on this news, but they came out with an entire restructuring plan, which is going to include this, reducing workforce by about 9%. So that's DocuSign. And then Lyft on the board as well this morning. It was actually down on this note. They're going to freeze hiring for Lyft until the end of the year.
Yeah, there was rumors of Lyft being bought out, and that nothing really came of that the last couple of weeks. And it's usually good news, in general speaking, that you're going to be cutting costs. Everyone's taking it as, oh yeah, it's a confirmation that you're getting the slowdown, so therefore, you know, the next earnings are going to be bad, and it's almost like you're putting forward guidance in. I can see some of that. That makes a little bit of sense. Lyft only gets interesting for me when there's like a squeeze play or maybe some breakouts. The volume's not really there for this. I'd love to see us test 15 even. I think that could be resistance, but 160,000 shares on that note is not very interesting at all for me on Lyft. I'm going to have to take a bit of a pass on that. Uber has been the more interesting name of the two in terms of trading the last couple of trading opportunities the last couple of days if we want to load up here. And it's got an obvious support level sitting at 27. And I was sort of noting this sets up pretty well for a bit of a break. It's generally had better volume. It doesn't today, unfortunately. But that 27 has been solid support on Uber. I just need to see more volume to get me excited about these. It just feels like a big tech. Some of these Alzheimer's related names will be in play, and then the chips, right? Like that's been, and EVs, of course. Like those are the places that I'm going to be unless I find something really exciting somewhere else. And I'm not really seeing it with Lyft. Uber's a maybe off that 27 level, but even this pre-market volume is not very exciting.
Yeah, I have Lyft. Lyft is written on the sticky note again here today to short the bottom. The bottom here is 1335. That was the bottom just a couple days ago, I guess, is what I was looking at here. Let me go to the 20-minute chart. Yeah, there it is right there. So it's 1335. You know, hiring freezes isn't the end of the world for Lyft, but at the same time, it's not signaling, you know, that they expect, you know, large growth or anything like that to come through. So if they're expecting ridership to be down, it wouldn't surprise me there one bit. But again, Uber, I think, is a little bit of a better name to trade. But if you're looking at anything, there's Lyft. I think you go short. It's bounced a little bit now, right? So I think you can go short Lyft through 1330. But again, if the market's going to hold up or have a flat day, then I don't expect Lyft to have too much excitement into it. So we'll wait on doing anything with Lyft. Here we go. So it's a mixed board, buys, sells here. Nothing really happening. Neos continues to be a sell as that's now below 17. Wow, I didn't even realize that was below 17 today. So that's not good, down 2%. I mean, obviously, a lot of these tech names are going to be down today as the NASDAQ is just fluttering around zero. And again, some of that story, I mean, Bloomberg could be dead on, man. I mean, maybe the iPhone is struggling right now. And if that's the case, then yeah, a lot of these names need to be a lot lower. There's Alibaba. That's been a good trade recently. I think Prad's been on that name a little bit. But other than that, man, there's really nothing on here, for me to trade. We already talked about Eli Lilly. I'm holding that one forever. So I'm not even needing to look at that. The banks continue to be a sell with bank earnings coming up very soon. That should be exciting. So we're going to watch out for that. I don't really have, I actually, for the first time in a long time, I have no pending orders anywhere. So I'm just going to wait to see what happens here. There are some names that I like to the long side, including Microsoft. So any kind of a dip down in for Microsoft, I think we want to take that around this 235, as we said, against that 234. So, you know, that's a play that could come in, but you're still a $1.20 away from that happening. So I don't know. I don't really have anything right now. I got to get on this to maybe see if there's a trade I can make early. But right now, honestly, I'm kind of like, I don't know what to do. So maybe Tony the Tiger will have an answer for that as he rings the bell in under 1 minute.
In under 1 minute, I'll be at the game tonight to be sure. Oh, sorry, going to Brendan.
Okay, I was just going to mention this Biofinity headline, guys. Here it is, 7.7 additional in an exercise of warrants. This is one of those recent teeny tiny IPOs, 15.5 million going back a couple weeks ago. This has only been since September 1st. This thing came to market, ton of room up to 480 to 5. So we're at 360 right now. So that would be the next stopping point for BIAF.
Of course it's higher. Stocks only go up, except for, we didn't even talk about MindMed. They had an offering, so watch out for that one. It's down like 40, maybe 50% to the downside. I'm just in Micron, and look, it's a short till it's not. There is that chance that we get a breakout of this 50-60 area and has some room to run for sure. We got Tony on the bell. I'm sure he'll be at the game tonight. I will be as well as the Jays. I don't want them to win, but I also want Aaron Judge to hit a home run. 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, Tony.
All right, thank you, Tony, with the new haircut. Everyone loved that haircut yesterday. They're loving it today as well. So shout out to you, Tony, right there. Okay, well, we're just gonna watch it, man. The Nasdaq's dancing around right now. AMD's right here. We're gonna continue to watch that. There's Apple. We're open now, but again, our quotes seem to be a little stuck right now. So we'll wait to see as a lot of volume pumping through Apple. Many deep prints coming out right now. It's trying to find its footing as well. That's going to be Apple. Give it a couple seconds, guys, and we'll let this market open up and then give us a trade, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla got all the way up, triple topped at 284. Here I am seeing it print. Looks like 282 mostly is where a lot of the volume, but it's starting to come back into the upside. It's hard to tell because you are getting a plethora of deep prints that are coming through the tape, but I'm now seeing it try to trade a little bit higher and try to break out. I still only have Micron. If that breaks at 50-60, then I want to get out of Dodge. I didn't talk about Square, and apologies, we talked about Bitcoin, but I've been looking at Square all week long. Now this doesn't want to load up for me. Looking at Square all week long, 57, a monster level if it gets to that price. I think it's squeeze city, but not a lot of action at the open for this either. It's still inside of the range. You want to be patient, allow these levels to break, and then of course Apple, that 158. 148. It's just back and forth as this is still Square. There we go. It's just back and forth, up and down, 20, 30 cents in either direction off of that level. No determination yet on where Apple wants to go off this 48.
Yeah, I'm going to go long 148.50, so let's see if that can come through right now. That's that high of the day, 148.50. So if it takes it, we're going to go long, but the NASDAQ is now coming back in. So we always want to make sure that we look at something. I mean, maybe that 148.50 was a short. I mean, right there, that was a huge short if you got that. AMD still hovering around the high spot right here for the day. I don't really have, Microsoft is coming in, so that's a name that's coming back into some levels that I thought we might be able to get here as they turn. Actually, look, Microsoft is actually pretty weak against the market right now, so maybe this is not going to be the right name. Down 0.3, market only down 0.17. We're just figuring the market out right now. It's 9:32. Normally I'm in position right now, to be honest with you, and I'm not. So, you know, a little bit of confusion here for me to see where we want to go right now, but we are just flat on this market. Maybe Microsoft's the wrong name. I'm always looking at AMD though, and that could take that level right there. The 60, that's 67.50 as well. So I don't mind this trade on AMD if we could take that. So lots of trade possibilities, but we just need this market to figure itself out. I don't mind that AMD trade at all, but again, needs to give us the direction. Like, we could be down 1 or 2% today, so let's just, you know, calm down, get the trades we want, make sure we hit the right levels.
Yeah, I'm not trying to chase anything. Netflix is now up 3%, and I hate chasing. I'm only in Micron, so I'm like you. Apple is looking like it's putting in a rejection of that 148, but it still won't break out of the range, which is annoying. Rivian was another one I was looking for a short pop at 35, but it's got one of my favorite setups here, so it's going to be hard to ignore this. It broke 34 upside and put a wick off top in there, which is at about 34.20. So I'll take a shot because I like this setup. I prefer 35 even. So one of the things you can always do is, I paid for shorts here. What are you talking about? One of the things you can always do is, no, I did not pay for shorts. I got to go pay for the shorts in Rivian. I swear I did. But look for that setup and then just get out if it breaks high a day. Brendo?
Interesting note on Lululemon here to kick things off, guys. Watch Peloton. Lululemon set to launch a fitness platform on October 5th. If you remember last week, Lulu not really doing anything. If you remember last week, there was ties to Peloton and Lulu. Peloton downside right now, but heads up on both.
All right, so we are now in a position, finally, we do have AMD long at 66.85 right now. It just dips down into the 200 period, so we are going to try to take that, well, not try, we are taking that one long right now. So we're going to watch to see if AMD can go upside. We are going to take, I mean, if we can get 20 cents, we'll do that. We're at 67.10 right now. It just went to 67.08
there goes Apple
for us right now. So yeah, here come the market. So you're down 0.49 right now. Neil just mentioned Apple starting to head to the downside.
You know what, we talk about preparation all the time, and I did not do the confirmation on my short. I'm going to try and get this Rivian if I can, but Apple looks like it's trying to pick a direction, and it's now southbound. That open was crazy. I don't think I've seen that volume of deep prints at the open. I'm talking dark pools in that first little bit, making it tricky to sort of figure out where the size was. It was kind of annoying watching the tape. And then we picked south side, and it looks like I'm going to end up missing a move unless we get a bit of a bounce back into that 147. Otherwise, we just have to sit in the shorts that we have, look for other opportunities out there. I don't know if Tesla is going to be it, because that just dropped like a rock as well. Like, it went sideways, and I do not want to be chasing moves at that bottom. I'm going to sit on that offer of Rivian, but anyone watching Biogen or any of these other ones, they're still sliding to the downside. Biogen hit that low, the pre-market low, and these are still falling off. I do have Micron. That at least has worked, but I'll be more frustrated than anything else. This is actually not falling as much as anything else. They're able to give me these shorts, but you're still grinding higher. If anything, I think Micron, like yesterday, it had relative strength in the afternoon. It could take out this top, and then maybe the chips are going to have to lead us today, because certainly right now it's not going to be Apple and Tesla, which it has been for the most of this week.
Yeah, it looks like AMD here. We are taking a shot at this level. Like I said, we're going to get out if it breaks down through 66.50 here for AMD. I mean, we're just going to do that. If it takes it out, we're out. But we are long right now, 75. So we can get out for flat if we wanted to, but let's see if it can go back up to the upside right now for AMD. Again, relatively weak into the market. So this is probably not going to be a name to hold on to for too long. But let's just see if we do get a bump back up in the market. You know, we've been watching this name for a bit. We're offering in the 80s. Then again in the 90s. So a little bit of a bump up. We'll get part out, and then we'll just see where it goes right now. But this is by far the biggest position. Let's go right now. Fire off the cannons. Here it goes right now for AMD. Let's see if we get some more upside love. Let's get another piece out here at 96. Why not? There it goes through 67. We're pretty big on this one right now, as there goes AMD. I told you guys, like a thief in the night right now on AMD. We take one trade, and it's a banger for you to start the day. Let's go. This is what we're waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready for Rivian. I just finally got it. I already took some Micron. I think it's going to be a breakout on some of these chips. Well, specifically on Micron through 60. But Meta and Google are both breaking the tops off. So 135 key price on Meta. It looks like it wants to try to drag this market up. And that gives you some cover on Apple. If Apple wants to try to hold it at the bottom, maybe it's got a chance to sort of hold these markets at 146 at the lows. You bounce off this level on Apple, then I think you want Google and Meta longs in terms of relative strength. Micron just took out that top, as I said. It worked 3 times to the short side. Now, 3 days in a row to the short side. Now we have to look at the break happening on Micron. I wanted this channel when it eventually went, and it looks like we're taking it out right now. I'm now into Rivian to the short. Off of this high, it broke 34, but remember, it was a wick off top here, and that high is 34.20. So I'm giving it to 34.20 on this move. Brendo? No?
Nope. But we're celebrating regardless. We'll always celebrate when Brendo comes on, but when he comes, we'll do that. But this is a big move for AMD right now, guys. Hit the banger on for that. We just got out at 67.20. We only have half left, though. Let's see if we can take down that 67.50 level. We're going to go 1 for 1 on a banger for you right there today. We're just continuing the momentum that we've had recently on this. 235 came and went a little bit for Softy. And again, you know, this name still following the market. Maybe we're going to be wrong on that one there for Microsoft. As look at AMD, just comes right back down right there. This is why you get out when it goes back up to that upside here for AMD. There's the flush in the market. Apple flushing for sure.
Apple broke those.
Yeah, Apple breaking lows right now. We actually talked about that, and it's stupid because I didn't actually have it. That was that Apple short 145.60 that we talked about there. It just hit that day's low right there. So watch out for Apple. Any love to the backside, that's going to be a good move. AMD, though, we just got some out in the 90s, and we're going to get some more out in the 90s if it does pop back. We can always reload this name. Yeah, let's go. We can always reload this name a little bit lower, but just getting out now of some more of this AMD as Apple takes the low. Let's just see where we go from here. What's up, Brendo?
A little bit of strength in some of the Chinese names. Here's a note on Alibaba. Price target cut from Jeffries, but not a red candle yet. Alibaba straight to the upside, red to green already.
I was just going to say NIO is kind of teetering on a bit of a breakout here. Look, that stock's got beaten up. And I was saying that you have to put you've got to put NIO into the bucket of Chinese ADRs and forget about the EVs. I don't care what's happening in the EV group. I care about what's happening in the other names. And NIO, this is a pretty clean double top. You also have yesterday's close. If Baba's going, I like NIO longs because we know that group, when they get buyers, are going to be fantastic. I don't care that I'm short in Rivian. I think these are two separate kind of plays. Micron's continuing to run here, but if we're going up on the Chinese names, I want to take a shot at Rivian. I keep missing this, missing these trades in NIO when they get booming. So if we break this double top, I want to go long. I just got out of Micron in front of 51, so the reverse into the long took you right into the even dollar level. I want to be buying dips. The 51 break is probably in play, but with the market trying to pull back in, I keep thinking that we should be getting a chance to dip buy. I'm just not seeing it right now in Micron. It's only broken out of that level and continued to run. So maybe 51 gives us that opportunity.
I mean, we should have rebought. Same sort of opportunity there for AMD as we went all the way down again, sub 67, and now we're in a 70-cent winner again as AMD takes out the top. I was going to go long here, 60. I mean, I've been looking long, obviously, the whole day. You guys have known that. I was thinking about going long. Hold on a second, just got to cancel this. Through six. I'm gonna make sure I canceled it. Through 67.50 right there. But we already have this long on AMD, so I feel like we're doing the right thing. I'm going to get another piece out right now, as it's just been a big move. There we go. We'll take an 18. It's been a big move to the upside here for AMD. So we are now, unfortunately, we're only in 40% of the trade, but I mean, it's a nice upside move. We're going to go 1 for 1 here today on AMD, and then just look for something else. Netflix right now is trying to take out 330. That could be a level. It just did take out 330, but actually, now that I was just looking at my scanner, but Netflix has already been up here to 332. So again, another aggressive name that I talked about in the pre-market, just ripped up, but pretty much barcoding right now. So we're going to stay away from that one. Let's go, man. How much money are we going to make on AMD here? I guess that depends when we get out. So there's that 67.50 level. Bang, there it is again. Let's just go, man. This is what's been happening. There's another win for you. So hey, we'll go 1 for 1, but it doesn't mean that there's not more trades coming. There's a nice little move for AMD, and don't tell me where Apple is. Apple's only up 30 cents, okay? So Apple's still near the bottom of the day. So yeah, let's go AMD. Holy shoot, man. We got the right name again here today, but there's other names more aggressive. Meta's a good one too, up 1.1% right now for Meta.
Yeah, I got to double check on Google. Meta's making a bit of a break to the upside. It was Alphabet was the other one I was saying it was breaking those highs, but it put a wick top on Alphabet, and now you're starting to struggle. I just feel like there's a bit of Apple's at pull in the market. Apple needs to bounce off these levels, and if it can, then you got the longs and some of the strong names, but I think you have to look for some shorts. There's got to be something to the short side. I'm watching Tesla here. It can't seem to chew back above this 280 level. If it fails 280, I'm going to start looking for shorts in Tesla. Biogen is now at 275, and it's still falling like an absolute rock. I still want that EBOS. If we catch a bid on Biogen, I still want to try EBOS at $6.80 to $7, but that's getting real close without any slowing down in Biogen shares. Rivian, as I said, the short side, has yet to really roll over. I got a bid down here at $33.70, trying to take a quarter out of the first leg of this, but it hasn't taken out the top, so I'll stick with the shorts there. And here comes 145 on Apple. I'm not going to be reloading. If we're taking out the bottoms, there'll be no reload for me on Meta if Apple's taking out this 145. It looks like sell side coming in here for Apple. I don't see any size on the bid. Usually at an even dollar, you're going to see a significant amount of size. Actually, 150,000 shares in the bid. It'll chew through that if it gets there. Apple about to take out these lows. That's a punch. It's going to be hard not to scalp it.
Oh, man. Like, again, just follow. Thanks again for everybody, man. All your comments, everything. But, like, I should just follow my own rules here, man. I said right on the tweet as well that we want to go short Apple taking down that pre-market low, whatever that was. And there it was right there. It took it down, and it didn't even really look back, man. It took it down and then just boomed right down to 146 on that play. So good look there. If anyone followed the sticky note, you can find it at Trader TV Sean. You'll be able to get all over that one. Okay, so that's Apple. AMD is the name that we're in as well. Trying to find some more. I mean, Microsoft, the thing about Microsoft is I feel like it's just coming down pretty good here because of Apple. And again, that Apple 145 bottom, I mean, that might have just put in that bottom.
And you know what?
I don't know. No, I don't know what.
It got to 3 cents, so like 3 or 4, and then just they saw the bid, that 150,000, and it rallied to the upside. So I think that's what needed to happen. Meta's starting to go now. Apple holding a low is going to drag the market upside. So I mean, the only short I'm in is still Rivian because it hasn't taken out that top. But now Meta's going to get going here. I think Meta could see 138. If you just go to the higher time frame here, 138, that's that next resistance point. That's where we dropped off in yesterday's trade. So if we get a bounce on Apple, then that's certainly where we can head. I don't know why I didn't just try the long at 10 or something on Apple, risk 15 pennies or 20 with slippage. That would have made a heck of a lot of sense. But I've been only thinking short Apple beneath that 148 level. Tesla is trying to reclaim 280. Still not there, even with the bounce in Apple. But let's go Meta. Brendo.
Another volume spike, guys, on MindMed. Downside this time. We did try to get back above some of the pre-market levels, but got slammed right back down. Not really doing a heck of a lot, but tons of volume here, down 50% for MindMed.
I'll flinch. Oh, it is doing a lot of volume.
Yeah, I mean, MindMed's a disaster. Okay, Microsoft right now. Let's just see. Oh man, that 235.80 or so right there. Again, it made that bottom. We looked at it. As Apple was making that bottom, we were like, oh man, maybe this is the play there for Amazon. But I mean, meanwhile, we're $1.10 in the money on a $67 name right now, as there goes AMD right up to the upside here. So again, it's we've hit our daily goal off one trade, and I will get into some more right now, but I don't really see anything that's really super exciting to me. Amazon right now, obviously on a move up. We do want to fade some Amazon calls here for that. But again, you have to get to that 116, 116.50 where we had a little bit of love there yesterday. We are starting to break through though. That's 115.10. Remember, I put this all on the sticky note for this exact short at 115. So maybe there is something here for Amazon. I like the short. It's just the day seems long, right? I don't know. To me, anyways, it seems like a long day. So I feel like that's going to be a mistake to sit in there and short that. So let's just continue with what we're doing now. I feel like we've been pretty hot fire there on some of these calls. So let's see if we can just continue it here as the market wants to continue its rally mode a little bit. But there's Amazon just topped out 115.30. Maybe that is a short for Amazon. I don't know. We'll have to keep our eye on that one.
Yeah, just this is the resistance on the futures right now. Apple just broke 145, but this is resistance on the futures. We kept testing it on the NASDAQ over and over again with the inability to break through. And look, so you need to break resistance if you want to go higher. Obviously, you can break floors as well. Apple just took out that 145. But I don't really see a heck of a lot of acceleration to the downside. Like, it just got to 84 on that move. So there's buyers down here on Apple, to be sure. Like, if it gets above that 50, I think it's failed this break. I'm not even sure I want to give it to that. Meta's still in the money right now. Like, I feel like a lot of these names do not want to follow Apple to the downside, and that's limiting some of those shorts. So Apple could be trying to get back in here. I'm neo long as well. I was able to pick that one up. So if there is a move back to the upside, I do have some coverage in what I think are strong names. You can probably throw Alphabet still into that category, relatively strong. But as Apple settles it out here at 145, I think this is where you separate the wheat from the chaff, or whatever one of those sayings are. Because if we hold 145 here, I can't see any way we don't break that support that I just showed, a resistance I showed you on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we have a decent position now in Apple, so let's just wait to see where it goes now. I mean, we are long off that bottom, and we are absolutely crushing this long right now. Wow, I kid, because I mean, we've got a really big trade on here, so I'm pretty happy with this trade. Go Apple! Holy shit, go Apple right now! This is a big little long, big little eyes right there for, that was at Joshua Jackson. We talked about that the other day. There it is right now. Let's just keep getting out of Apple. Yeah, there it goes. Good, beautiful long here off that bottom. So glad we identified that. I think that, like Neil said, that's an absolutely no-brainer trade there off the bottom. So let's just wait to see. I mean, now we're out of half. I'm now out of half officially out of half of this trade right now as it continues to march to the upside. AMD, we did get lighter on that as well, but my focus right now is solely on Apple as I'm trying to get some out here, but still trying to hold for that monster, which it looks like it's trying to go. You're alive, Apple, you're alive. Spin the money, let's go.
Yeah, look, I still think there's relative strength in some other names here. I like Meta, it's now up 2%.
Shit.
I think that short, when it broke that level, you could see it holding 145. So when the breakout doesn't go, you got to be able to get out right away. I'm going to hang on to Meta, I think almost for dear life. I feel like this is going to be one that's going to go. I am in NEO, as I mentioned, and then Micron. Once Micron broke out of that 560, 5060, I'm sure there's other names in the space that can be holding up well, but I think this is in breakout territory, so I bought that dip above that previous resistance level and look to play that continuously to the upside as Micron looks relatively strong. I'll get some more shares out in front of 51 like I did last time and then try to ride this train up. Brendan again?
A couple things. Sava, first of all, guys, another one obviously in the Alzheimer's space. Downside in a big way. This got faded hard right out of the gate after testing 51. Big time volume, though, to the downside right now for Cassava Sciences. Also, a little crazy one from yesterday. ATXI just popped up on volume again, trying to get back above its close from yesterday.
I was trying to remember if they're in that group. I'm pretty sure Sava has they have their own Alzheimer's drug. So Sava should have been in that group, and I was listing all those names related to Biogen. I think I should have said Cassava Sciences. That bounce to the upside just got into 51s on Micron. You've got to be willing to accept. I love this level. Every single day I've been shorting off of Micron at this level, but when it breaks, it's a significant level. You got to be willing to reverse. It looks like we're headed to the upside there. I'm not ignoring Tesla, but Tesla, it's kind of diddling in the middle, and 280 is this big level here. It keeps on trying to go resisting 280. It's going to make me trade off of this level, kind of like what I was doing over there in Rivian, where it makes me trade off the lower level, and that's working. So I might just go into the short off of this 280 in Tesla, but give it a pretty tight berth. I don't want to be getting averaged in when you're so close to these lows. The market can still break out of this NASDAQ. NASDAQ goes green. That's where the resistance is.
Yeah, buddy. Okay, so grayed out. AMD goes all the way to 68. I mean, we're long at 66.60 there. So we'll take a piece out there as it goes right back up to the upside there for 68 and then falls down a little bit. So yeah, not great right now, but we're going to wait to see what happens here with AMD. Apple did fall back in a little bit. It went back down to 145. We could have reloaded, but we did not. So that's a mistake for me. But we'll take another piece out there at 28 as it just comes right back up. My trading on this is going to look crazy because, again, like I said, man, we're not trying to play around. We're trying to use shares. We're trying to make that money on these calls that we're giving you. So, I mean, there it is right there. Just scalped it out, put on some big shares. We only have about 20% left of this position. Obviously wish we had more, but we don't, Brendo. What up?
Another one in this Alzheimer's group, guys. Some people mentioning this PRTA, Prothena, actually stronger than the rest, worth noting right now, up 80%. Just took out the highs there for PRTA. Another one of those.
And the tricky thing about trading those is if you don't have any knowledge as to sort of, if it's a sympathy play, like, okay, well, where are they along in their study and how big is the potential for their drug and what's the overall state of the business? I don't know any of those. So really, participating in that break is going to be tricky as far as I'm concerned. I've been looking at both Biogen, which is continuing to try to make a bit of a bottom, which is what I was looking for, and ABOS, which is still bouncing off that 7 area. That's what I would like to play off of if I can. So Biogen makes a bottom. I want to be long in front of 7 on that, and that's what we're seeing happen. NEO's starting to work back into the upside. Micron, Meta, both working. It's just got into Tesla, but said I have a tight stop on Tesla because I wanted something short. Tesla already trying to break back out, so I'm not going to give that one a ton of room. Got to respect the possible strength that you're seeing here in Tesla, and I want to get Google as well. Google now holding up. You can see this holding the top end of the range. If we break the highs in the market, then I want the long in Google, but I'm already in Meta. We need to add that until we break out in the NASDAQ.
I hear some clapping behind. Hopefully we've got Apple. Big move up for Apple now, $1, almost $1 in the money now, as this name just continues to rock and roll here one more time. And we'll take that out, man. We take that out. So that's, again, kind of a no-brainer to get that out up there as we approach back to that 146 area. So a nice out for me there on Apple. Let's just continue the party and try to hold it if we can for a little more. Let's see if we can get Apple to VWAP, which is 146.20 or so. So the market's just turning green now. So I don't know, still a lot of potential to go, I would think, back up to the upside. But you know what? We're bouncing. Let's take a 73 out. Let's just get another piece on Apple right there. So beautiful trade there, downside move. We wait for it, we get out. And now we're very, very light on this name, guys. We only have, 10% left. So 10% left on the position. Like I said, it could just continue to rip up. Let's just hold the rest. Really sucks that we didn't hold more, but that was pretty scary there, down to 145. It actually came back, right? We could have got more, and we didn't. So, little bit of pie on my face for that, but we're going to go 2 for 2. We're at 2 times daily goal right now, and so let's just keep that going. We'll wait to see what's going on with everything else. AMD just stopped at 68 again, but I want to hold the long here. So let's just see if it can work. I'll put one more stop here at that 68 top. If that comes through, great, but that's sort of what I'm waiting for now. 68 as a top here for AMD.
Yeah, it was just someone just asking in the chat there about CCL. It was LZC123. That's an interesting name there. There's a story behind it. I don't know. But CCL getting up to this 955 level from yesterday. I think you want to be cautious. I'm not buying anything at a top right now. It's just not with the market at resistance. I think you want the market breaking out, or maybe you look for a pullback in a relatively strong name. But that is a pretty solid level there on CCL. You'll see me stay away from it a little bit there. Rivian, it keeps on bouncing back and forth. So this one, we're still inside the range. Unlike Tesla, Tesla broke out of that lower high. This 34.20 is being respected, but it is trying to chew it up and spit it out. I did get another leg out on Micron because it keeps on rejecting this 50 level. That's the 15-minute, looks a little better. I'll show you here. It keeps on rejecting this 51. It broke it once and then rejected 51 twice now. So twice I'm going to take more shares out. I still want this one to go to the upside, but the market cannot seem to just punch through that top. And that's the trouble with these longs. Pay yourself out because we're not really getting that big follow through that I was looking for, unfortunately, with some of these longs, which does mean that for now, the only short I got, Rivian, is going to still continue to work. But I feel like that's a little bit short lived, the way the market tries to press to this upside.
Yeah, it sucks too because I just got a little bit scared there and freaked out of my AMD. We did take a piece out there when it broke back down below 75 and then it just ripped back up to 68. So now we can officially hold this hopefully for a very long time. And we did the same kind of thing there on Apple when it pulled back down there through the 50 period. This is the epitome of chop right now. Like to sit here and say that the market has a direction or whatever. I don't see one right now, which is why I'm even more thrilled with sort of where I've been going now with these trades. That we're going to have these big. Really, for me anyways, maybe they're not huge for you. I don't know what share size everyone's using or whatever, but the fact that we have two really big winners on is really amazing considering the day. Like I didn't have any real trade ideas this morning. And again, we said, oh, well, Sean, you were talking long, right? Mm-hmm. So look at my two winners, AMD long and Apple long. So you just sort of supported the sort of thesis that we had there. We bought the dip on AMD. To me, that was pretty easy. This is why you watch AMD and you watch the same stocks every day, at least I do, is to get those feels, right? And so when we saw AMD down here dancing around, it was well worth the risk to get that upside move. So we took it and getting rewarded right now. Look at Apple. Apple it just made that move again back down. So we're light on Apple now. Like we have less than 10% of our position because we just took a piece out. We told you we had 10% left. Now we have less than that. So let's see if we can make a move here with Apple. I still want something else. Microsoft is weak today, down 0.44. I think it's Meta is going to be the strong one there. Obviously, I don't have that up to 136.50. That's the one that I wish I had was Meta, but I know you have that, so that's going to be a good one. Apple, AMD, the only two names for me so far.
The one I wish I had was Alibaba. That hindsight's going to be 2020, but I'm seeing NEO just sort of range bound around the 17 even when BABA is sitting right there on the crest. So this would be the concern that BABA breaks down from this 79 area, then it goes down $1, and then NEO's probably going to stop out through its low. I have to expect that that's a possibility. You're in a bit of a flag right now in Alibaba, so you could always break out. That's what I'm looking for to happen. Rivian finally decided to settle itself and broke higher. So I was sitting in the short. I wasn't scalping it out. Off that 34 level, 1-to-1 would have had to give me down about 33.60. So I'll just take it out. I'm not looking to reverse into the long, not while the market has yet to take out these highs. I have a couple of longs on board that I think will be okay with, so I don't need added exposure into it. And maybe it is just going to have to be meta.
Wow.
I'm not really getting more out. I think we can see 138 still on this. Alphabet, I keep saying, looked relatively strong. Now it's starting to kind of go the other way. So it's starting to fade off a little bit here. Like you said, it's just a bit of a chop fest overall in the market. There are specific names out there that are going. We talked about some of those small caps. I'm not ignoring this stock, and out of obligation, not obligation, but that IPO from yesterday, AMV, it is halted to the downside. So I know some people have been talking about this. It's indicating a 185 open off a 211 halt. I don't know if it goes down for the rest of the day, but it's starting to give it up a little bit. This was like 30 bucks, and it closed at $82 yesterday, opened at 30 bucks. So it could go a heck of a lot further to the downside before it catches a bit, but it is halted. Volatility should be opened up in about a few seconds here as it's a 10-minute halt on AMV, yesterday's IPO.
Yeah, AMV is a good one there. I was looking, I know I have Apple up. That's not what I was looking at. I was looking at Microsoft. I was thinking about a short there for Microsoft. It's weak into this market. If the market does want to fall, Microsoft's down 0.4. The NASDAQ's only down 0.19. So that's sort of where I am with that name right now. So Microsoft, I am looking for a short. I feel like we can get it. If it comes back to VWAP up there, this 236, it looks like a decent short opportunity into that level. So a little bit of a pop up here for Softy, and we'll get into that short. I like it. We'll just got to see. It's got to work, right? So I don't know. We're long AMD, we're long Apple. Amazon's kind of getting faded as well. I mean, if we want to go short on something, we've looked at Amazon before, but you can see today it's up 0.6, so it's actually more aggressive than the market. So I'm going to stay away from Amazon for today, but I guess it's Microsoft is the kind of the short that I like there against that 236. So a little bit of a bump up for Softy. Let's go short on that name. So that's one that I'm looking for. Up to 236. We'll start at about 235.80 and then get out if it takes 236. So let's go. See if Microsoft can give us that little bit of a bump up here. We're $1 in the money on Apple, $1 in the money on AMD.
And look at NVIDIA try to charge. 127 is going to be a big one for NVIDIA. I still have Micron on here, but if this reverses at 127, I got to respect that it could pull the chips back into the downside. So I'm watching closely some NVIDIA as I hold on to the long in Micron. I think we're starting to go. We're back 146 Apple. Meta's making a charge at 137, so that 138 could come into play rather quickly. Already time for happening now, and a fresh coffee.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Hey guys, 10 o'clock happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out today. Add them to your trading strategy. Chart Prime, thanks to them once again. Here's a look at the market right now. Nicely green across the board here. 0.63 for the S&P, the Dow, the Russell. Almost a full percent there for the 2,000, leading the way so far. The NASDAQ Composite and 100 still in positive territory, but only 0.3 right now. So tech is lagging ever so slightly. A few things we were discussing if you joined us in the pre-market. Apple, the iPhone 14 production note. Biogen, big move here. We'll show you in a second, but the Alzheimer's trial data that came out better than expected, worth noting. LLY just made an all-time high for Eli Lilly on this note. Rivian, further production delays to come, apparently, according to RBC. Yeah, here's Rivian, up now 1.5%. What production delays to come? There's Biogen still leaking downside. Some of the other Alzheimer's related names, as I mentioned, Eli Lilly at highs currently. Guys, back to you.
I might have just missed the spike to 120. Look at the wick top on the market. 127 just rejected on NVIDIA. Hardcore there. So I'm gonna get out of Micron because, like I said, if we get a turn there, then I want to get out of Dodge. You're seeing a huge potential dump there. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. Wick top on NVIDIA, wick top on Apple as well, as the market is starting to give it up back. We broke out for like 3 seconds at that high, and now you're seeing a flush.
I mean, now we're $1.30 in the money on the short on Microsoft. Like, come on, man. Sausage cannon to the face. Boom. Right there. What a great trade this has been, man. Look at this Microsoft trade. Average, we had to average into it. I mean, it's not like it's a monster trade. I have no idea where that spike came from, but there's Microsoft right now. A great movement for the downside. I'm going to get another piece out at 40 if we can now. Put that $1.20 in our, maybe it's going to rip up here. I was going to put that $1.20 in our pocket. Give me that 40. There it is. Yes, sir. Another one, man. Wow, good trade there. Meanwhile, look at this Apple out. We got a one. I mean, Apple just ripped up there. We got a 140. I was just waiting at the 200 period. We got a 146.27 fill right there on Apple. We are just cruising right now. Wow, Randy, $1.50 in the money on Softy right there. So a nice little move down there for Microsoft as it goes right back to its day low. This is the work that I'm putting in. This is what you have to do. You have to put the work in. You sit there, you watch the stocks, you talk about them, you trade them, and this is what we're doing every single day. Hit that like button. Let's go, guys. This is a big moment here for us on Trader TV Live, man. Your boy is definitely leveling up. So let's go, man. Microsoft, a nice little move to the downside. We took advantage of it. Let's see where this market goes. Man, this is a good time. Thanks for watching. Thanks for finding us, man. These are the hits that you guys want. That's it, man. 3 for 3. I don't know. It's only 10:03. The market's been open a half hour. But, hey, we love this game. It's fun. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, and look, there was actually a spike up. If you're wondering what happened in the market there, bonds ticked up. And bonds tick up, the market pulled back in. So that's where you get these wick-off tops that just happen. I think you want to stay the course in terms of some of the names that are in there. I still see relative strength. I know we're in a bit of a flag situation in Meta. We've already scalped some out. I want to see if we can buy bids on or get dip buys at 136. Remember I talked about Alibaba? Do not want to ignore the strongest sector that's not in the Alzheimer's space, but it broke the low and then immediately claimed it. So you just had a wick bottom on that channel. That gives some hope for NIO, and I don't mean to ignore Pinduoduo, which a lot of times when you get these Chinese names going, you'll say Alibaba out there. Pinduoduo had a more significant pullback, so it looks like Baba's got a better bid than PDD. I'm in NEO, which is now getting back up toward that high. Looks like it's finally going to start working out for us. But Apple just rolled over again, and if Apple can't actually break out of this bottom, it's going to be hard for some of these longs to work. I took out Micron. It's only Meta that I want to roll with here. And even Tesla, which I got wicked out of, that's showing a little bit of signs of strength. I don't want to be forcing anything. It's now 10 o'clock. This is when you revisit some of the price levels that you liked from earlier on. That brings me right to NVIDIA. The short at 127, I wasn't quite quick enough to catch it because, quite frankly, there was no bid up there. It was the algos driving it up, and there was really no liquidity up at 127. I'll get that short off that high if we get back there. If we don't, fair enough. I want to buy dips at about 123.
I'm short Microsoft right now. It's nice. Prad sits down and instantly giving credit. So shout out to you, Prad. Thanks a lot for that one. Microsoft, I'm short Microsoft 236.65 right now. Yeah, 666. Yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, that's right. My average price right now on AMD is 66666. So what's up? What's up, Joseph Morgan there? Sean Cattina is the Mac Daddy of traders. The Daddy Mac will make you jump, and that's exactly what this market's doing to me right now. We're jumping out of our seat on some of these trades, man. I mean, this has been such a great day to trade. We're $1.80 now in the money on Microsoft. And again, it's just about knowing what you want to trade. And when the market happens, like Neil said there, when the algos kick in, man, that's, you go over. I was watching Softy. I knew I wanted against that 237, so I took it. It could have ripped against me, of course. But that's why we're here. Like, here to trade, here to make these moves, and just here to see what's going on. So that's a big move for me there on Microsoft. We just took it out there for that $1.80 or whatever it was there. $1.50. We were $1.80 in the money. It just came back in for that trade. And then we're just going to hold on to our AMD and our Apples, man. I mean, there's not much else to do. Amazon right now, I mean, there's lots to do, but Amazon with a short sell at 115. We can have a quick look at that one as well. That's been good. We should have actually, I'm happy that we went over to Microsoft. So, they're both $1 plus now in the money, but this could have been another name. We talked about doing the research. doing your homework and understanding what you want to short at the right times, when that's going to come through, right? So right there, Amazon should have probably gone over to that. We knew we wanted to short Amazon. We could have used 116 as our out, but it's a nice pullback right back in for some of these names. So now I'm sort of rethinking about this long again, possibly getting out of some of these names, but I'm going to hold Microsoft. We only have a small, again, 10% left. 10% left on actually on all three of these names right now, but it looks like AMD is breaking a little bit lower. We'll miss out on getting out on the very top for AMD, but what a great day trading here today, and I just hope that you guys are enjoying yourselves. We'll go 3 for 3 and be at a really nice spot for us right now, but more to come. We just need to find the right opportunities, maybe Roblox or something.
I haven't really looked at Roblox specifically, but I do want to note XPeng here getting dumped pretty heavily. I'm in NEO, so I'm going to look over at any Chinese name. Cause for concern here because NEO's holding up like Alibaba is, but XPeng under a lot of pressure. It's about to take out these lows. If we're going to find something that, and I want to find some shorts, we had a wick off top there. I think you have to go back to look at some of them. Obviously, Rivian, I like some of the prices at that 34 area. I can go back to that well. But XPeng beneath this 13 is a pretty significant floor. I don't want to sleep on Rivian, which is where I started out with. Still in the NASDAQ. It just got back beneath that 34 area. If this will load, it's not going to, so I got to go to the black chart. It just got back beneath that 34 area, so you have a bit of a head and shoulders forming on Rivian. As long as we confirm we want to stay beneath that shoulder, I'll jump right back into the trade. That gives you a wick off top on the higher time frame, but you have to peel back. If it gives you a setup on the higher time frame, you need to hold it on that higher time frame. So you can't be just getting in and out of it. I want to make sure we're beneath and holding below and then work into that short. I have a wick off top here happening in the market. And even Meta, which had been working so well to the long, gave you 136 to 137. Now it's breaking back below 136. I'm getting out of dodge on that one as well. It feels like some of these are running their course, and if there's a chance to get back in, it's a clean break at that high of the day, but the futures have rejected that top, and now I got to think about going back into the short side of the trade. With the exception of NEO, it's still holding up pretty well, but I want to get some Rivian back in there. And maybe even the second time it takes 145 could be the charm on Apple, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's coming back down. I mean, this is, it's going to look silly that we're holding this, but it's not really. It's a relatively small piece, and I thought that the market could continue to make a run there. Obviously, as rates were going upside there, we did get ticked down on that play there, so that's where we went short on the NASDAQ, and that's where we got out of another piece of Apple. So we're just holding a real small piece now as all of these names are starting to come back down, including AMD. I mean, AMD's made a nice move. And if you're gonna, oh man, I should just do this. It sucks because when you change up your trading style, and shout out to Pro Day Trader and things like that that have really said some nice things in the chat here. Great to see trading style evolve. He loves the new moves there and everything like that. So yeah, for sure. Thanks for that one. But honestly, it's more just like this is what the market's giving me right now, right? So you really got to make sure that that's how you trade. Trade what the market gives you, and you should be okay. You can't sit here and force trades to come through. Like this move that I got out on Apple, where was it right there? We were just sitting at the 200 period right there as the move went up into us, getting us out, right? So that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about when I sit there and say, follow your rules, understand where your money's coming from, make the right trades. I know that sounds ridiculous, but honestly, that's what's made the difference for me, just like that short there on Softy. But let's look for something else. All right, what about AMC? AMC is a name that I haven't traded in a bit. We did break that 750 the other day, which brings me over to 750 right now. That's the high here. I mean, we ripped up to 750 there. We were around there in the pre-market, so there are some levels here for AMC to watch out for. There's that 760 bottom, so you're only down 1.63%. If it gets going, I could see a world where AMC does take this 750 and continue its move back to the upside. But remember, this is a story of retail, right? I mean, I still don't think until the market starts to feel a bit better, still I mean, we're still at the lows of the market right now. The S&P is at 3660. I mean, it's not like we're in the clear for anything. Bed Bath & Beyond continues to get hit to the downside, right? This is another name that once the retail gets back in and those call options start getting bought, this is another name that could start to go. So you're only up 2 million shares today so far on this. So pretty light trading here for Bed Bath & Beyond. But this is another name that, hey, look, nice move down to 6. Stopped at 6, made the move back to 6. Like, these are not small moves, man. This is a 5% move. This is 30 cents on $6. Yeah, that's 5%. So it's a nice move back up to the upside right there. Watch out for a 6 bottom here on Bed, Bath, and Brendan.
Just reading. No. NVTA, Neil, you were just asking about this. NVTA, there was a headline on this yesterday. Nothing today. I was just reading a little bit more into this company because they're primarily, it seems like, cancer focused, but I was wondering if there was a neurological side to this. But yeah, huge move here. NVTA taking out day highs, but nothing in particular related to them.
Yeah, look, anything that's in the bio space today, you're probably asking yourself, are they related to the Alzheimer's pop, or is it on its own? It's a relatively good question. I think you should ask always and want to know. I don't want to make that assumption every time I look at a biotech name today. Alibaba just broke out the high of the day again, so made that wick off bottom, and I'm sitting here in NEO. I'm long at 1707. It's at 17. As Baba continues to run higher. So it's not as if NEO doesn't want to hold up here when the market pulls back. It's just that it doesn't want to run. And when Alibaba goes, Alibaba might just be the place to be. I want to buy some dips in front of 79, maybe give it to that recent bottom, and then look for a clean break at 80 because Alibaba is the way to go here. Even Pinduoduo, coming back over, it just bounced off VWAP as well and is starting to make some moves to the upside. I'm back into Rivian, want to be able to give that one some room. And then the only trade I've had on Apple was just that simple. Look, I liked one. I said if we break down off of 148, I wanted that short. The open was ugly in terms of looking at the quote, so it was a pretty difficult trade in there to try to work that short off of the 148. But the 145 break came and went. You're still holding the bottom end of the range. If it takes it again, then I'm going short again. Don't care. If it breaks that low of the day again, then Apple, if we travel all the way down there, I think we break it for good. And so Apple, I still feel like is going to be a short beneath that 148 for the bigger hold, looking for a bigger move there on Apple. Really haven't had one just yet. Outside of that big move to the downside at the open, if you're still checking out Tesla over here, it's still back and forth off 280. We talked about an inside day. Tesla's right on the inside. Now I don't want to do anything unless Tesla gets up to the high. You can maybe fade that or find some support down in those mid-70s. No diddling in the middle there. Something moving and breaking out is Alibaba. That's why I want to make my shift to Alibaba.
Brad shared a book with me, and I want to give a big shout out to him, but I don't know if I should be reading anything right now. Mark Douglas, Trading in the Zone. I know a lot of you have probably read it, but honestly, man, I'm already in the zone right now. So if I read that, maybe it puts me out of the zone, but you can never educate yourself enough and get as many ideas as possible. So I'm going to be checking out that book. Maybe not, but we'll be looking at that soon. That's the next one. It's a really super old one, and I know
it's been around a long time.
As a trader, I mean, you should be reading as much as you can, but I'm not, for me, I'm just sort of self-taught there, but there is lots of, basically nobody taught me anything other than just sitting here trading for myself and trying to go on it. So there are some great ideas there. I mean, I learned a lot from you guys in the chat. So that's that. But exactly what you just said there, Astralis Lux. Sean doesn't need to read it. He practices it. And that's what it's all about. But there's nothing wrong with getting some new ideas. I mean, and getting a different mentality, a different headspace. And hey, maybe if you're an X trader, you could be an X+1 trader if you do get that one little tidbit of information that happens to hit. So that's, I'll be reading that book. And I want to give a shout out to Brad right beside me here. So thanks for that, brother, for that hookup on that one. I may or may not read it, but it's going to be the next one on the list to go right now. Wow, MindMed's still down that 50%. That's pretty disgusting. MindMed just did that reverse split, of course, and went up to make sure that they got their regulatory standing above that dollar. But you can see here, this is not going to look good on our chart because we don't show the split, which I still got to put that ticket in. Man, I'm not doing that. Look at MindMed. I mean, you want to talk about a disaster. This stock, this is probably the worst stock, honestly. 44, there's other ones that are worse.
Fair,
what's not fair?
Oh, wait, because when it's small cap, it's...
No, I'm just saying, it's $80. I mean, this went this high is when they listed. So they listed on the NASDAQ. They bumped up to 85 bucks. It's now down to $3. So you go from $85 to $3. I mean, if there's a worse one, I don't know of it right now, but that's pretty nasty to make that kind of a move there for MyMed. But again, it's a nice move to the downside. If anybody was able to catch that, you're now bouncing off of 3, so that's why I bring it up. I mean, that bottom of 290 there, maybe there's something involved with that. Wow, my net is just rocking right now. Like Apple just retook. Like, hello. Wow. I mean, forget Microsoft be damned right now. I mean, that doesn't even matter. All these other moves right now are just rocking us right now to the upside. So a nice move here for AMD as well off some of those bottoms. Wow, man, instead of like talking to Pratt.
Well, the thing is,
yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just got into Baba, but someone made a good note. It's like, well, if you take any stock, you can say HKD, and that's almost unfair because some of the moves that happened to the upside and some of these were ridiculous. And just,
wow, I mean,
you know what
yeah,
I mean?
every day you're going to get those kind of moves
and it's
coming through. But HKD from 2,500 to what is HKD right now?
I actually don't know. I mean, I don't pull that stock up.
I still don't think
honestly
HKD is different. I mean, it's better. I mean,
I almost
MyMed,
don't want to pull it up.
MyMed would still be. I'll pull it up. I mean, 2,500 back to 50 bucks. That's bad. But is it worse than 89 down to 3? I mean, someone smarter than me can do that math and tell me where we are on that one. So I still think it's MyMed, but I mean, maybe the math will prove that one wrong. Okay, so it's a nice move up for Apple. Just wondering, do we again get out, at the high of the day there for Apple? Come on, Apple, switch it over. Oh God, the chart's not participating right here. But there we go. You're right back to that level on Apple. I said last time we got out at that 50 period. This time we're not. Let's see if it does give us a little bit more juice here to that upside as AMD's trying to go. AMD's nowhere near the high, so that could be a move that gets kicked in. And then maybe this is giving us that opportunity, which it looks like it is, to short Amazon. I got to do more work. Like, there are trades that I can get into right now. It's just I missed that dip buy, which sucks because that was a great dip buy opportunity in Softy, in Amazon down there, and in all the names. I mean, everything popped up. AMC is trying to get to that 750.
I don't trust AMC.
Yeah, I don't trust AMC either. Okay, so here's the name.
Here comes the pop's happening in NVIDIA right now. I'm still offering in front of 127 on NVIDIA, but you're getting inside moves on so many things, right? So like, it's like, look at Neo. Like, every time Alibaba goes, I'm just essentially adding to Neo, looking at this. If we break the high, then you have $1 worth of room, but you still have an inside day. Like, there's nothing telling me until we break 1660, what's this doing? Absolutely nothing at this point. So there's nothing to do except be very patient waiting. If we get an upside day, then this has a chance to run $1. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit back and sort of relax on. I've now gotten involved in Alibaba to the upside. But again, have to give that one some room. It's still inside of its channel. So wait for the prices to come to you. Allow your levels to hold. If it hasn't broken or broken out, then you don't have to rush into or out of trades. As we go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning. A ton of these little small caps moving around on that Biogen note. I'll show you one of them. It was more a job, I guess, or a task of just identifying what was relatively strong, what was relatively weak at the open. ABOS broke to the downside. That held this 850 a couple of times in the pre-market. So I was just watching 850, kind of chopped around initially at the open before breaking and clearly trading below 850. So that was a key. It gave you a move right through to 750 before it did bounce. It actually broke 750, bounced back up to 8. Now we're failing again for ABOS. Volume already dying off though. BIAF on that warrant note we were discussing was all kinds of strong, holding 350 at the open there. Clearly wanted to go higher, so that gave you a nice long opportunity up to 420 from that 350. Got out of the final piece there for break even. Might be worth a fade, actually, now that I look at this. I got away from it, but BIAF, very, very strong so far this morning. Tops, huge move today. They, at one point, used to say when the shippers start to go, that was a sign the market had topped, but we're clearly not near the top, guys, for tops.
I see what you did there.
Nice one.
I like that one. I like it. It's a good one. So I did, like I said, I got into Alibaba here. I do like the notion of this 80 level being a key line in the sand, but 81's been the resistance the last couple of days. So I'm into like this sort of sitting in it on the flag, right? So it's got a bull flag set up. This is a 15-minute chart, by the way. So I got the long inside of the flag. If you do break higher, then I kind of give myself a better price instead of punching the top. But we could always reverse. Like remember, if we break to the downside, you could have a huge reversal on something like this. I look over at Apple, and I wish it was at 148 so I could say this because it's coming up to this 147 simultaneously as the market tries to get back up to these highs. Like if we fail, I'm looking at the NASDAQ by the way, but the ES can show you the same thing. If we fail this wick top again, then Apple 148, it's going to end up being a pipe dream. When that's the price I've been waiting for. The only short I jumped back into was the one I started out with, and that's going to be Rivian. Essentially puts in a wick top. Now I'm going to work right back into this trade. If we fail from these levels, then I do have Rivian, and we see if we can get that one dead to rights. But I do want Apple shorts. This is the one stock that I'm pretty convinced of beneath a certain price. I only want to be holding in one direction, and 147 instead of 148. This is where it's getting tested as the market tries to get through those highs. If it breaks out, obviously I'm not going to put it on. Then we can hopefully get BOVESPA to get going to that upside. But Apple is still the apple of my eye. It's just not 148. It's now 147 as the futures reach resistance.
Yeah, Apple, we're still in the money $1.50 on Apple as it's, yeah, I mean, wow. Okay, Apple. All right, so as that was ripping, we did short Microsoft again. We took a little bit of profit on it off of that short, but there's the rip back up to the upside, so we will drop down and lose a little bit there on Microsoft. I still like the short, but not going to fight it. If it wants to take out some of these top levels, we'll get out of that one. Still positive on Microsoft today, so all is fine there. But look at Apple, man. $1.80 in the money now off that bottom. Let's see if we can get to that 147 area that Neil was just talking about. I mean, I like that level.
Right now,
it's right there right now. Yeah. But yeah, just continues its move to the high side right there for Apple. And those of you, you're now up 0.23. I mean, we're looking long today. I hope you guys were as well. It's a nice little day. The day's not even anywhere near over. This market is so choppy. We were down 0.3, now up 0.3.
Meta 137.
Back and forth. Yeah, Meta's a monster. AMD's a monster. Apple, all these tech names are monsters. Unleash the Kraken, Brendan.
Another one that's a monster as well. Netflix, guys, day highs here on decent volume, worth noting 4.3%. They released a new password sharing test in multiple countries, according to Streamable today. As soon as that came out, this thing popped up about $1.50.
Oh,
so I was just sort of saying Meta taking out that top again. So look, we like Meta originally. We took 136s, said we'll get back to that if it's 137. The futures are going to break that high, so I go to the relative strength name that I like. So I grab some more Meta in here as that continues to go to the upside. Look, I should be scalping something out, obviously. We'll get some orders out there. If it gets to that 50 level, because I've seen it respect that 50-cent level and those dollar levels, then I got to make sure we're paying ourselves out into that range. But Meta starting to show some signs of life, or again, I should say. And Tesla, that's another one I don't want to get too far away from. That just broke out from that 280. So it looks like Tesla does want to try to test that 284. That still has a resistance level that I want to respect, but you can play inside it if you want. I like Meta to the long side. I'm going back over to that well because it's been pretty good to me. And NVIDIA off that 127, I did get into the short. I was already able to scalp some out on NVIDIA as it did pop in, fail again at that 127. On the way back down, I got it. I wish I'd got it on the way up. I didn't. On the way back down, already starting to get some out on the way to VWAP here on my 15-minute chart.
All right, so we'll short Amazon here as it's up to that 115.40. I mean, that high today, I don't really see anything on the chart. So I think we gotta, look at maybe a 46 or something like that. But again, that's 66 as the high. So I'm gonna get out, honestly, if it breaks above that 115.66 area or so. Maybe we'll use 75 as our breakout area. But this name is getting excited to that upside. So let's not take too many shares here on that name. I'm going to average up again on this. So we're short now at 43, which is right here. I mean, there's really no worries into that trade. But let's just put an offer around the 60s now to average in. We're long Apple, we're long AMD. So you know, if the market continues to go, we have that covered. But again, we're going to put on much more shares, in Amazon at these levels than we have already in both AMD and in Apple, because we're already out of those. So this is a new position. So we'll hit the new position siren right now. We've been talking about it again. It's on the sticky note, these shorts for Amazon, but I did expect the market to go up today, but Amazon's really strong. It's stronger than the market. So these are not general shorts that I really want to look at, right? So let's see if we can get back into 115, maybe a first out 115.20 or so, but there it is, man. It's ripping now. There goes Amazon. We have our outs triggered. So, you know, if this breaks, here it goes. It's going to break right now. The market is just
now we're going.
Oh, yeah, let's go, man. We're getting accelerated right now to the upside. As I hear Branko say, hold it. The market is definitely moving to the upside. Yeah, hold it if you want, but if you're short, you may want to get out like I'm doing here on Amazon in a couple pennies.
Yeah, and we talked about some of these names that were relatively strong. Like Alibaba was already at the highs. I instead of taking the top break, which I guess you could have done, I got inside as on the higher time frames was making that bull flag. You still have to chew through 80, which does lead me to want to offer in front of 80. I should definitely be doing that as we get up there. And then Neo finally started to go, so that one's starting to churn. But Apple, it's like Apple needs to break 147. It's like this, it's still here. Like the market took out that high pretty convincingly, and Apple didn't actually break the 147 level. Looks like we're still holding it up. That does lead me to say that it's going to be trouble to follow through on this move without Apple, but it's only a matter of time here. I don't want to get out of the Meta breakout until we either have a pullback in Apple or the futures get back below that high. We have not done so, so I want to stick with the long in Meta, stick with the long in Neo and Alibaba. Those ones are solid. As far as Nvidia goes, if it breaks 127, I'm out of it. I took one out there in front of 126. My stop is in place above 127. I don't want this getting through the high. And I almost don't want to look at Micron, because if that one's still going, I did get out of my Micron long. No, actually, that was a good out, I suppose. Micron is not going to the upside on this move. So any relative strength that had is pretty much out the window. I'm not happy to see it go down, but I did get out of the long, so I'm happy to see that that was a decent decision at least.
Yeah, no, and there goes Amazon, guys. The thing is, saving grace, we only had 70% of our position on, because look what happened. It came right back down, and we should have, I didn't have any bids at 45 there, but we did get some out in the 50s when that did come back down off of our short. So we were able to salvage a little bit on that trade. Obviously not enough, but you know, out of 30% for flat, lose 70, I think it was 20 cents. Or so on the Amazon trade, 16 cents there on the Amazon trade. So we did lose on that one as it takes it out, and that's it, man. Go to the upside now for Amazon. So a nice little trade there if anyone was long. Now you're looking at the 116 area. I just don't know if I want to go short this name until we get up to this, you know, 118, something like that. There are so many hero plays here today, but honestly, buying that Apple dip that went down there to 145, I mean, that was about... Honestly, you're not going to get a more clear buy signal. You get a couple wick downs there, and now you're, I mean, obviously to estimate that, I mean, look at the market now. A lot of people doubted me on that one. It doesn't matter. You're up 0.6 right now. I've made wrong calls before, obviously, and I'll make them again. But there goes Apple. We're $2.50 in the money on this trade. So, I mean, this is a month maker for many. It's a beautiful move to the upside. We just stopped at 147.50. Maybe that's where we stop now, but the market could still blast a hell of a lot higher than this. So I feel comfortable sitting in this trade now. We've been sitting in it for the whole day. Our position came in at 9:45 there. So we'll hold this. We'll see where we go, but I don't think we're done yet on this name. More to come here for Softy, for Apple to the upside, and then Microsoft up to 238. Wow. Big time movement here for Softy as well. This market is just like, we're $2 in the money on Apple, $1.50 in the money on AMD. AMD just wicking the top as well, 68.20. Maybe that's a good out there for AMD.
Yeah, I was just noticing, yeah, Nvidia didn't take out the high either. So I didn't get stopped out of Nvidia, oddly enough. And John, that's great, and you like Neo on the buy the dip, but to me, it hasn't even moved yet. Like, yes, it's bounced up like 20 or 30 cents, but it has yet to take out the top. We've already seen that happen in Alibaba. I did scalp the breakout on Meta that finally pushed into 137.50, so that first 50 cents. I scalped some out as it did that finally. That looks like it's going to continue to head upside, but the market is starting to pull back in here. All I got left short-wise is going to be NVIDIA as we go to Brendan at 10:30, one of my favorites. What's going on in the world of crypto?
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update on some of the headlines making moves today as far as crypto is related. It was all about this move from the Bank of England, who, if you missed it, stepped in this morning to hold up the pound a little bit with some bond buying going forward. So that had Bitcoin back to the upside this morning, but everyone paying attention to that UK-related risk and headlines today. Here it is. Green candle. This is a daily chart for Bitcoin, but trying to hold 19,000 currently for BTC. There's the big board from Binance. BTC down 4.3, ETH still 4.6, 1322. Polkadot, Matic, and Shiba Inu also all in the red so far this morning. Happy to say our friend Jordan Fried is in the building and getting set to join us very shortly to discuss not only all of these, but everything related to immutable holdings. So looking forward to Jordan Fried coming up here in a few minutes, guys.
Yeah, big time, man. I mean, we're super excited. It's nice to hear that Bitcoin's trying to hold that 19,000. That's a good little look there. But, I mean, AMD right now, let's just hit the sirens. Here we go. AMD, look at these bottom picks. We're long down here, 66.60, 66.70, man. And now you just ticked up again, up to 68.30 right now on AMD as we continue to rock and roll here. I want to try to find a short, but for right now,
there aren't many.
There are many, so I'm going to hold off on that. Square's up 3% right now and trying to go as well even further. So let's just hold it right now. We're going to go, yeah, buddy, on that one. A couple good ones. Fire off the cannons right now. Give me that. As we go, a nice little movement to the upside. The market is blasting. I'd hate to say it, but we talked about it. You remember early when we had this guy. This was a bear. We turned this into a bull. Now, whether or not it goes back to a bear is up to the market, but I had that spidey feeling today, and there it is right there. The call on the long, and we are huge, and that's what trading's all about. Let's go.
Yeah, it's going to the upside here. Look, I'm going to get another couple offers out here on Meta, as we just got to 11.4 on the NASDAQ. And the other thing, I'll find my chart for you in a quick second there because I want to show you UVXY. But we just touched essentially the top from yesterday and are putting a little bit of a pullback in here. So I'd like to see us hold that bid, and obviously with only now in the long positions at this point. If we can hold that bid, I think we have just a ton of room to the upside to the next level, like 100 points on the NASDAQ. I understand some people look at the ES there, and it's not that I want to ignore it. It's just we tend to be in tech names, so that's why we're looking at the NASDAQ index. I understand the ES is moving as well. The obligatory, what is happening in the rest of the world? Biogen. If you're still trading some of those names, I said watch Biogen. If it continues to fade, there will not be a long or a good long in those relative strength names that also have Alzheimer's drugs. There hasn't been a bid, so you're not seeing me in ABOS, and I probably will not get that trade. Tesla just got to resistance at 284. If I'm looking for something that gives me at least where I know where I'm wrong, it would be at that 284 level, much like NVIDIA. When it got to that top at 127, 284 on Tesla looks like a pretty reasonable high. I'll take my shot off this, but I want to be risking $1 instead of risking $5 trading against the grain in Tesla.
Yeah, no, for sure. Be careful with all your trading here today, guys. I mean, we can't be more clear about that. The market is just on one today. It's moving nicely to the upside here. No surprise, but again, big time market movements happening, and glad to be a part of them for everybody here today. What's up, Henry Z? I told you, I can't be president. I've already told you that, man. I do not have the right citizenship to be president, Henry, but I would love to be. Nah, it's too much work. I'm going to sit here and trade for you guys every day, no matter what. So, yeah, great. Yeah, no. Let's go to Palantir, though, for you here as we get ready to have Jordan Fried come on again. Owner of NFT.com, Immutable Holdings as well. 4.5% upside, so this is why Henry's excited. It's a nice move upside for Palantir today, up that 4 to bit percent. That NVT is, of course, a Cathie Wood name that she's been pumping from day one.
DNA also.
Yeah, like
Cathie Wood has bought DNA every day this week. It's like when I went to her site, it's like every day, and it's the #1 buy the last week.
Yeah.
And of course, the stock's up today. I don't know if that has anything to do with Cathie Wood, but that DNA, if you're looking at that runner, she's been buying it up. She probably is buying it again today, to be honest with you.
I kind of say that tongue-in-cheek, like, no, it has nothing to do with Cathie Wood, because honestly, like, if you've been like a Cathie Wood follower or anything like that, your portfolio is worse than mine right now, to the downside. I mean, every single name that she's been pumping, sans Tesla. Tesla's actually holding up. However, you know, she was very, very bullish at higher levels as well on that name, and it's just not the great. I'm not going to sit here and hate on, you know, an ARK or anything like that. I mean, here's ARK right now. The thing is, it's just the wrong timing, right? I mean, you're a genius when you're buying little companies when money is free. But when the environment changes and you're, you know, laying into some of these names, you are going to continue to get hit. And there's ARK right now, just like the market. I mean, honestly, you know, the drop down is way worse than the NASDAQ or anything. I mean, you're going to go from, you know, 135 down to 35 right now. But if you do believe, look at Apple right now. Holy gosh, Apple is just ripping. But what I'm getting at is, if you believe in the market, ARK is probably a decent spot right now if you want to pick something up and just be diversified of all those kind of, you know, lower tier tech names. You guys know what I mean. There's ARKQ, there's the automotive, there's the autonomous, there's a whole bunch of different ARK names there. This is the flagship, the ARK KK. But we'll go money bags right now, because Apple just continuing to go up to the high side there. Apple 147.50. That looks like a decent out, no matter what I believe in this market. So I'm debating that right now, just getting out of Apple here, 147.50 on the next little rip up. We could get that right now, but Apple looks like it wants to continue its march higher. And AMD right now, just to give you guys an update before we go to Jordan, we do have a high right here for AMD around that 69 area. I'm going to try to get that out for $3. So, sorry, $2. Let's see if we can get 68.60 or so right there for AMD. It's been the top the last couple of days. I'm sure it looks similar on NVIDIA and all that. So let's wait to see if we can make some damage there on AMD. 68.60 is our target price for advanced micro devices.
And I took another leg out of Meta. There was another big spike as the futures, the ES got to 3,700. So we hit a key level on the ES. I want to take some out in case we reverse. Got some out in Meta. We talked about Tesla just now. Wait for Tesla to get to the key price. Tesla just touched that 284. Now rolling over back into VWAP. Why is that bid? I might have mispriced that bid. I want to be closer to 281 here on the next leg out. So we're able to catch that top.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with sitting it out, right? Like, wait around for it to get to that key high area, and then you can work into the short. I think we get into VWAP on this move, try to catch a couple of dollars on this Tesla trade, and I didn't want to risk 5. I wanted to risk 1 or less on Tesla. Looks like we're able to do that as the market pulls back in, like big pullback. Like I was just talking about Meta, up at that 138 area. Now we're back pulling into 137. So grab some Tesla into the short side. It's the only one I have on here. I'm going to bank at VWAP because I still think we're trending up.
Yeah, we are. I mean, the uptrend is definitely there. I don't know, some people mocking Arun's ES short. I don't know if he has it or not. Those levels that Arun talks about when he does give them to you guys are just literally that. I mean, whether or not...
We never got close to this level, though.
I don't know. Again, to be honest with you, I wasn't listening to the levels that he was talking about. But just so you guys know, just because we're giving some levels and stuff like that doesn't mean that things don't change. So I know Arun's probably watching. He can hop back on, let us know if he's in anything. I don't know if he's in anything. But remember, like some of those levels that they review, trading the futures is a lot of looking at volume, looking at level breaks, seeing the sort of exuberance when a level breaks and things like that. So I'm not sure if again, I'm not sure. Like was he talking about 3,700?
I drew a line at 3,740. So if I misheard that, that's on me. Because I just look at the upper band. I said that's the big resistance level. We haven't gotten there yet. So
I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. Like either he'd be in without. If I was looking at this as a major resistance, I don't know that you've really gotten into anything just yet. I think if we break this level on the ES, I mean, look at the chart. I'm not a futures trader, but when you look at when you pull a 60-minute chart back, we get through 3740. I mean, jam, like you're gonzo at that point, but we're not even, like we're still 40 points away or 50 points away on the ES. That could be a big one. Anyways, that's a line I drew. I did want to try to show you guys, where is my where are you, UVXY? I'll try to get the UVXY chart up in a quick second, but I also did want to note that 3,700, that pullback on the ES where you just got right here and pulled back in, as quickly as we dipped down, I'm going to come back over to Meta on the 3-minute, because as quickly as we dipped down and we're staring 137, it snapped right back up toward those highs. So we got a down wick, the buyers just stepped up in a big way on some of these stronger names. So that continues to run. And then Alibaba, which I don't want to ignore. I was late to the train on Alibaba. It's now touched $80 even like 3 times here, still running to the upside. I decided I want the long inside of the range instead of waiting for the breakout through the top. So I'm still sitting in this. I want to hold through a break on Alibaba at 80 because when this gets going, you know what can happen to that upside. Didn't get that next bid on Tesla, but I'm going to pay myself on that short because the market still wants to test the highs.
All right, we are getting ready to get locked and loaded there with Jordan Fried. So that's going to be coming up very, very soon, of course. And that's going to be an exciting one. Talk all about NFTs. We'll see exactly what they're talking about. And I see you there, Darwin. Yeah, no, Darwin was just talking about some of those levels that Arun had, not saying that he got blown out of the short or anything. But yeah, 3,700 right now for a nice little trade here on the ES. So just be careful with that. We'll see what happens. I like that level. Might be one to play off of as well. So be careful for that. And yeah, Darwin, there's not going to get, like I said, I just saw the comment there. You talked about the short in the futures. I've been long this whole time. So obviously when I was talking about the futures, I was talking about going long. So, but again, nice levels down here at 3650. That held. And now you're ranging up to 3,700. So a nice little 50-point range in the ES today. All good on that one. All right.
Now we're locked and loaded.
Now we're locked and loaded. We're ready to go. Brendan is at the big desk with our guest of the day.
Hey guys, yeah, super excited to have Jordan Fried. We're happy because it's been such an exciting market over the past couple of years. We'll get into NFTs, but Jordan Fried, if you're unaware, is the chairman and CEO of Immutable Holdings and NFT.com, which we'll get into here in a couple minutes, Jordan. But great to see you. It was exactly 1 year ago today, coincidentally, that we had you on the show the first time.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, I was just telling you, I had to be in Toronto for a conference anyway. I just now realized it's the 1 year anniversary of when we last spoke.
Right.
But I was not in your studio. So first, very impressive studio, very impressive operation here at Trader TV. I'm really happy to be here live.
Thank you.
And it's great to be back in Toronto. Toronto's bouncing back, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to be able to have you in studio. First of all, we went through, obviously 2 years of too many Zoom calls, and we're glad to have you in person. Let's talk about a few things here. I want to touch on the NFT marketplace to begin with, and also the crypto side of things we'll get into. But it's been a tough year, obviously, for investors right across the board. As far as it doesn't matter what what tool you look at, what instrument you look at, equities, digital currencies, NFTs, all on the downside because of the current environment. Give us your take here. If you're an investor in an NFT or in the NFT marketplace, what do you tell people at this point?
Yeah, it's an important question, and it's not just crypto, right? We're experiencing it across the board.
Yeah.
The macro environment is less than ideal. When you look at what's happening in the NFT space, obviously there's a 98% correction in the market right now, 97, 98%. Across the board, both in valuations of these NFTs, but also in volumes. You had some of the top marketplaces in the sector reporting crazy volumes. We saw billion-dollar days and multi-billion-dollar weeks in terms of trading volume for NFTs. A lot of that has dried up. For those listening, this is not the time to be buying NFTs from our perspective. And it's strange for me behind NFT.com to even be saying that, but for investors that are looking to get into the space, there's a much more, I would say, picks and shovel opportunity to look at companies that are trying to build in the sector that I'd be looking at. There are certainly deals to be had, but trying to pick winners between the Bored Ape Yacht Club and CryptoPunks and Doodles and things of that nature is incredibly difficult. It's hard to say which of these collections are still going to be around. We're far more excited about the dislocation in valuations from an equity perspective.
Right.
You guys are seeing some of it on your charts, and I think you can be really opportunistic with that.
Let's talk about that in the sense that there's been this correlation between not only the NFT market, but digital currencies as well, right across the board, and equities, more so than ever this year, particular, because of the current market conditions. What do we need to see as far as maybe moves in the space or maybe regulations to come in to not only get that disconnect back in effect, but get people a little more confident on the digital side of things once again?
So listen, this comes back to inflation and a strong dollar. I don't want to be holding any currencies in the world right now, especially I saw the pound was 95
Unreal.
cents for the dollar now. It's absolutely crazy out there to be holding any other currency outside the US dollar, and a strong dollar has hurt equities as well as cryptocurrency. All of us in the crypto space are finally feeling what everybody in the equity space has been talking about for so long. So you're right, that correlation exists. To break that, you've got to look at crypto inflation. So if you look at Bitcoin inflation right now, Bitcoin inflation, Brendan, annually is coming in at about 1.7%, right? Every 4 years, we have a halving event. The next one's scheduled for about spring of 2024. And Ethereum, pre-merge, was 4% inflation annually. Everyone was like, Ethereum as a fixed supply. It's actually somewhat ambiguous what the fixed supply of Ethereum is, but regardless, that had a 4% annual inflation rate. Post-merge, where actually that's about 75 basis points in percentage terms, annualized. So the merge has helped with that. But to break that correlation, what we're actually going to have to see is, I think something happen with the supply. So I do think that correlation will break. I think that you need to, as from an investor's perspective, ask yourself, what do I want to hold today?
Yep.
Do I want to hold pounds today, or do I want to hold Bitcoin? Frankly, I'd rather hold Bitcoin today than GBP, than pound sterling. And I think a lot of other investors are feeling that. At a certain point, the same will be true for the dollar, and I do expect currencies will rally at that point.
Give me your take on Ethereum post this update or merge, if you want to call it that. Where does this put Ethereum, back in play as far as the big players are considered?
Sure, you have to be short-term bearish with Ethereum, but long-term bullish. Short-term bearish only because of the age-old wisdom. You sort of buy the rumor, you sell the news, and you don't need me to tell you that.
Right.
But long-term bullish because a couple good things have come out of this, right? We obviously are seeing energy consumption 1/6 of what it was prior. I do think the new deflationary mechanisms in place, we are seeing inflation, actually live reported inflation on Ethereum drop, almost 4 percentage points, which is really impressive, or 3. And adoption's still there. Why I'm a little bit hesitant is it was really clear how regulators were talking about proof of work Ethereum.
Yeah.
It's less clear how regulators are going to treat a proof of stake Ethereum. Yeah. And that makes me a little bit nervous. Gary Gensler is very active, a little bit more so than his predecessor. Jay Clayton was a little bit more pro, sort of let the market do its thing.
Yeah.
So we're watching cautiously, but you got to be short-term bearish. I do think that ETH does stay tied to Bitcoin. I do think that it'll rally around the next Bitcoin halving.
Speaking of the SEC, is there a day where we see them finally step in and put something in place that will govern this market?
One of the reasons I love being up here in Toronto is the OSC, right? We all talk about the SEC, and probably a lot of your listeners here are, sort of fall in both jurisdictions. But the Ontario Securities Commission is far more progressive in their understanding of how these cryptocurrencies operate. And for companies like us, it's strange for me to be an American. I reside in Puerto Rico. For me to be up here in Toronto as often as I am, I'm here almost once a month, and to be publicly traded here in Toronto. And I think that a lot of that sort of stems from your question. The fact that we're all sort of waiting for them to sort of figure it out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you've got Mike Novogratz and others that are taking their companies public in this market. It says a lot about what Canada has done to welcome businesses like Immutable Holdings. I'm not as patient to just sort of sit and wait. We wanted to come to a country where we could operate our business sort of under the regulatory approval and a cover of the OSC.
We're glad to have you. Let's, for those maybe unfamiliar, let's talk a little bit about Immutable Holdings, because it was, as we said, it was a year ago today, which is still kind of mind-blowing, that we were talking. We were not in studio, which was disappointing, but on Zoom.
Sure.
And it was because you were going public on the NEO Exchange. So if you want to check it out, guys, HOLD on the NEO Exchange. For those unfamiliar, give them an overview of Immutable Holdings.
Yeah, Brendan, it's really simple. Our vision is to build businesses that increase awareness, access, and adoption of blockchain as a technology, but then these digital assets native to blockchains, like NFTs.
Yeah.
We operate NFT.com. It's one of our subsidiaries, and among that, we also have an asset management practice as well as a media arm. Our philosophy is really, if we can educate and build that relationship with an audience, we can guide them on their user journey and onboard the next couple 100 million people or the next billion people into the world of blockchain. If you actually look at the numbers today and why and what gets me so excited to wake up every day, you've got 300 million, maybe 350 million if we're being a little bit more generous, total users of public blockchain networks today. That number has got to get into the billions, and at the current growth rate, we should be over 1 billion users of public blockchains by 2024, 2025 timeframe. And to then have those people not just hold cryptos like Bitcoin and ETH, but then do things like engage in this NFT ecosystem, that gets us really excited to be building businesses for them. So we've had a tremendous quarter. Our Q2 results are public, and I don't want to just sort of be promotional for the company, but it's it's hard enough to build a business.
Yeah.
It's much harder to do so in a market downturn like the one we're experiencing right now. I believe we're one of the only companies in Canada, at least in our sector, that showed a net income in Q2, and that was certainly due to our NFT.com private beta, and we're really excited about that.
Let's talk about that a little bit more. NFT.com in private beta, as you said, set for public launch later in the year.
Yeah, absolutely. So the NFT market's incredibly fragmented. Everyone and their mother is launching an NFT marketplace. Christie's, Sotheby's. I think the folks at GameStop are talking about it. Reddit, right? And this puts a lot of pressure on sort of the existing marketplaces out there. NFTs exist not just on the Ethereum network, as you know, Brendan. NFTs exist on Solana. They exist on Avalanche. They exist on the Hedera Hashgraph network. NFTs are everywhere, and again, they're cross-marketplace. So the challenge is really, how do we bring that all together? How do we have one place where we can view all NFTs, regardless of the marketplace, regardless of the layer 1 protocol, because we believe that space is going to be commoditized, and aggregate all of it. With NFT.com, we start with the fundamental principle of everyone is an NFT. You're non-fungible. There's only one Brendan. You should own NFT.com/Brendan, and you should own it as an NFT, and that should be your access to a beautiful ecosystem of aggregated NFTs, where at NFT.com, you can view all the NFTs in existence. So private beta has been really successful. We have over 10,000 profiles created on NFT.com. We did a token-gated beta where you actually needed an NFT called an NFT.com Genesis key to access it, and thousands of people were able to get these and join us, and it's going really well. Once the platform's hardened, we've done 10 feature releases to this ecosystem. We'll be fully public and public beta before the end of the year is the goal.
Speaking of the end of the year, we have 3 months left. It's kind of crazy to think about it, but
it's wild.
Going into the last quarter of the year here, if you're someone who's sitting on the sidelines maybe looking to get involved, whether it be digital currency, whether it be NFTs, as an investor, what's your best advice at this point? What has you excited for the remainder of the year?
Sure. So I think there's a couple opportunities, and then I'll kind of give just sort of my personal take on the market. To be opportunistic, I'd look at two different areas. One is open source code, and one is, I think the dislocation. Specifically, when I'm referring to open source code, it's you look at like what's happened in the market with Celsius and Voyager, and then you zoom in on some of these things like let's take UST, the stable coin, the catastrophic stable coin that lost $40 billion plus in market value in a matter of just a few days, and all within a month's period. There's a lot of people who are quick to say this is the death of collateralized stablecoins. And I think it's the wrong way to look at it. Stablecoins collateralized by a forever inflationary layer 1 protocol token is probably a bad idea. And I think we've learned that from Do Kwon, and I wish him the best, but I think he's on the run right now, and there's still a warrant out for his arrest. But the underlying technology behind it may make more sense if you had that stablecoin collateralized by, let's say, Toronto real estate, which is a great market. And will experience corrections, but certainly less so than a volatile crypto asset. Or maybe gold. Maybe that'll take us to 100 years ago when we used to have currencies with more fiscally responsible regulators that were actually still backed by things like gold, hard commodities, and hard assets. So what excites me is taking the technology behind UST and applying it to something that may make a little bit more sense, and that maybe shouldn't have had a 27 or 28-year-old behind it, applying it to sort of a forever inflationary currency, but again, real estate gold. The next bit is just this dislocation. You can't not get excited. You go back 20 years ago and you saw things like eBay trading at a 50% discount to their cash on hand.
Right.
They were already profitable, and they weren't even being valued at a function of their future discounted cash flows. They were being valued at 50% of their cash on hand. Similar dislocations exist in the market right now. Guys like Sam Bankman-Fried with FTX are out there shopping, being opportunistic. The smartest people in the space are raising money right now. and they're doing M&A. We're among it. We raised money before the market correction. I felt that the market correction was coming, and we wanted to put cash on our balance sheet to be opportunistic. When I look at the market, finally, from my personal take, I think in crypto they'd call me OG. So one of the old guys who's been in the space for a while, and I'm young in every other sector, right? You tell by looking at my face. but in the crypto world, I've lived Bitcoin 1,000 to 200. I've lived Bitcoin 20,000 to 3,000, and just most recently, of course, 60, 70,000 now to where we are today, and we don't even know if the floor is in yet. Every cycle, people are quick to come in, right? They're quick to come in and send you their condolences, to tell you, I told you so, and check on you, and they don't really mean it. So from a personal take, what gets me excited, frankly, Brendan, is proving people wrong. This sector is not going anywhere. This sector is here to stay. Bitcoin, the network, has not gone down in over 12 years. It's not going down in the next 12 years. The only way to turn it off is to turn off the internet itself. What gets me excited is taking that tech, applying it to things that matter. And I think, now in this quiet period where there's less of that exuberance in the market, there's a lot of real people building. So what I would encourage your listeners, the people out there viewing right now, to look for the guys with the chips, guys and girls with the chips on their shoulders that are actually building real businesses in the sector, that have done it in a bootstrap way. And this whole exodus, you see all these executives leaving FTX and leaving Coinbase and leaving elsewhere. They're not cut out for a bear market. Bear markets are hard. Building a business is hard. But what gets me excited is building a real business during this downturn.
Jordan Freed is chairman and CEO of Immutable Holdings. Guys, check them out, HOLD on the NEO Exchange. Great to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming by. Guys.
Love the ticker.
Great,
too,
great.
obviously.
Love that talk, man. I mean,
not going anywhere is sort of the key.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, I mean, I like that inflation talk there. And actually, the stable network there for Bitcoin, I mean, that's pretty interesting
big
statistic
deal,
as well. And then you talked about NFTs being built on other networks. For me, I'm a fan of Cardano, so I like the ADA. So yeah, good little talk there. Thanks to that. Thanks, Jordan. Check it out, man. Great segment. We'll love to have him back as soon as possible.
Anytime, always welcome. Look, we have 2 minutes to go, and we fire you guys off to Mr. Chai Tea and to Sharif and to Trader Pratt. Just a couple of things. NEO finally broke out of its range, so you'll see I'm not in the NEO long. It's still in I'm not long NEO anymore. I had that 1705. I did take it out. This is me getting out when it broke the bottom end of the range. I'm still in Alibaba. This is why I went over to Alibaba and I didn't mind getting into it late, because relative strength is what it is, and I just need to be where it was moving. So that broke that. I got in the bull flag, and then it broke 80. It got up to 80.25. I took another leg out there, so we grabbed 75 cents there, and I want to hold on to the rest of it. Meta is still flying. I'm going to give you the caveat here. Meta is flying into yesterday's high at that 139. So we've only been long Meta. This will be the long name that will end up working for me the best, because I was way too late to Alibaba. But the ES just put another top at 3,700. So I'm not really in any shorts right now. I wish I had something that I liked to short. Maybe even the futures would work well. But 3,700, another test of that level, a wick top and breaking back downside. That's why I'm out of NIO. That's why I paid some more out on Meta and on that Alibaba trade. Because if we reject this, we could have a significant pullback, at least a decent pullback, which are healthy in up move, which is what we've got. I'm going to stick with Meta and Baba. I never really got into Alphabet at any point. I'll check back in on that one and see if it's actually doing anything.
All right, new position alert right now. We only have a minute left to go, but we'll do this right here just real quick, man. We shorted PayPal off that top. So PayPal came to 87.50. We shorted it. We're now short 87.25 on PayPal. Update on Apple. We get out of Apple to end that trade. Mamma mia, that was a banger right there for me on Apple. So Apple comes out right there as it breaks back down below. We take down that 50 period and start to go lower. All good though, man. Short right now, PayPal, out of Apple. Still have AMD. But yeah, what a great morning it is. You're about to have even a better experience right now, because Trader Pratt and Sharif, and thanks Sharif again with the chai tea there. So that's good. We'll let it steep a little bit more this time. But yeah, off
Not
to-
more than 5 minutes, remember?
No, yeah, yesterday someone put in the chat, don't steep it for more than 5 minutes, but I feel like it's probably already been 5 minutes.
Easy.
Yeah, you been about 10, it says Sharif
Easily.
right now. So, okay, there goes PayPal, by the way. Now breaking back below, so let's go, man. We'll give ourselves a little slap up here as PayPal wants to get to the downside. If this market collapses, man, we got a good position on right now with PayPal. But all right, thanks to everybody today, man. A great show there. Thanks to Brendan for that interview. It's been a good one, man. And without any further ado, the boys are back in town. Let's throw over to them.
Boys are back in town, baby. You know what time it is. It's time for your midday market movers mayhem with Trader Pratt and Sharif.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A lot of small cappers moving today, and ABOS is the one that's making the move right now, kind of pulling back a little bit into that 20 period, but it just made a nice break of VWAP and a high day at 950, Prad.
Yes, sir. I'm currently looking at Lee Auto, my #1 trade of the day so far, Lee Auto, but I'm also in a target trade at the moment. But let me show you my Lee Auto position, 60 cents in the money. I shorted the $25 break and never had to really look back as the stock continuously just kept going to the lower side today. Down 5% on the day for Lee Auto. And just recently, I wanted to go look at NIO too. What is NIO doing on the day? Sorry, I was just eating a banana bread, so I'm kind of choking on it. Maybe I should drink some water.
You all right?
My mouth is
I'll
just a
take
little
over
dry
for
after
a
banana
little
bread.
bit.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I've been watching a few small caps today, not just ABOS. Tops was definitely on my list. I had a couple of good successful trades on that TOPS. BIAF was also strong. Both Tops and BIAF now trading below VWAP, so they don't interest me at the moment. Same thing with SOBR. Sober was strong into the in the pre-market and after the bell, but now has since pulled back below VWAP. So not on my interest list. But NVTA looking to make really good upward pattern here. Not much in the way of pullbacks to enter. So this is kind of the one that you gotta either punch and just slowly, incrementally move your way up, because it's not moving all that aggressively. Like, look, we opened up at 235, currently 277. It is up 17.5% on the day, but fact of the matter is it's a slow one. It's $2 stock, so you're going to have to load up on size to make any meaningful gains here. But it definitely is, it's a strong one. So I've got it on my side chart, watching those two. Right when I sat down, I had a couple of really good trades on ABOS. Let me just move this screen off. How come it's not moving? That's weird. Yeah, here we go. All right, so ABOS, I had a nice dip trade. I set up a dip trade here at that 921 area. It had made a new high almost at 950. I set up a dip trade there and I scalped out with some size, 926 all the way up to that 937 area. So nice little dip trade on ABOS, Prad.
Right on. Still looking at what Target's going to do for us. I know the position board did not update yet, but as soon as I get my fill on Target over here, or I get stopped out, most likely on the break of high a day, because the market's still playing with the 3,700 marker, S&P 500, breaking the June low and creating a new 52-week low at 3,600 pretty much. 3,601, I believe, is the new low overnight that the market created. Ended up getting a nice bounce off of that bottoms on the S&P 500 futures all the way back up to today, where we are at 3,700, up 1% on the day. Even NASDAQ having a pretty good move back to 11,400, breaking 11,400 by about 20 points or so, and just playing around that whole range. So now we're just waiting to see if this market has a little bit more push behind it to maybe go up to 3,720. Does the market even have the move to even go to 11,450, 11,500 maybe on the NASDAQ, turn NASDAQ to up 1% on the day? Or are we just, slowly, incrementally going to find a way to the north side every single day until Friday, and then Friday maybe people sell off as we going into a weekend, the natural sell-off events as people go into the weekend and so on. Lots of variables here to still consider. I think we're waiting for 2 more economic key data to come out this week. If I remember reading the watch letter that we saw, the watch list that we sent out every morning in there, it entails exactly what to look out for. So right now the S&P 500 back to 3,700. I'm expecting the 3,700 to reject again, but if it doesn't reject and keeps on going, I'm gonna try and punch out of Target over here, which just now broke the high a day by 8 pennies.
Guys, do you remember Mara? Like, how long has it been since we traded Mara? At least it's been a minute for me. Do you remember when this one would hold $50 and it was a challenge getting this one down to $50, and that wasn't that long ago, guys. So some memories there. I just got into Mara. I got long at 10.56. It looks like it's moving a little bit with the market here. So if we're gonna make higher highs on the market, I'm betting on Mara. And what really caught my attention, I don't really usually trade crypto stocks, to be honest with you, but what caught my attention is my crypto watch list is all green, and most notably it's green changed since open, not just changed since 4 a.m. So like, look, for example, MSTR here, 3.12%, changed since up since 9:30. Coin is up almost 6% since the bell. GBTC up 2.5%, and Mara up 7.25%. So that's kind of what caught my attention. I'm keeping my eye on these Bitcoin stocks, especially if the market continued to make a move up. The market pulling back a little bit now, but Mara not pulling back as aggressively as the market. So that's kind of good that they're diverging a little bit. But yeah, I've got my out here on Mara at that 1041. I'm looking for the high of daybreak, that 1060 area. I'll scalp a little bit out at 1060. This is half position because I'm getting in near the high of days, so I didn't take full position. And then, I'm looking for that 1075, maybe 11. Let's see how the market does, if it's got legs, or this is as good as we're going to get. What do you think, privately?
Currently, sorry, I wasn't really listening to what you were saying. I'll be honest about that. But currently looking for the market to pull back for on QQQ. So I'm trying to go long SQQs over here at around the lower day range. So let's see if we can get into a quick little pullback on the market. 3,700 should reject on the market, right? S&P 500 being up 1%, I think is a good enough move on the overall S&P 500 today. Maybe later on, as we go into power hour later on in the day, we could see 3,700 really breaking, but until then, I'm not gonna really believe in the move until I see the move actually playing out with some volume coming up behind it. And as you see, volume right now, as normal, volume generally going into 12 o'clock slowly diminishes, and then once we hit 12 o'clock, there's an even bigger evaporation of volume event coming into the market. As the 11,400 rejects on NASDAQ, it did not reject yet, we're still above it, but as 11,400 rejects, SQQQ, which is the inverse 3 times leverage ETF of QQQ, should start going back to the upside. It is currently down 1.7%, reflecting the fact that QQQs are up today, or the NASDAQ market is up today. The overnight number that I was actually looking at on the SPYs today was the 3666 number, which played out as a barrier for a good amount of period on the SPY future, sorry. The 3666 area all the way up to 3680, eventually 3680 breaking, getting up to 3,700. Now we're just waiting to see what the market's doing. Brad Sharif, what's up, homies? Tell Sean good work today. Yeah, Sean, good work every day, man. That's not just today, every single day. Good work, Sean. Good work, Brendan. Good work, Neil. All of them over here as a team just continue to slay the markets for you guys. And all they ask is likes. Smash that like, smash that subscribe button, and share it with your friends and family.
Yeah, definitely. I want to ask you what you thought about Apple cutting production for the iPhone 14. You think that's kind of them acknowledging that we're going to hit a recession and people are going to have less disposable income to spend on a $2,000 phone?
Yeah, possible.
Yeah, that's kind of what I felt. And I think that's why Apple's a little bit weaker today. Apple's been the standout to me, guys. It's been the one that when the market was down, it kind of, didn't really go down as aggressively as the market. Now it's kind of leading the decline a little bit. But you have to, there's been that whole, are we going to have a soft landing type argument for a while now, and nobody's really had the answers to it, and the Fed keeps coming out, and so, Apple's got to forecast that, I guess, and that's interesting. Anyway, I'm looking at Apple, I'm talking about Apple here because I had a number of shorts on it today successfully to the downside, a couple of scalps. It's kind of, it's still a bit weaker than the market. Like when you compare the move that the market has made, Apple does look, the shape of the chart looks the same, but the aggression with which it moved up this on the market here off VWAP, it's definitely not shadowed in Apple. Apple definitely, just barely straddling VWAP at this point. So I'm looking for some shorts on Apple as the day goes on. To be honest with you, I'll short the pops. That's kind of my strategy going into the afternoon on this big cap. But anyway, it looks like we got up to that 1060 level, but I didn't get filled on my profit taker here on Mara. Kind of, you know, I think it went up to 1050. Did I get that 1060? Yeah, I probably did, but you know, the liquidity there was sparse, so I didn't get the fill at 1060. But that's my first profit taker there. I'm looking at 1065, 1070. I'll keep scalping some out. My out, like I said, is the bottom of this trough here at that 1041. If it goes against me that much, I'm out. Asam says AMV reverse maybe. Let's have a look at what AMV is. I don't even know what that is. Let's switch from Apple here. AMV. AMV's got like no volume. We'll have a look. Let's have a look at the daily chart. Okay, so this is what is this, an IPO or a SPAC from like 2 days ago? Let me find out. AMV. So IBKR says has nothing on AMV. So I've got no information. Can you find out on your thing what AMV is all about? I'm getting nothing.
Yeah, it's probably a SPAC. It says relative volume of 999,999, so it's ridiculous. It says all Atlas Motor Vehicles, so probably some sort of a new IPO of some sorts. We can also go check on the IPO calendar over here real quick. Let me just bring this screen over. Nope, not that one, Pratty. This one.
Pratty data.
So bring this one over. Pause this right there. Let's go to where's my IPO? Whatever, we'll just open a new one. IPO calendar. NASDAQ website. Scroll down. AMV, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Supposed to IPO yesterday. I believe today is the 28th. Yeah, supposed to IPO yesterday. It's supposed to open at $27.50. Shares available, 1.8 million. Offer amount total that priced in for the IPO was $50 million.
Yeah, this stock looks absolutely wild. My chart here says a high of day was 243.99. Now it's currently, I think, halted down. It's trading at 65.37. So a bit of a wild one there. I'm definitely going to keep my distance from this one. To be honest with you, this is a little reckless. But as we talk about that, now we're reaching that 1060 again on Mara. But I'm still not getting that print because, well, it's 1060 on the ask, not the bid. So it looks like there is quite a bit of size. Have a look at how much size there is here. There's almost 36,000 shares at that 1060 level, even more. There we go, right back to 1060, still not getting printed. We'll give this one time. If we can break through that level, great. I think it'll jettison, because look at the amount of share size at this 1060 level here. That's a lot. So I didn't really recognize the fact that that was a major level. Let me have a look at the daily chart before I send it back to Pratt to see if there's some 1060 importance here. One moment as my chart loads. It looks like yesterday's high was 1064. Okay, so I'm not really sure why that's an important level here. It looks like a couple of days ago's high was also that 1062. Okay, so there is a bit of a repeating pattern here that looks like that 1060-ish is a level here on Mara. That's probably explaining why we can't break through as easily as we should here, because there's quite a bit of size at 1060, Fred.
Right on. Lee Auto, my number one trade on the day, continues to, maybe continue to hopefully go lower. But right now it looks like it wants to bounce from some around the pre-market lows, 24.30s or so. It was a pretty good trade at the end of the day, though. You got around 70 cents at one point for an exit if you took it around 24.30s. Right now, giving it a little pop as the NASDAQ market is pulling also to the high of the day ranges, and the S&P 500 pulling back to 3,700, but we yet to actually break the 3,700 on the market over here. Also reloading on my target position a little bit. What stock is this? BR on New York. Broadridge Financial Solutions, only 600,000 shares traded on the day, but 7 times RVOL, and it's apparently getting really pushed down right now at the moment. I mean, yeah, I see that. I see the little drop that it has from 147 to 145. It's a little light on volume, and it's too spready too, but the relative volume says otherwise. I think I'm just going to be hands off on this. I'd rather go watch Target at the moment, which is trying to squeeze me all the way up to 154. My average price is 153.32, as you can see on the board right there. I don't want to be squeezed all the way there, but I'm I'm also waiting for the whole idea that as long as the S&P 500 rejects 3,700, maybe Target rejects these higher day ranges too and pulls back to the VWAP, allowing me to scalp a couple pennies here or there on that trade. Let's see what stocks you guys are trading at in the chat. Feel free to put the stocks that you guys are trading or want us to take a look at in order to maybe get into a trade. And Sharif and I will gladly do that for you. Quick glance at the chat. I see LCID. LCID today up 3.5% on the day. With how much volume has the stock traded? 5.4 million shares. The relative volume for LCID will be less than 1. So less than 1 relative volume, and pushing into pretty much into yesterday's ranges and pretty close to yesterday's resistance too. Yesterday's high a day was 15.19, 15.20 on LCID. We're pushing to around those levels. I think a short around 15.20, 15.50 will be something I'll try. If that one fails, then I'll be I'll be gladly stepping out of that trade and try it again closer to $16, as that one should be the no-brainer short. But for that, I think the market will have to clear 3,700 to the north side. If the market clears 3,700 north side, you probably see Lucid clearing 15 and going to 15.20, maybe even 15.50. But until 3,700 breaks, I think any type of breakout right now will be very muted, especially going into lunchtime where volume is lower. You need extra volume, that oomph, like a ketchup bottle analogy. When your ketchup bottle is empty, you shake it up and then you thump the back of the ketchup bottle so all the pressure's in the front, and then you just give it a nice little squeeze, right? So that's what you want. That's what you want with your breakouts too. You want the extra volume, the extra pressure to come in and really thump the stock through your breakout level and punch more through there and give it some follow through. Basically, is what I'm trying to say, and that's not what you're gonna get at these time of the days.
Yeah, I love that analogy. It's so true. You need volume to go up. No question about that. No arguing about that. I took out a little piece on Mara at 10.59 because I think we're really having a lot of trouble getting through that 10.60 level, and that size is not really diminishing. It's kind of staying there almost in its entirety, and we keep getting to 10.60 and I don't get filled. So there we go. We're testing 10.60 again, and the size is just maintaining itself. There we go. Got filled. Broke through 10.60 decisively there. Now printing 10.63s. I'm looking for another piece out at 10.65. Let's go ahead and put that in on that one. So there we go. Our profit taker is out on Mara. I also got into APRN. It's moving quite aggressively, up almost 15% on the day. Not really seeing that much news, to be honest with you, as I look up on my other platform there. Anyway, it looks like I got filled. Boom, up to that at that 585 level. I got in at 578 and my profit taker was 585. Got filled on that one. Right back down though into that 579 area again. Let's put another profit taker at that 590 level. So we'll go ahead and put that one. I've got my stop on this one, guys, at I'll update you on that one in a second. I just want to go check out Mara. Yeah, we're a penny away from getting filled on our next level at Mara, which is at 10.65. I don't see nearly as much size at that 10.65 as I did at 10.60. So we should get that print. There we go. Now printing 10.65s on the ask. Are we going to get filled here? We're fighting between 10.65 and 10.64, so we'll give this one time. But both very profitable trades to the upside. As I say that, APRN tanks down right into that 575 area, so I'm 3 pennies out of the money on this one. My out is going to be that 565 area, which is the height of this peak over here. So if it breaks this area of support, I'm out. Let me just verify for sure that my stop has been put in for APRN at that level, because that's the level that I like. Yeah, so 564 trigger, 562 limit on the stop on APRN. There we go. We got the fill on Mara at 10.65, so we're continuing to move up on that one. Now we're going to look for that 10.70, although we just had an aggressive pullback. Let's go ahead and take profit out at that 10.70 area on Mara. So we're 3 pennies away, printing 10.67 now, Brad.
Right on. I'm buying the dip over here, I guess, on SQQQ as the NASDAQ market still not getting, sorry, not NASDAQ, S&P 500 still not breaking the 3,700 marker. So until that doesn't break it, I don't think the NASDAQ breaks the 11,425 area high. And if that doesn't break it, then I'm just going to keep on trying to finesse my longs on the SQQQ, which is basically betting on the short side for the QQQ or the overall market to pull back at least. Even though the markets are up on the day, I'm not betting on the market saying it's going to do the exact same thing what happened yesterday, which is pull back all the way down and then turn negative. I'm just betting on it to pull back at least to VWAP. I do believe in the positive direction of the market today, even though Apple, the daddy of the market, has been negative on the day, down 3%. That catalyst really hurting Apple today, breaking that 150 level that we were holding so strong and then moving down to 145 areas. Looks like that whole previously they were talking about a ramp up in demand, so they had to apparently ramp up their production. But now they're talking about how a ramp up in demand might actually not be there, so they had to slow down in their production areas, and that overall putting some problems into the market. As Sharif was saying, that inflation might actually start being a little bit more of a problem. And now it's time to go to Brendo for social sentiment.
Hey guys, once again, a mixed board to have a look at here today as we head into the midday. As far as sentiment is concerned, still a lot of positivity, which is the good note, including the overall market has since gone back to green after starting the day. On the red side on this board, there's the Qs as well, AMC, BIAF, APRN, Biogen, OCGN with its own COVID-19 related news this morning, ABOS on here as well, to the upside. But notable names, to say the least, downside, Apple, Tesla being mentioned, both on the negative side of things. There's Ape, Cassava Sciences did have an initial move higher on that Alzheimer's note, but back to the downside. Rumble here, a couple of individual stories on the watch list this morning was Rumble, but very, very mixed sentiment board, guys, on what's being discussed on social media at this point. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Brendo. Looks like I'm gonna get filled here on my my 1075 profit taker on Mara. There's some size showing up here on the ask at 1075, hence why I'm not getting printed yet. We got to break through that level. We've been flirting with it, 1074, 1075. That's the last piece that I've got out on Mara here. Very profitable trade with a 1056 long. So scalping 20 cents on the way up with size. So actually half size. This one wasn't full size, sadly. But hey, a win's a win. Not going to complain about that. The one that's not winning, to be honest with you, is APRN. You know, we're not that far off our entry. We're at 578 long, currently printing 573. So we're only 5 pennies out of the money, and we took some out at 585. So recall that I'm giving this one to 564, and then I'm not gonna wait around for this one. And Azam in the chat keeps wanting me to look at AMV. I'm looking at it. It's great, but do you realize the spread? The ask is 74, the bid is 68. Like, I mean, that's like a $5.50 spread. What am I supposed to do with that? Even if I take 10 shares, like multiply, that's a slippage of $50 on 10 shares possibly. So that's not my cup of tea. It looks fantastic. It reminds me of like an HKD move. Like, geez, it went up to 243.99 today, and it's now it's printing 72.85. So that ain't my cup of tea, man.
Tesla going past the pre-market high, now going past 284 and trying to get past 285 also. Looks like we just might have broken 285 slightly as the NASDAQ does manage to clear past the 11,420 area and S&P 500 also clearing past 3,700. So I punched out out of all my shorts, which is my SQQ longs, my Target short, and my Li Auto short. Target was a little bit of a loser, so was the SQQ longs, but not something that I can't manage by looking for another opportunity across the board. And Li Auto, we closed it for a good winner. I can't wait to get back into Li Auto if it does manage to pull back to at least VWAP, which I believe is around 24.90s, or just close enough to 25. So if we do get that pullback, I'll be looking to smash that one. I do now believe that the S&P 500 has the move to 37.20 after battling the 3,700 barrier for so long, finally managing to break 3,700. Let's see the move to 37.20, where I'll be waiting for my next possible short entry as a reversal position. And also watching UVXY right now breaking the low a day, all things do point for a better move for the NASDAQ. NASDAQ now only 50 points away from 11,500, which was the level that we saw yesterday come into play after the first pop. Let me just pull up the NASDAQ market over here, NASDAQ/Z22CM. And come on, charts, here we go. And I believe this is the one I'm talking about right here. So we had the original pop off the open, a little bit past 11,500, about 60 points past 11,500, and then came back in, and then we had a little bit of a trouble around 11,500 all the way up to 11,505 or so, and then the market just completely nosedove to the south side. Now only 50 points away from 11,500 for the NASDAQ market, and only 13 points away from 3,720 on the S&P 500 futures. Let's give the stocks a little bit of more move to the north side before we look for our short entries, especially on Apple. I've been having this order on Apple since how long now? That order's been out there since, oops, sorry, wrong button. Let me click that button. Let me click this one. Has been out there since 11/20, so I can't wait for this order to actually come into play, which will be the pre-market highs of Apple, 148.50s, 148.40s. If I can get the short fill on Apple over there, I think that's going to be something to have fun with.
Something to behold. Oh, guys, we got out at 1075 on our Mara print there. So we're all at a Mara, very successful trade in from that, I think it was 1056 or 1055 or whatever. Anyway, so nice scalp trade on Mara to the long side. Sadly, not with the requisite size that we needed. Now, APRN, it moved all the way back down into that 20 period, but it bounced off real nice. That's why I put a second profit taker at the same level that my first profit taker was at, because we kind of pulled back here, so I wanted to take some size off. So 2 outs here at that 585. My third out is still at 590. I'm not going to change that. We got some good volume coming in that propelled the stock up quite aggressively, and it looks like we actually touched 590, but I didn't get printed because I guess 590 was on the ask. So yeah, we're not far away. 588 now. There we go. We got printed at 590. How much do we got left? We still have about 40% of the position left. Let's see if we can start testing 6 on this one. But we're not going to get greedy, so we'll put 595 as a next out there. We'll take every 5 pennies. I'm going to take some out today. So, yesterday I kind of got smoked on ATXI and I couldn't go to sleep because of that. So anyway, so I gotta be careful today with how I'm trading. So far, so good. Just want to shout out the Hayes Record sends a $1.99 super chat saying S&P is going to 3,400 to 3,300, fam. Screenshot this. Gorilla.
Oh, fam.
Yeah. Gorilla. I like the gorilla. Yes, Sean. Yes, press that. Okay. All right. Anyway, so we're looks like we're going to get printed real soon here on APRN as we start to move up into the mid 590s, to be honest with you. Now, let's look at the market. The market's also making a move. I have this 3708 level marked off on my chart. I'm not really sure where I got it from. You know what would be a great little feature, to be honest with you? If we can add notes to the levels that we draw. Like, so I got a horizontal level here on the ES.
Can.
Not on this platform. How can I add it on P-Pro? Show me later, but if you can do it, that's awesome. But can you add it to that line? Like, I want to associate that line with a note. That would be awesome. Okay, I'm going to have a look at that after. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, because I've been definitely wanting to do that so I can remember. Yeah. All right, so that's where we're at, guys. We're all done of our Mara trade. We're profitable in our APRN trade, and we'll send it back to Pratt.
I'm still just waiting for the market to pull up to my level so I can get a nice little fill on that until that shows up. I really got no trades that I'm interested in being in. But we can take a look at a bunch of positions such as EBR. Not even sure what EBR is. Let's go take a look at what this one is. Oh, that's a long name. Brazilian stock. Not even going to bother with saying the whole name out there. But 1.65 relative volume, a little bit of lower relative volume too. But looks like we're breaking a daily daily bottom of some sorts over here on the stock. Look at that level not too long ago, 820, 830. So breaking that 830 area was something that I could have looked at. Maybe even taking a look at this $8 area, you know, shorting this $8 area. If it comes back through 8, then we don't really look at it anymore. But if it doesn't come back through 8, then maybe it nosedives all the way to 750. Well, can I even take shorts? Yeah, I do have. I was wondering if you know, the stock would fill me. So, oh, look at that. The size is actually following into our direction right now. The tape is acting up a little bit. A bunch of volume just came in to smash the shorts. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hold on to this one, and I'm just gonna throw a stop out for my size, and we'll see if I get flushed out on that one, lose a penny, or we win like multiple pennies up to 50 pennies or so on a possible move down. And now they're getting ready to churn the $8 area and push me out. There we go. Looks like 8 wants to hold. S&P 500 did pull back though. S&P 500 did pull back to 3,700. Now the question is, do we hold up at 3,700 or do we break 3,700 and then nosedive to VWAP? I don't want to see a nosedive to VWAP just yet on the QQQs or on the SPYs. I would love for the market to you know, maybe hold up around these bottoms once again and then go for another leg up to the north side up to that 3720s, and NASDAQ has the room up to 11,500. I already have my order sent out on the NASDAQ market to short the 11,500 area, so I'm not going to move my order. I'm just going to sit there, wait for that level to come into. It's not diving anywhere, unfortunately. Yeah, good. I don't want it to. That's not unfortunate. That's fortunate. I don't want it to nosedive to the VWAP just yet. I wanted to find another area to find buyers in and then go back to another north side push up to 3720s, at which point I'll gladly be looking for another opportunity to short it. EBR looks like they tried to push us out, but the sellers were prominent, and now we're getting ready for a possible move down on EBR. We have some size on this position, so we're going to try and hold on to this bad boy. Target is giving me a good risk to reward trade, so I'm gonna punch into that good risk to reward trade on Target and give it a quick little risk to reward position exit.
My thought on APRN, because you know, we've taken a lot of profit out on this one, so we don't really want also the quantity too. So I've taken out I think a little over 50% here, so my stop was for the original 100. So make sure you always clean up your stops, guys. That's one thing that I used to make a lot of mistakes with when I was younger, and I would like basically just enter stops, forget about them, then end up going short. I want to mention ABOS here. We mentioned this trade when we first sat down. We had a couple of good trades on this one, scalping. It looks like it bounced off. You know, it didn't really bounce off. It kind of went through that 50-period moving average all the way down to 870. Now it looks like we almost topped wicked here at 970. So a dollar move in a matter of minutes on ABOS. This one's been volatile. A bit of a double bottom pattern here on the 1 minute, especially here. So that's interesting. So let's see if we can glean anything from this chart. I see a high of day at that 993. Am I right? So that's a pre-market high, apparently, the 993. So after the bell high is 967. So those are two areas that are going to be key resistance areas. In fact, that top wick here is at 967. So that level already came into play. With respect to getting into this one, geez, this one's a little bit tricky. You have some support here. You can see some support at that 935 to 940 area. Currently a little bit like below where we're trading at right now. It's because of this peak over here. You also see a bit of support at that 920 area, but we'll see what kind of levels this stock actually respects the more we watch it, obviously. So I'm definitely looking to get back into ABOS now, up over 100% on the day. APRN pulling back, so I've changed my stop out to 571 on this one. So if it breaks this this trough right here of this breakup point, this support level, I'll be out of this one. I've got my profit taker at that 595. So we took two out at 585 and one at 595. Yeah, 590, excuse me. We're looking for the other one at 595. So that's all to report now, guys. I'll send it back to Bradley.
Right on. I'm looking at Microsoft pull back with the rest of the market. As I said, Microsoft S&P 500 broke 3,700, but expecting it to not go too much further. And Target just stopped me out as it triggered that tight risk management that I was trying to put onto it. The high day is 154.29 though, so maybe I need to give it up to at least 154.29 if I'm trying to play this trade on Target. Let me just quickly go back to Target over here so I can show you guys what I'm trying to do. There we go. We got our entry back in there, and now I'm gonna give it up to 154.29, which is basically 30. 154.31. There we go, bang. And now we're playing the right way to do it instead of just giving a tight little stop, and we're giving up to the high day. Let's see if the market does pull back, and that way we'll be able to capitalize on Target. If the market doesn't pull back, then we don't get to capitalize on it. And EBR trying to just see if there's selling behind it. You know, we got some selling coming in earlier, but the volume is not really there in this stock. So this might be just a slow grinder on either direction. Could work out for me, could not work out for me. It's just gonna be a slow grinder as the volume in this one's pretty light, and expecting it to die out throughout the day as we go into lunchtime and so on. I also see Pinduoduo. Yesterday, Pinduoduo was very active to the north side. Seems like it's again active to the north side another day. But it's Baba. I remember trading Baba yesterday too, so let's go check out what Baba's doing. Baba's currently around $80, and I'm expecting that to be on the north side. Indeed, up 2.6% for Baba today. Looking good, baby. Well, what's the FXI doing? This is your Chinese large cap ETF, actually telling you that the ETF is flat. So I wonder what part of the ETF is bearing down the overall ETF, or what stock in the ETF is bearing it down. Maybe it's the Li Auto. Li Auto today has been negative. As you saw, I had some pretty good shorts on it, and now moving back to the 100-period EMA, like I said, to the 50-period EMA, 2480s to 2490s is where I'll be looking to get back into the shorts again on Li Auto today.
Awesome. Yes, we went short here on the pop on ABOS and then covered right at that 70 EMA. To be honest with you, this was a mistake. I didn't actually mean to go short, so that was a mistake on my part. And then Neil's always taught me, basically, as soon as you get into an accidental position to get out. Luckily here it was in our favor, so I actually meant to go long there, but hey, you end up making those kind of mistakes. APRN doing diddly, so continuing to hover at that 20 period, but definitely not coming to our stop out point yet. We're not gonna really negotiate with that one. It's gonna be a hard stop at 571. ABOS is the area I'm really trying to figure out where to go long. I could have gone long here off that 20 period, actually respected it quite well off that 923 level, and then popped right back up into that 952. So this one's making aggressive moves. Let's see what the float is on ABOS. I think I looked at it earlier. Company profile, the float, oh yeah, so it's not that small of a float, 34 million share float. That's not small relative to what we were seeing. We saw one with 710,000 yesterday. I looked at one that was, I think, BIAF, I think is like a million share float or close to it. So 34, definitely on the bigger side. ABOS, you know, I don't feel like I'm ready to take a long here, to be honest, unless it pulls back into a clear support area. Anyway, we'll look for something else while this is moving. Let's bring down the scanner and have a look at what is popping off on this scanner here. Top of the list is this PEPG, but that's done nothing. Only 13,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. That ain't going to get it done. Moving all the way down here, 71,500 shares in the last 5 minutes on XFOR. It's only $1.42 though. I look at the chart. That's not what I'm looking for in terms of a momentum mover. NVTAs, I'm showing up a lot on my chart lately, but you know, it's that one that we talked about, stair stepping, now consolidating sideways, basically doing nothing between 272 and 280, in between that range for the better part of the last hour. Let's keep moving down here on the list. STIM, that's not going to get it done. 2,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. How about this one, DNLI? It's $33 stock. Okay, a little bit better. Above VWAP, just bounced off that 50-period moving average, trading at 33.23. The volume still sparse on this one, though. Only 111 million shares done on the day. And the last 5 minutes has been 200,000. So, that's interesting. yeah, not really much to report in small cap here. What do you got, Prad?
I'm just looking at ETFs at the moment, Lab D and Lab U. Lab D, which is your 3 times leverage inverse ETF of the XBI. It's biotech ETF. And D for the downside, U for the upside, Lab for biotech stocks in general. Down 11%, so Lab U basically up 11% at higher days, as Lab D is near lower days, and the S&P 500 market once again getting below the 3,700 area, but it's not nosediving. Like I said, we should not expect a nosedive coming into the market just yet. If it does show up, it's going to be very, very scary for the longs that people have been trying to build into all day. So far, though, pretty good moves on most of the positions, like Microsoft moving back to the upside. Oop, wrong box. Microsoft moving back to the upside today, almost 240 coming back into play. Higher day 239.56 at the moment, and pulling back to maybe VWAP with the rest of the market, or at least not true to VWAP, but pulling back a little bit with the rest of the market. Over here is Microsoft. Apple, though, is where I really want to time my short on for the day. I think Apple already weak on the day. If it does manage to pull into the pre-market range high, I'll love the opportunity to short the crap out of that. But currently, Apple has been showing us something that we need to consider, which is this is the 5-minute chart, and the teal line, or the Tiffany blue line that you see right here. It's the 50-period EMA. So 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart shows you constant rejection all the way from pre-market going into the open market, and even now, where the range keeps on diminishing. The Apple stock keeps creating a lower high, but creates about the same low each time, creating a little bit of a triangle pattern. Not sure if it's a descending, ascending, or whatever the pattern is, but we're looking for a possible breakout on either direction now on Apple, and see which way Apple is going to bear the overall market on. This is going to be 11:40, 11:35 segment of the day, which is your European close. So let's send it to Brendo at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll get you caught up on how things wrapped up the session over in Europe this morning. If you missed it, the Bank of England coming out this morning saying they're going to step in and prop up, or help to prop up, the British pound, buying bonds going forward once again. So we did have a negative start to the day over throughout the European session. That helped get things back to positive territory, but final print just coming through here. So here we go. It's nicely positive, in fact, right across most of this. 0.34 for England, 0.43 for Germany, 0.3 for France, 0.28 for Italy, the only one really standing out outside of Turkey as well, downside today, but mostly positive across the board here. Porsche IPO coming Thursday over in Europe as well, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. I just want to comment, Damian McLaren is actually trying to explain to me how to add commentary in an IBKR, but it's a bit tricky, because when you try to add the comment to the line, it moves with the price action. So if you put it if the comment goes, say, at 10:40 a.m., and you put the comment at that, it will continue to move left as the price action moves right. So it's been a bit tricky to find a solution for that, but I'll play around with it, no biggie. I was gonna actually take a long here on ABOS, but I thought the better of it, because it's been basically rejecting off these levels here and tanking right back down into that 20 period. So if there's gonna be a long to be had here, it's definitely gonna be a dip trade. I'm thinking maybe that 9-10 level, which is the 50 period moving average. And there's also support for that 9-10 level here between the periods of 10:55 and 11:15, in and around that area. So basically bounced off that area a couple times. So I'm thinking maybe a dip trade on ABOS is the way to go. Anytime you try to take a 1-minute candle to make a new high, or a 5-minute candle to make a new high, it does, but then it breaks right back down. So that's a bit tricky on ABOS. Let's have a look at our APRN trade. No, we stopped and got filled at that 595 area, consolidating sideways in between 575 and 580. So that one, the volume's starting to drop off on that one too, which concerns me that, it's not going to get up until the volume starts coming in. It can go down though. So maybe I'll have to move my stop up. Right now I still have it at that 571, like I mentioned. Haven't changed that since then. PRTA keeps being mentioned in the chat. So by, who's this person? What's her name? Sergio. So he wants me to look at PRTA. Look, it was a good stock earlier in the day, but it's now been pulling back and is currently below VWAP. Let's pull that up. Is it a NASDAQ stock? Yes, it is. Have a look here, guys. It was quite of an aggressive mover. You know, technically it's up quite a bit on the day. What the hell? This one, so it's not the one I'm looking. Oh, that's why. Okay, PRTA. Hurry up. There we go. Technically up 67% on the day. It made a heck of a move earlier, but look what it's done lately. I mean, ever since that 10 o'clock time slot, it's been stair-stepping down. So it's a short, if anything. Now consolidating sideways a little bit at that 200 period, but if you ask me, I take this back down into that 50, and I'd probably cover at that whole dollar, the whole dollar level at that 50. I mean, bottom here, technically, right before the bell, we went down to 47.20. So, you know, you're not going to find support. You may find support at that level, but the better line here, I believe, is that $49, $50 level. So, if anything, if you're looking for something on PRTA, it's definitely a short for me. It's definitely not a long because below VWAP at the moment. Maybe short the pops. Anything comes up into that 50-period moving average. It looks like it's respected the 7 and the 20 for quite some time. You got the cross of death here where the 7 crosses below the 20 crosses below the 50, and the 50 is not that far away from crossing below the 200. And as I say that, it moves up from 52 all the way up to 52.80, 80 cents in one quick succession there. So making me look a little foolish in my analysis, but that's just the way these ones go. It looks like this might be an interesting short. I mean, this is what I was just saying. Take a short off that 50 period, short the pop here, but this is the first time it's breaking the 20 period and the 7 period since, you know, almost an hour now. So let's go ahead and take a baby short here on this one. We'll take half the shares we do normally. And by the way, the spread is 13 cents on this one, so tread carefully. I've got a baby short here, so let's see what this one does. The short, it is initiated at 52.50. My exit plan on this one will be the break of 53. That'll be a hit, but hey, that's the way it works. So we'll go ahead and put 53.01 for our out, and then because it is really spready, we need to give this one room. 53. We'll say 53.10 just in case. So we're already 15 pennies in the money here as it starts to make its way down, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if the market will do anything, you know, do something, wake up, either break out to the north side or break down to the south side. But it's, you know, lower volume period of the day. Look how drastically volume just decreases after 11 o'clock on the market. That's why it's just like, there's no point in even trading at this time of the day. It's just better off just being on your hands, not looking to really even take size on any positions. Any position I'm taking, I'm not putting real size on them. The size that you wanted to put on is from the starting of the day, like when I did on Li Auto to begin my day with. Li Auto actually pulled back to 24.80 and I missed out on my entry. Awesome. But that's what you're trying to time in. You're trying to time your positions with the time of the day, and as the day goes on, you just try to take off the risk off the table. It's just not worth it. But Li Auto, I wish I had my order out there for 24.80s. But what can you do? Could have done a lot of things differently. EBR pulling back right now, but like I said, you know, our risk is 1 penny. I'd much rather get stopped out for that 1 penny loss than really worry about taking that 1 penny win right now. 1 penny win doesn't mean anything to me, so the same thing goes into that 1 penny loss idea. 1 penny loss doesn't mean anything to me either on this trade. If I lose, that's fine with me. S&P 500 managing to get back above 3,700 right now, exactly what we needed to do, as we were talking about earlier. We don't want to see the nosedive coming into play on the market yet. We want to see the market try to go up to at least 3,720, and I want to see the NASDAQ market at least at 1,500, at which point I am for sure going to short the market.
Okay, I like that. Conviction, awesome. What do we got? We still got nothing, guys. ABOS making a move back down. Let's check our position out on the other one, which was APRN. Looks like that one is still continuing to move sideways a little bit. Yes, and not doing a whole lot here. just want to quickly update you. We got stopped out on our short on PRTA, so we flipped long. Couple of pennies in the money now on PRTA as it breaks through that $53 level. Let's go ahead and take a little bit out that 53.10. We'll take a baby amount out. Let's see if we get filled. The spread is opening up on this one, guys. So bid is 93 and ask is 07. So, you know, what is that? 7 and 7, 14-cent spread currently on that one, and it's slowing down a little bit in terms of volume. Like after that pop up. Bit of a tricky one here. Let's see, for this long, I'll be out at 52.50. So that's my plan on that. I'm taking profit up here through the break of 15, and I'm out at 52.50 if it breaks down below that. But we've switched long on PRTA. Bit of a tricky one, this PRTA one. As the market continued to make its swing back up, looks like we had a little bit of a double bottom here. So let's see if we can get through that 37.08 level. We've been looking at that 37.08 level all day as an area that we try to break through, and it hasn't happened quite yet. So I've got that on my chart. Again, not really sure from when that I put that on. That's the whole reason I want to add comments to it. Let's keep watching here. PRTA not doing anything. So yeah, the spreads are a little opening up. Let's switch APRN to the ABOS chart. APRN is NASDAQ. No, it's not. Probably New York. There we go. So APRN on New York. No, we're not getting anywhere with this one. Consolidating absolutely sideways, but holding that 580 level. And remember, we're in at 578. So, you know, we're out of most of the position. But we're not going to get out of this one. We're going to give this one time. PRTA continuing to basically do nothing at the moment here. A couple of pennies below my entry, but tricky one. Absolutely tricky one here. I really like that short off the 50 period moving average, but let's see, because here, if it flips here, there's absolutely no levels here that are of significance. So if this was the area of which to get in short, I mean, I'd question how that was determined. Otherwise, it's absolutely random. I don't see anything here except maybe this pullback area right here at that 9:45 time slot where it pulled back into that 5:53:15 area. Anyway, now it's pulling away. It looks like I might have to get out of this one. 52.49 is going to be my out. 52.40 to get out of it. Let me see how many shares I've got. Yes, okay. It's only a baby amount of shares. There we go. Stop is entered on this one. Let's see what the chat is up to. Not much. Hood. So people shouting out Hood here. I haven't looked at Hood in a while. Let's go have a look at Hood. HOOD. Yeah, Hood's up 3 and almost 3.5% today, but not really doing much in terms of price action. Looks like we're caught in a bit of a range between that 986 and looks like we double topped here at 1005. So not much to report on Hood. I don't know if there are any news catalysts on this one. I personally haven't heard anything. So we'll leave Hood for a second here and concentrate on the fact that we just got stopped out of PRTA. So 0 for 2 on PRTA. It probably won't touch it again until it reclaims VWAP, but still profitable on the day because we are up nicely on APRN, MARA, and ABOS Pred.
My bad it took so long. It just takes forever to walk to places today. Oh, boy. Looks like EBR did punch us out on the $8 break, so we're going to be out of that trade. Now we're just going to look for other opportunities later on. The market did manage to push back above 3,700 once again, exactly what we wanted to do. I want to see that 37,200 come into play on the market today. 37,200, 3720 come into play on the market today, and 11,500 come into play today too. That's going to be amazing to watch. Twitter, more Elon negotiation rumors floating around for TWTR, but I also heard something about Elon and Rumble and how Russell Brand is now moving over to Rumble and so on. He's going to be the official, that's going to be his go-to platform and whatnot. So yeah, I think a lot of people are adopting over to Rumble, and if Elon Musk, who apparently said we need to have a conversation or we need to maybe think about having a conversation, if Elon Musk jumps over to Rumble, you'll probably see a lot more people follow him into that platform. So Twitter, RUM is the ticker, right? Yeah, RUM on New York or on NASDAQ. There we go. Rumble, both of them are now coming back into play for the battle of the social media wars. Facebook obviously has been losing that battle for a while now.
Yeah, I'm chat shouting out DXY, so I'm just having a look here to see. Nothing's coming up. What is DXY? That's Dow Jones? What's DXY? It's not loading up here. Someone's saying DXY dying. DJI is Dow Jones. DXY, I'm not getting anything for DXY.
On our platform is DIA.
Yeah, no, so that's not what I'm looking for here. Okay. Prada coming back in, starting to make newer highs. It looks like it bounced off that 50 period here, but the volume is not really supporting the move up. So I really want the volume to start picking up here. Perhaps we can make a move back into VWAP here at that 53, I want to say 60 and change. But volume definitely not supporting it. Spreads are opening up wide, 16 cents. I'm definitely not going to touch this one yet. Oh, the DXY is a dollar index. Okay, that's right. Okay, so I can pull up the dollar index here. It's breaking down a little bit, actually. It looks like the dollar is starting to pull back a little bit. Yeah, not bad at all. Let's, if I can bring this chart here. So I got to put USD.CAD. That's USD.CAD. Awesome. Okay. So this is the current 1 minute chart for the DXY. Let's have a look. And this is the dollar. Actually, this is the Canadian dollar versus US dollar. So this is not the DXY. Sorry. Looks like we made top wick here. Yeah, this morning actually at 138.305, and we're pulling back 136. But we're still in. Look at this. I mean, we are really near. We're way over 2-year highs. I mean, the last time we were at this level was May 2020. So, yeah, it's been a while. US dollar, very strong, Brad.
Right on. Yeah, the markets are actually getting ready to push to that 11,500 area. Now I'm getting a little excited for my possible short opportunity. Only 30 points or so away on the NASDAQ market to finally give me my my shorts. And you know what, I'm just going to pull my order, and I'm going to wait for it to break 11,500. And then after I see the backside off 11,500, then I'll try to short it. Also 33,710 now coming into play on the S&P 500 futures. So only 10 points or so away from 3,720, which is also another area that I want to be looking for a possible short, 3,720 to 3,730 area, a 10-point range on the SPY futures, and a possible 10 to 15 point range on NASDAQ above 11,500 is what I'm willing to look for. If it gets above that, then we're gonna be absolutely hands off on the short idea. But I do believe we're going to see some rejection at 11,500, basically off of the idea of how we saw the market move yesterday off of that level. If it does pop off of 11,500, if it goes to 11,550, I'd be pretty surprised to even see that move coming into play. So just waiting patiently over here. We got another 30 points or so on the NASDAQ. We got another 10 points or so on the S&P 500. Don't get suckered in on AMD right now. It's about to break down and slowly drop throughout the rest of the day. Sounds like you have a crystal ball. I wish you the best of luck in your trade over there. I hope it does play out exactly how you planned it, in case you are positioned for that. Obviously, if you're not positioned for that, then it doesn't even matter. You're just throwing out a theory over there, and that's part of my job too. And when I'm not in a position, I just look for theories to maybe create an opportunity for me to look for an entry into. I want to talk about CCL. Your travel stocks have been extremely strong yesterday and today too, but sadly, the random move that the market came out with yesterday destroyed CCL. I think CCL was still positive on the day at the end, no matter what, right? Yeah, CCL did look like it closed on a positive note, and today carrying that momentum from yesterday to the north side. I remember going long UAL yesterday, so let's go take a look at what UAL is doing at the moment. Expecting it to be on the positive direction also. Currently at $33.66 with 4.3 million shares traded. Yeah, look at that monster move. 2.45% on the day, 4.3 million shares traded with the relative volume of on UAL 1.19. So anytime relative volume is more than 1, that's pretty good. It means there's enough amount of traders today in this stock as they were according to the last 14 days or so, whatever the relative volume calculator uses. If it's more than 2, then it means that stock is really in play today.
BABA making moves here up into that 80.50 level. I think that's high of day, so just made a recent high of day. Now pulling back a little bit into that 80.30 level. I think I may like the long here off this support level at that 80.30. So I think I'm going to take a long here and with a stop out probably at that 80.10 or so. So let's take a small long. Oh, just went without us. Boo. Popped off from 80.30 right up to that 80.40. I couldn't get long quick in time, but hey, too bad. So we'll get out here if it breaks at 80.20 level. Anything below that, I'm going to pop out of that. Look to get back in later. We'll send it up to Brendo at the big desk with happening now.
Hey guys, we'll give you an update here as we head into. I have a air compressor on, where is it? On that side over there now. If you hadn't noticed, there was some air gun nailing going on. Randy's running around here. So while we have a second, let's get you up to date on how the markets are shaping up into the lunch hour. 1.3% for the S&P, 1.2% for the Dow, the Russell, all three of them nicely higher. It's the 2000 leading more than 2% to the upside, 1.3 there. For both the NASDAQ Composite and the 100. A few things if you joined us in the pre-market that we were discussing. Apple, reports iPhone 14 production not going to be expanded and in fact slowed slightly for the remainder of the year. Biogen up big time along with every single one, it seems, of the other Alzheimer's related stocks today on this note of positive results from Biogen's trial and Rivian. More possible production delays coming from Rivian. Nice day for Apple, 2.8%, trying to get back to the upside even with that note. We held that 145 off the open again. Pre-market support coming into play, guys, as we head back to day highs or session highs. Anyways, back to you.
Trying to add him. Go ahead.
I mean, nothing for me to really do besides just wait for my levels to come into play. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys are waiting for that same opportunity. And NASDAQ keeps on pushing, S&P 500 keeps on pushing, and I'm pretty sure the longs are looking great. AMD at the moment pushing to $69. The long on AMD that I had looking even better. Sadly, I'm not in it anymore. Let's go check out what Li Auto is doing. Li Auto actually moving back to 24.80. Awesome. I would love to see if we could build into a position over here. I want to time it with the market flush down though. Right now, as the market's moving back up north in a beautiful fashion, I don't want to I don't want to jump into something too quick and mistime myself on the entry for the pullback. S&P 500 new high a day, baby. Let's go. And same with NASDAQ. They're giving you a little bit of a red candle on the 5-minute chart right now, which makes me want to jump right in and see a little, make sure I don't miss the move or whatever. But no, we're gonna stick to our levels. Patience. Either those levels come into play and we trade them at those levels, or we don't trade it at all.
Oh man, left way too much on the table on PRTA here. Took the break of VWAP. I think I got long at 53.88. First out that 54.18, a few outs here right at that 54.50, and then I got the best out that I've got, 54.80. So really good trade on PRTA, but it went all the way up to 56.30. So I left a lot of money on the table there. Geez, that was just it was an exciting trade, but probably should have executed a little bit better on PRTA. But that definitely brings me back into the positive territory there on PRTA. Big, and I went pretty good size. The one that's not working, though, sadly, is BABA. I've averaged in twice here, so my first in is at 80.37, then I got in again at 80.28. It's currently trading at 80.22, so it's going against me a little bit. That 80.09, I'm out completely of this one. I was looking for a move through the high of day into that 86 to 80.75 area, but it's not, it's not continuing the move as well, even though the market just broke that 37.08 area that we've been talking about, albeit by a little bit, not by too much, hovering above it by a point or two. Tricky on BABA, to be honest with you. I think I might have caught this one a little too late. Zooming out here, look at this move right at the bell. BABA was like pretty much parabolic. Went up from that 76.50 that we basically started the day out, right up to 79.50 within like a matter of minutes, and then it even got up higher to that 80.32. We broke that 80.32. That's what kind of gave me the indication that it may go up, but looks like we haven't had as much follow through. As I say that, now starting to make a curl back up. Let's see if we can break my original entry point here at that 80.38. If it comes back to the 80.40, since I averaged down at 80.28, I'll get out some at 80.40. Let's go ahead and put that in now. So $80.39, we'll take out a small amount of shares. So there it is, profit taker put in, and now we just pray.
Yeah, I'm just like I said, just waiting patiently over here, looking at 37.16 was the peak at 9:40, which is basically 10:40 a.m. on the ES futures. We also got the 37.23 just before the market open, and around 37.30, which was the first pop around the market open, and then the flush coming in 37.30, which was the high of this day over here. The market tried to take out the 37.30 high, did not manage to do that, and then comes in the overall weakness for the rest of the day yesterday. So we're now waiting for the possible move up to 37.17, 37.20, and then give it that wiggle room of up to 37.25 to 37.30 to the north side. If those levels don't come into play, then you're just hands off at the moment. Nice little rip coming into play. If you don't have longs already into the market, then I think you're missing out on the move, right? Such as your AMD longs, your Apple longs, even Apple now pushing up to $148. As I did say earlier, I'll be looking to short above 148. If Apple does manage to go above 148, looking for an opportunity to short that around there. But if the market is pulling back before we even hit that 37.20s or 11,500s, then maybe Apple doesn't pull back up to 148 and doesn't give me that opportunity to short it above 148. So a lot of variables over here to consider, and also to look at the UVXY ETF, which is your volatility ETF. On the day today, down almost 5% here, trading at $12.11. Maybe it bounces off of 12.11 and then pulls back with the rest of the market over here. S&P 500 already acting a little weak at 37.13, 37.10 area. Looks like a little bit of a brick wall coming into play. But like I mentioned, man, I do want to see that 37.17, 37.20, 37.25 action come into play.
Awesome. Okay, here we go. Now, Baba making that curl back up. Our profit takers at that 8.39. It just bounced up all the way to 8.37. There we go. Are we going to get a test at 8.39? There. I think we're going to get printed. Print. Come on. All right. Well, we're close to getting printed here any second. So if we do, that'd be great. The next profit target I'm looking at is at 8.50. So I'll put it at that 8.39. Hopefully, it won't flush back down before we get printed here. Let's go ahead. Put that 8.49 for another amount of shares on that. Kind of jumping the gun a little bit. I didn't even get filled. And as I say that, it tanks right back down. Bit of a tricky one here on Baba. Definitely not giving me the levels that I want, but it is what it is on this one. Let's have a look at what PRTA is doing while we wait for Baba to fill. It's pulling back into that VWAP area. I wonder if that 53.50 or like right above that would be an interesting dip trade here on PRTA, especially since it reclaimed VWAP. Is this a momentary break of VWAP where we break back down and try to move back into that 200 period average, or are we just going to bounce off VWAP up to the high side here and make newer recent highs? Not sure, but you know, I'm probably not going to take this one long. It does have a tendency to kind of spike up quite aggressively. What I liked here was the fact that it held that 50 period and then it moved up closer to VWAP. Sadly, I took it a little bit too late, despite the fact that I had been looking at this consolidation period for a possible long, but I got cut up at 11.50. Look at all my entries and ins and outs here because I was trying to take that VWAP reclaim. It didn't give me that right away. It's not on my timetable. It's on its own. So by the time I got in, I had already broken VWAP, and I didn't really get the best fill at that 53.85 level. Nonetheless, a profitable trade. Baba still continuing to flirt with that $80.39 area. For some reason, there seems to be size showing up there. Finally, we get printed, but barely. Right back down to 80.39. So we're looking for 8.49 now as our next profit target on Baba, but we're positive on this one. So awesome sauce.
Look at Pinduoduo, baby. 62.30 clearing, 62.50 coming into play. A new high day for Pinduoduo. Another day, another strong move for your Chinese ADRs. Even BABA was having a monster day today, as far as I remember. Maybe it pulled back, so let's go confirm that it's having a monster day. Yeah, look at that. BABA going from 76 all the way up to yesterday's highs, and a little bit more than yesterday's high, putting itself up to 3.24%. BABA was yesterday strong, but then obviously got weak later on and then turned red on the day, whereas Pinduoduo was strong yesterday and strong today. Let's go quickly circle back to FXI again. FXI now, instead of being flat on the day, up almost 0.5%. Back into yesterday's ranges and trying to stay positive. So is the NASDAQ market, so is the S&P 500 market. So congratulations for anyone, congratulations to anyone who managed to build into some longs today and managed to held all of them all day, baby, because those paid you. Trying to hold for reversals or trying to build into reversals was a little bit of a harder day for today because the market was very trendy. Trend is your friend. Always follow it if you can. If you're not following it, you might just learn the hard way at that point.
I like that. Yeah, you put it nicely. Learn the hard way. I took out another piece on BABA at that 840 level because I didn't realize that I had a bit too much size on, more size than I wanted. So even though my next profit target was at 849 level, I took out some at 840 just to decrease my share size. My ACB, my adjusted cost basis on BABA is at $8.30 level, so we're profitable on that. Let's move back to PRTA. Yep, pulling back into VWAP, still giving me, lower highs and I don't want to say lower lows because it looks like it's creating a bit of a flat bottom, but there are some lower lows in there. So we'll see what this one does. Are we going to get a decisive breakthrough VWAP into that 5250 area near the 200 EMA, or are we going to reclaim that 5650 recent high? Recall on this one, the aftermarket high is 59.25. So yeah, we got a lot of room to move up, especially if we're going to reclaim day's highs. Let's see what else. I don't want to keep just talking about BABA and PRTA. Is anything else going on? Here is what I'm watching, guys. This is my small cap cappers chart.
Not moving at all.
Bradley's not happy with the market. It looks like we are at day's high on Mara. We were trading Mara earlier. Look at Mara is stair-stepping up, not down, holding that 50 period quite nicely, especially on this double bottom here. We're about to push into 11. 1094 is a high of day, currently trading at 1093, so we're a penny off the high. Mara's continuing to make good moves here, Bradley.
I'm bored to death with this market. The time feels like it's going so slow. Usually time feels like it flies by, especially when we're your guys, right? When we are with you guys, the time just flies by. We're having lots of fun, lots of entertainment, lots of market moves to be involved in. Right now, I'm just honestly going to bed at this point. This is like wake up, at least rip up to the north side or rip to the south side, and the slowly inching of no volume is pretty annoying, right? But either way, if you're long, you're not complaining. It's dragging today. Yeah, exactly. It's very, very dragging along. It's like when you're watching an anime and you have all those filler episodes, that's exactly what today feels like. It's a filler episode. It's a slow mover inching to the north side, and thankfully the people who are long are having fun today without a problem. Brad, news.
Adobe?
Brad needs a few Spros, or needs a few Spros. I don't drink coffees or I don't drink Spros or anything, but no, I don't need that for me to wake up. I'll wake up if the market wakes up. And right now I'm seeing a little bit of a volume increase on the S&P 500 market and on the NASDAQ market. So maybe we actually get that move to the north side that we've been waiting for. We're building character development, says, yeah, character development for the market. Yeah, I guess that's what the filler episodes are for, right? The whole character build-up, character development, and so on. That's a good comment over there by ASMR Patrick. That's good, Pratt. I'm a caffeine addict. Yeah, I mean, I've seen my parents, complain about withdrawals from caffeine. And everyone has their vices. I have mine. Mine just happens to not be caffeine.
We are printing big boy here on BABA, guys. We took out another little piece before 49 at that 46 because we were heavily sized, and then we did get printed on 49s. We're now, looks like some the tape here is coming to 80.52, so we're definitely we broke through that 80.50 resistance level. The top wick here, which is this one on BABA, like I had a trade here that I cut short pretty quickly, 80.54. So if we can break this top wick, 80.54 on BABA, then that'll be the newer high of day. Let me just confirm that real quick on my other platform here, BA, oops, BA, come on now. Yeah, 80.54, that's the high of day on BABA. Let's break through that. There we go. Now we're printing 55s. Can we print 56s? Let's see. There we go. Now we got 57s printing here. Let's move into the 60s area. So we'll go ahead and take another piece out at 80.59. If we can get up there, we're only 3 pennies away.
What the
profit taker is in. Sorry for the noise guys coming in, but these guys are working hard to get that green screen ready for you guys, and they've got some machines on here. So if you know, some noise intrusion comes in, that's what it is. What's up, Bradley?
Yeah, I don't know if that noise is necessary right now, guys, but you know, I'm not the one paying the bills, so you guys do whatever you want on that side. 11,500 is the level that we're looking for. 11,500 is coming into play right now on the NASDAQ, and as I said, a lot of people will be looking for a possible short entry at 11,500 on NASDAQ. S&P 500 now only 2 points away from 3,700, so I do have my short on the S&P 500 futures already, and I'm out of the money slightly, but waiting for that rejection to come in on the market from 11,500 so the market can maybe pull back for me. I was a little too early on my entry, and now I'm paying the price for it. And sometimes, you know, just having your order out there and not thinking twice about your entry will make you not FOMO into a position like I did just now on my future short. So now all I have to do is wait for the 11,500 rejection to bring the market back into my favor, and then maybe just nosedive to VWAP from here on out. Congratulations to anyone who's already building into it. I gave you that trade way earlier. I've been waiting for this entry all day, and then I FOMO'd into the entry by jumping in too early. That's my problem. Now the rejection should be coming into play. S&P 500 high of day 37.18, NASDAQ high of day 11,497. Now the rejection should be coming in.
All right, 2 updates for you guys. We got printed on that 80.59 profit taker on BABA, so basically an 80.60 out. We definitely broke above that 80.54 top that we had made a little earlier. Looks like the new high of day on BABA now is 80.62. We're holding 15% of our position left. What we're going to do is we're going to adjust our stop to break even, which is 80.28. So let's go ahead and do that now before we switch to APRN. So 80.27, right. And let me just make sure. Yeah. So why is it giving me that? Okay, 80.27, and then we'll get out the remaining portion, 80.20, let's say 24. I'll give it 3 cents spread here. So here we go. We got our stop locked in on that one. APRN finally curling back up, bouncing off that 50 period, and we're getting real close to our 595 profit taker. Recall, we took 2 pieces out at that 585 and then another piece at 590. We're looking for 595 to print here, finally curling back up, and hopefully we can get a test of 6. Do we have a lot of share size left on this one? We've got about, like, I'd say 40%, 35% of our original position off, original position is 578. So we're about 12 pennies in the money on this one, looking for 595 to print. I'm going to be patient with this one, though. I think we are going to get that print. If we don't, it'll probably print. There we go. Now getting 594 on the level 2 on the ask, 1 penny spread. But, you know, it's going to flirt with it a little bit. Hopefully we'll see here. That is high of day, I think. And that's why we may find some resistance at this point on APRN, but definitely getting close. What's up, Bradley?
Yeah, I'm just watching NASDAQ like a hawk, man. We actually managed to break 11,500. 11,500 goes up to 3 points higher than that. NASDAQ also going above 3,720 like we've been waiting for all day. And now just waiting patiently to see if that flush will come in. If it doesn't, then I'm ready to just jump out of this one for another loser today. And then just maybe just close shop for the day, honestly. Because if I'm not going to get these moves right, then I'm not going to bother to keep on battling these these moves and you know, digging a deeper hole for the day today. Come back tomorrow when the moves look a lot cleaner, or at least I can understand the moves a lot better than I currently do. We're expecting the rejection of 11,500. We're expecting the rejection of 3,720, but NASDAQ coming in with a little bit of a overreacted action above 11,500. It's trying to stay above it. It's not trying to push back under it here. Here's the NASDAQ market now really coming into to see if we can go all the way up to that. Like that should be the high right here, 11,503, 11,505. But yeah, look at that. We just keep on trying to go higher over here on both of these markets. UVXY making a new low a day two as we're going into the $12 area, only 2 cents away from $12 for UVXY. That's your volatility ETF, and NASDAQ at a new high a day of 3,721. So the longs, baby, are absolutely clean. So congratulations for your Apples, for your AMDs and your NVIDIAs, even your Microsofts.
Yeah.
Let's go look at what your Tesla is doing today. Tesla should be well above the previous day's high, which was around 280, if I remember correctly. We're looking at 284 almost coming into play on Tesla. Look at that. Tesla's still flat on the day, though. That's a little bit of a question mark.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like the stronger ones, I'm going to be honest with you, look like Meta, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. Apple and Tesla look like they're the laggards of today. I'm justifying it just based on looking at these 1-minute charts here. These are my big tech 6 that I follow. Clearly, I think Meta's probably got to take the prize today. Meta and Google definitely look like they're the standout 2, followed by Amazon and Microsoft, and then Apple and Tesla finish in last, just based on where they are relative to VWAP. That's what I mean to say. An individual here by the name of Juan Ayala wants me to look at Adobe. So let's have a look at Adobe. He's mentioned it a couple of times in the chat. ADBE. Here we go. So this is the 1-minute chart on Adobe above VWAP. Let's see what the kind of range we've had today. It looks like we bottomed out at that 275.37, and then we've
flush.
The high point today is 281. You know, it is holding VWAP. It's nice. It's good, but it's just the volume's not there, and it's kind of an expensive stock to scalp. Spreads are going to be super open. Let's have a look at the daily chart. Proudly yelling out, "Here comes the flush!" In case you guys are following that. The chart on Adobe from like just a daily perspective looks quite ominous, to be honest with you. Very clear decline in trend. You don't got to be a genius to see that. It's given up a lot of its value over the past year. I don't mean to snicker, but it looks like we topped out back in November at that $700 mark, and we're currently trading at where are we? Let me just flip to the minute chart here. We are trading at 280, so it's given up a lot of money. I mean, and you got to assume there's going to be quite a few bag holders at those levels. I know a lot of institutions bought it around that time. It's a super popular stock. It's a subscription-based model, which is always really popular with Wall Street. Recurring revenues are, you know, they're the creme de la creme. All right, we're out of. I want to say now 80% of our APRN trade. We definitely got that 595 fill. So it's proved to be a really profitable trade. Pumped about this one. And the next out here is going to be that 599 right in front of 6. So let's go ahead and take out the final piece at 599. And there we go. So profit taker set. And let's go back to BABA. We're still holding 15% of our trade in BABA. And it looks like we're making a move back up off that 80-50 level. Looked like a really good level of support there. Look how many candles bounced off 850. And now we're starting to make newer highs on the day. BABA making newer highs. We're pushing into that 80-70. And if we get 80-70 prints here, we're going to be out. The last piece we took was at 80-60. So this will be 10 pennies above it. Yeah, we might have to fight that one for a little bit. In fact, let's just put it in. So we're going to put 80.69, and that will be the remaining portion of what we've got on BABA, pulling back a little bit here, but that's to be expected. So then we got a profit taker on BABA set, and all we got to do is collect here, Brad.
You got to keep going.
Okay, so let's keep going here. APRN still pulling back into that 590 area. Let's see what else is going on. I haven't looked at my scanner in a while. Flipping back here from the large cap charts. There we go. What's done? Let's search by the most 5-minute volume here. Okay, so let's adjust our scanner to have that one. So, okay, let's click that. Come on, come on, come on, load, baby. It takes sweet time, doesn't it? There we go. Okay, so ABOS doing the most amount of volume in the last 5 minutes. Let's pop up the ABOS chart, but it's doing diddly. I mean, really consolidating sideways since basically 11:50. So that's a better part of 40 minutes at the moment. So not interested in that. LABU showing up here. Yeah, LABU making a move. Let's move this a little bit over so we can have a better look at the price. Why is it not moving? Okay, there we go. LABU bouncing off VWAP here and making high, like we're trading at high of day 742, but it's not the kind of stock that I'm looking for here. The ranges are a little bit restricted on it. Below that is DNA, same thing. I talked about DNA earlier. I'm not interested in that. Why is it? There we go. DNA S Sober, the one right after that. Let's see what Sober is up to here. Kind of a funny name for a stock given what I did yesterday. BTRS also behind that one. Let's see, so nothing is going on here. So my scanner not showing me much. Looks like we almost got printed there on BABA when we were looking at that scanner, but just not quite. It looks like topped out at 80.68. Are you good to go? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like we're waiting for BABA to print, guys. We'll send it to Brad.
So yeah, as I said, I'm going to be waiting for that 11,500. Time myself perfectly on that 11,500 area. And now we're short after the backthrough of 11,500 shows up. QQQ short, SPY short, UVXY long, MES short, MNQ short. So we're basically overall the market in the same direction no matter what stock we're picking. Let's see how big of a flush can we get on all of these markets. Finally, now the market's no longer boring because it's actually doing what we needed to do. And now time feels like it's actually going at a normal pace instead of putting me to sleep, finally. We still got, though, another hour and a half on the show here, so feel free to throw in all the stocks that you guys want us to take a look at, and we will do it so gladly without a problem. Currently 15 points in the money on MNQ. That's nothing to even be proud of, and 1 point in the money on the MES. So let's see if both of these can have a bigger pullback on it. SQQ SPY ETF though, 35 cents in the money on SPY, and QQQ 30 cents in the money on QQQ. So the market finally doing exactly what we needed it to do, but Apple never really pulled back to that 148 or above 148 as I wanted it to for my short entry. So no short on Apple for me. I would have much rather had the 148 fill than the fill at 20 cents below 148 because that's just not something I'm willing to do.
Yeah, BABA breaking through that 850 support now. So recall that my entry on BABA is 528. So I'm thinking even though my still break even on this one. I think that maybe the market may be turning here a little bit off that top at 37.23 here on the ES. Looks like BABA's taking that turn with it. They seem to correspond a little bit at the moment. So I'm kind of in a dilemma of whether I should cut here and take whatever profit I can get before I move down to break even, or I should wait for that 80.69 fill that I wanted to get. It looks like I missed it by like all of a penny, so that's a little frustrating to miss something by a penny there, albeit it's only 15% of the original position, so not too much. I think I'm going to hold on to this one in case the market wants to turn back and go to the north side. APRN also coming real close to filling me at 559, but now pulling back into that 50-period moving average, bottoming here at 582. So not much to report on either of these two, to be honest. Let me have a look at my side scanners here. Yeah, nothing's really moving at the moment, Pratt, to be honest with you. Kind of the market's pulling back a little bit. These small cappers are all dropping off in volume. Nothing's showing up on my scanner. Let's flip through the thing. Oh, Mara is still making moves though, and I'll pull him back a little bit. Looks like Mara broke through 11, but didn't do much. So nothing to report here, guys. Waiting for my last two positions. By the way, the position board is wrong on the screen. It says that I'm in no positions, but I'm still in two. I'm in APRN and BABA. My entry into APRN is 578 and BABA is 80.28.
Yeah, I'm taking profits on MNQ right now. Oh crap, almost covered all my position over there. Let's cover half my position on MNQ at a 25-point winner, and we got MES at a 5-point winner at the moment, pushing back down to 37.10s. Not ready to cover MES just yet. I think I hold my MES position a little bit longer, but we go take some profits on the SPYs, which is 70 cents in the money. So let's go take some profit on the, almost covered a lot more than I wanted to. And also take some profits on the QQQs, which is another 70 cents in the money. And UVXY also giving us some profits with a 10-cent pop-up on it. So we're going to take profits all across the board. Maybe even take some profits on the MES side over here, just in case the MES side pops against us. I don't want to look like a fool holding that one. Now, look. I gave you this trade an hour before this trade showed up. An hour before the trade showed up, I told you, wait for 37.20, wait for 11,500. Once those two numbers come into play, you could have shorted QQQ. You could have gone long SQQ. You could have done a lot of things that I basically outlined for you to make some money on the day today. If you did that, you're welcome. Obviously, understand the idea and the setup behind it. Understand the reasoning why I said what I said and why the trade set up the way it did, and not just blindly copy me, right? Always understand the reasoning behind it. That way tomorrow you could identify those levels for yourself and you could put on the damage without a trader Prad needed.
All right, guys, this is my time to say goodbye. Ian is going to be taking over for the remaining hour and a half. I'm going to get out of my BABA position here. I'm going to flatten it out. Although the market just turned to the upside, I just want to mention that the market it looks like it's bouncing off that 37.08 level that we've been talking about. Consolidation period here, popped up. Now it's bouncing off that level again. So it's that 37.08 is coming back into play. Let me move into the other position here before I get out. There we go. APRN will flatten that one too. So I'm all out of the positions, guys. I hope you have a great day, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Right on, brother. I just want to go over to, holy moly, this man's been making a lot of videos. I need to actually watch these. He's making a beat, and this viewer wants me to say that it's mine, so no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna plagiarize your beat and call it mine. But just from quickly looking at the structure of this beat over here, you got some envelopes going on. You got some fun, crazy filters going on. Clearly, you know what you're doing, so I can't wait to actually listen to it. I don't know if I can actually listen to this myself, but maybe I can send it to Lucas. And then how do I do this? Can I share this somehow? Copy message? I don't know. Maybe I can send it to Lucas, and then Lucan can listen to it. And then Lucas, don't even play that beat right now. Don't play that beat right now. It's on the show? Okay, yeah, don't play that beat right now. Don't play that beat. But yeah, if we can get one of these beats locked and loaded, maybe we can have a viewer beat instead of a Trader Prad beat. We could have a viewer beat that your boy Neil can rap on. I think that's actually a better look instead of me making a beat, honestly. So a viewer's collab, Neil raps over it. I think that's gonna be a great look, honestly. So we appreciate the beat. Smokey, that was Smokey. 11,500 Prad. Yeah, what about it? I called it. It happened, and we're short, so we're enjoying the trade at the moment. Our position boards need to be re-updated because Ian is now going to be my second co-host on the day. We're gonna have a lot more fun with the rest of the day over here on the market. Still pulling back for the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. So we're in the money 32 points on the NASDAQ short. We're in the money 7 points on the MES short. 80 cents in the money on SPY. 80 cents in the money on QQQ. 15 cents in the money on UVXY. So you name it, we're in the money. We're printing at the moment. Everything off of that call out that I gave you an hour before the trade set up.
What's going on, guys? I'm short as well. So I was trying to get short. Basically trying to find a top in this market. I was looking at 37.20 on the ES, 37.25. That was that top end of that range from the past couple days, basically Monday and Tuesday, the beginning of this week, right? And then that range kind of got blown out today. But it was an update, bounce off the lows, and then here we are back at that top end of the range, right? So now I'm trying to get short. I am short Google. That seems to be working pretty well right now. So essentially, I was waiting for this 100 level, and I'll fix the chart in a second. That's just a dark pull wick there. But I was trying to, and I think Brad said on the show, like if these names don't quite get to the top end of those levels, you might miss out on the short. So I did do like a starter position here. I tried the short earlier here. I took some out, eventually stopped out. I was basically shorting off 99 now. Off of there, but then now I added most of my size in front of that 100 level. So there wasn't that much size there. There was maybe like, I want to say like 400 lots. And Google has done 10.5 mil volume on the day, right? So that's not going to be too interesting. But regardless, 100 psychological level, that's exactly where it pulled back. And now that seems to be working for me. I'm about 50 cents in the money on that one. Apple, I've been working this one as well. I took the L earlier on Apple, trying to short at 145. So basically now it's kind of like a gain from bottom day for me, trying to get back some of my losses. So I've been doing that here on Apple. Again, still short bias, right? Obviously negative catalyst for Apple today. It's what kind of dragged down the market in the morning. So I was trying to short off 147. That was working for a bit, and now I'm shorting off 147.50. Again, just because of this range here, that was like kind of this high. 148 is the level, I think, on Apple. But in case 147.50, the top of this like consolidation area wanted to reject, I wanted to be involved in that, so I am. So I'm short Apple right now, 147.47, about 30 cents in the money. So a couple shorts on the table for me. Both seem to be working for now, but we've seen how quickly that can turn. That being said, the market maybe is a little bit overbought right now, and what better place to turn around than these resistance levels that I've been holding for the past 2 days.
Right on. I just want to give a shout out to an OG trader who's in the office right now. You're not going to probably see him. Okay, you see an angle of Neil talking to him right there. But yeah, he's going to be back into the office. I can't wait to pick his brain. A lot that I learned about trading comes off of that man, so I'm very glad that he's now coming back into the office and trading from the floor again instead of remote, and going to have the opportunities to pick as many questions, as many answers that I want to pick from him just by having that conversation. That's the beauty of having a community to learn with and to grow with. That's the community that I'm talking about, the traders behind us. Also the same community that we're trying to grow with all of you in here. Every single one of you that come back here daily and hit that like button, we already thank you. But for those new guys and girls who come up and who are just now recently finding us, if you don't know yet, hitting that like button, hit that subscribe button helps us out with the YouTube algorithm. So we would appreciate for you guys to do that for us. About 32% of you are not subscribed on YouTube. Please, please, please hit that subscribe button, and also smash that like button. We also have a YouTube store where you can purchase merchandise from. If you go onto the YouTube page, click on the little logo. That's the Trader TV Live logo. It'll take you to the home page. Click on the little store button on the home page, and you'll see the awesome merchandise that sometimes we do wear on the show. But we get told we look too casual when we wear hoodies, so we try to look preppy over here and wear nice shirts for you guys, and look good, feel good, trade good.
Yeah, and a couple of people already commenting on my hair. Thank you guys. I don't know why it's always such a big topic when I come on the show. A couple of people,
Hurricane Ian.
A couple of people mentioning Netflix here, and I pulled it up, and it's up 7% on the day. Did you know this? Netflix is up 7% on the day. So, clearly. People buying in front of this 220 area, that looks like where it's been bouncing. Like if you just kind of bring up the daily, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out that this is like a support level right now for Netflix, 220, since basically the second half of August, right? So obviously looking at 250. So consolidation between 220 and 250. Maybe some sort of catalyst comes out, and then we break out of this range, and then it's going to be more in play. But for now, the market, obviously, this whole year has been kind of range trading and whatnot. So, 220, 250, that's a good range on Netflix, so you can kind of play accordingly. I clearly missed this one, so we're going to wait for 250 to come in. Probably won't happen today, but now it's going to be kind of on my radar. Yeah, Hurricane Ian, yeah, it's quite interesting. So I know you guys know this, but my girlfriend, there was Tropical Storm Fiona, and then Hurricane Ian right after one another. How crazy is that? I couldn't believe that when I saw that, but Yeah, that's weird. I
Isn't
don't want
it
to.
just named after the person who finds it?
No. There's like they're alphabetically named, like in
No, but it's
alphabetical order.
named after the person who
Is it?
finds
Are you sure? I don't know. Maybe
No?
you guys. I don't think it is. Like I think there's some sort of. I don't know. I don't want to say strategy, but for lack of a better word, strategy
Pretty
to
sure
naming
it's
them.
just named after the person or the guy who just found the girl who found it. I don't know.
Well, regardless, that's quite a coincidence. And then, yeah, I don't mean to be like a Debbie Downer or whatever, but yeah, Hurricane Ian kind of hit in Florida now, and hopefully everyone who is there is going to be safe. And if they're not evacuated already, hopefully they're evacuated.
Yeah.
Luckily, we don't really have any like natural disasters that really affect our area. I mean, like it gets kind of cold in the winter, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, man, I can't see myself ever living in Florida. I'm sorry, I just can't. Like, it's crazy to be in a weather that can go that wild, like absolutely insane. Oh look, they actually are putting a little. I like that design a lot more now. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's a lot of changes happening to the desk that Brandon's sitting on, so it's gonna be cool little additions. They have a list not named after a person. So what? Every time they go back to that list, it's called Ian again, and it's called Hurry. Like, how does it work?
No, I think they have like a rotation of names, right? And they just go like alphabetical order. But yeah, I don't know. It's not the person who finds it. Someone here, nobody finds a hurricane. I mean, like
Hey,
you don't really.
You open up a weather map and you go, oh, I see this hurricane. Has anyone ever called that one out before? You did it? Ah, okay, we're naming it after me.
Canada's too cold. It really depends on where you live in Canada. Like in Toronto, the winters do get kind of chilly at times, but never colder unless there's like a serious, like, the winter has come sort of thing. Like it doesn't get colder than like, I want to say like minus 20. Like maybe on like 1 or 2 days of the year it gets minus 20 like Celsius, guys. And then, but the summers are actually quite nice. So at least in Toronto, I know obviously Northern Canada it's going to get a lot colder than that, but it depends where you live.
Yeah, I'm just watching the market. Like I'm short across the board on the market, and the market is doing exactly what we told you an hour ago before these moves are gonna come into play. So now I just sit back and relax and just watch the money pour in. 37 points in on the NASDAQ short, 7 points in the money on the MES short, 80 cents in the money on both QQQ ETFs and SPY ETFs, and 12 cents in the money on the UVXY. So around the board, we're just having fun with calling the play out exactly on the market. Prasterdamus strikes again every single day, baby. So it's just now I got nothing else to do. Like getting into more trades would just be over trading for me. Now I just manage the positions that are already deep in the money, deep in the money. So now I just sit back, relax, kick my feet up, and just talk to the chat. What do you guys want me to take a look at? PE. PepGen, I need the ticker, Faded Polo. If you have the ticker, I'll gladly take a look at it. But if I was to guess, the ticker was probably PEPG. And there is a ticker with PEPG, so let's go see if that is the one. It is. That's PepGen, PEPG, 85% to the north side. This looks like the one that Dominic Famularo was calling out earlier. Yeah, this looks like a Famularo classic stock too, with the big volume spike coming in out of nowhere. Pops up to $10, most likely gets rug pulled tomorrow and goes back to $5. So you got to be a little careful with these positions. Currently, though, it is moving into a nice little range of 9 to 13 at the moment. Let's see if we can hold the bottom of 19. That way, tomorrow, it will trade between the 9 to 13 range and then maybe pop to 17. But if I know anything about the stocks that Dominic pulls up, this is usually the move that goes on later. So you just got to be careful on that.
A couple of people also mentioning coin, and I was looking at coin as well this morning. The market was gapping down. I was thinking more of a short day, obviously. I was wrong, and it was more of a bounce day. That being said, I was looking at this 60 on coin, and it seems like that's held up for about like the past few trading days now. I want to say like past 5 trading days. That 60 level is held up. So you got to think that people are long off of that 60 now. So for whatever reason, if coin gaps down from here and is really testing that 60 area, you might be willing to take a short at that 60 for a breakdown trade, and that might be a good trade there. But for now, coin, hasn't really been doing that much volume. Like obviously, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and whatnot, they've been kind of doing their thing, but not too much volume, not necessarily in play. So I haven't really traded coin too much at all. That Google trade, I see someone mentioning that that Google trade's still working for me. I'm bidding now in front of 99. I'm about 70 cents in the money. I kind of pegged that top there at 100. So for now, I'm just going to kind of let this one ride. Still have a lot of my position left, so I'm trying to hold this for a bigger move. Let's see if we can get back down to VWAP here, 98.50. That's probably where I'm going to cover most of my position.
Boeing coming in with the positive catalyst recently. Big volume spike on Boeing, allowing it to make a new high a day around $133. The catalyst being China Airlines now has 22 Boeing jets on order, including 6 777 freighters for Boeing. Deal also includes a firm order for 16 of the longest range 787-9 with options for 8 additional jets. So Boeing clearly getting more orders filled over here. Not too long ago, Boeing actually had a problem with UAL. UAL had to cancel a bunch of flights because they had to fix Boeing wings or something or so on. So Boeing popped off on that catalyst. That was a little confusing for me. But this catalyst obviously not confusing at all. Very, very easy to understand. China Airlines finalizes on their orders for more 787 Dreamliners and an option to purchase more, which means more money in Boeing's pocket, especially in current environment where money is harder. It's costlier. It's not as easy to borrow money as it was before. Boeing making some money is always a good thing because they're also dealing with a lot of litigations and a lot of problems at all times. So if they are able to bring in some money to maybe help them offset any future litigations that might pop up, it's always a good indication.
I want to address one question here, guys. Would you let me know the futures or index that you reference while trading, i.e. NQ, QQQ, SPY? Well, you kind of named them all. Like you kind of named everything you can reference. Like if you're trading, obviously, a lot of tech stocks, you can directly reference NQ or QQQ. But I always kind of have ES as well. That's just like, S&P and whatnot. I like to chart the levels there, and they seem to work pretty cleanly. So I usually use that. I also use UVXYAM. So I think Pratt is short that. Yeah. So or long, sorry. So he's long UVXYAM right now. This is like a good barometer to kind of gauge if there's the volatility and whatnot in the market. So if that's like reaching the highs, then a short might be in better play, and then vice versa if it's reaching the lows, right? So right now it is kind of testing those lows. So maybe a little bit of a bounce here for UVXY. But those are the things that I kind of reference all the time when I'm trading. It's always good to have like one of those barometers up while you are trading, just to kind of get an overall picture on where you might or may not be caught wrong. So that's what I always use. What do you use, Pred?
What was the question?
Like what kind of like barometers do you use? Like this person was asking, like, what do you guys usually reference? Is it like QQQ, SPY, futures?
I think when he means reference, like what's the ticker that we're using, I guess we're trading the MESs and the MNQs, which are the leveraged futures market. They're cheaper, basically. They're not as expensive as the overall market. So that would be MNQ and MES. If I'm trading the ETFs, I'll just go to the QQQs and the SPYs because I have the buying power to do that. But most people go to SQQ or TQQ and so on. But in terms of barometer, yeah, you already heard the answers from Ian over there. Just watch all the markets. A bunch of people even use the tick filter on the NYSE market. I can't pull it up on our platform over here, but if you use Trade Ideas, you'll be able to pull up the tick. You'll be able to pull up the tick filter over here, which is looks like that right now. Look at that, bang. Looks pretty weird, right? Looks like, what am I looking at, Brad? Can you explain that to me a little bit more? Yeah, for sure I can. So every time tick filter is above the 0 line, which is right here where my cursor is, so right where the zero line is. Every time we're above the zero line, that indicates X amount of stocks in the market are ticking higher. Every time we're below that, it means X amount of stocks in the New York stock market are ticking lower. It's a good way to see how many stocks at the current moment are ticking up or ticking down, and you can time yourself in that market at the same time. If a lot of stocks are ticking up and you're trying to short the market, might not be the right idea. Wait for maybe a lot of stocks to start ticking up and then kind of top out around this higher range of 12,000. Then you can look for shorts in your market beta stocks such as Apple's or whatever for a quick scalp. Scalp when it goes here, get out when it goes here, go long when it goes here, get out when it goes here. You just keep on repeating, rinse and repeating the strategy. It's something that's very algoed out. People use algorithms to trade this. That's the problem with that trade, because if you're manually trying to get into a trade and scalp the shorts and the longs based off of this indicator, the computer that you're trading against is 10 times faster than you in throwing out that order, so they're going to take that fills before you can. So it's a little bit of an algoed out, it's a little bit of a harder trade.
Apple catching a little bit of buying volume here, so I'm getting close to getting stopped on this one. I'm going to be patient and wait for 148 to come into play. But I saw Neil post in the chat as well. The ES is testing the highs here. If the ES is testing the highs and Apple gets to 148, that's going to be an interesting play as well. So something to definitely watch there. Something I'm monitoring very closely on my side screen right now is Apple. I'm also looking for ABOS, and ABOS it gapped up really a lot, obviously, in sympathy with Biogen this morning, right? So Biogen obviously had the catalyst this morning. ABOS, the likes of ABOS and LGVN, I believe, also gapped up quite a bit. So I was kind of looking at ABOS. I'm waiting for this 10 level. It seems to have kind of died on me, the volume, so to speak, on ABOS here. So if that 10 comes into play, I'm watching that on my side screen as well. That's something I'm going to be definitely interested. So just kind of waiting on that one. Google still, kind of doing its thing. The market bounced here and was testing the highs, and Google barely moved, right? So, Google's been considerably weak off of this 100 level. So I'm continuing to like that short off of that 100 until it finally breaks. It hasn't broken now for the past, I believe, 3 days. Like the past 2 days, I believe the top tick was literally 100. And then today, 99.97. So I know some of the boys were trying to get this short as well off of 90 or off 100, and they offered out 99.97 and didn't get filled. I just, thankfully I was already short and I just crossed and got in. So now that continues to work for me. Tesla, I haven't looked at Tesla at all today, but let's take a quick look at that. It's been kind of just trading, having more of like inside days. Now it's like rejected 300 and 315. Those are those post-split highs. So, now we're at the bottom end of this range. So you can kind of look for longs closer to 270. But when it's like 280, 285, like look at this, guys. Like you can basically see here, it's basically having an inside day, like a $5 range on Tesla. That's not too interesting for this name, right? Obviously you guys have seen Tesla move quite a bit. So I'm not going to get chopped up on Tesla. I'd rather just trade something that's more in play and doing a little bit more volume. I think the average volume for the past 3 months in Tesla has been around 30 mil. So we're right around that right now, around 25 mil. Coin is very weak. Yeah, we already talked about Coin a little bit. Isn't the commission bigger on MES rather than the ES? Do you know that question? I think.
What's the question?
Is the commission bigger or larger on MES versus the ES? Like when we trade contracts.
Pretty sure commission is based on your buying power for futures, and it depends from broker to broker. It depends from platform to platform. Our fees are insignificant compared to like fees on other brokerages, even for futures. So honestly, that question is you got to find out the answer for yourself on your brokerage. Our answer will not be the same for your answer. You have to go ask your broker what it entails to get long or get short on the on their platform that you're using. I'm currently punching into a new position, which is an Apple short near the 100-period EMA. 148 never came into play, so I'm tired of waiting for that level. I'll just punch in short, and I'll wait for 148 to come in to maybe add to my position if it does go there. But if it doesn't, then I want to be in that short already, because the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 pulled back to the high day and did not manage to even break past the high day. It showed me a new low, a new lower high after breaking the 11,500 and after breaking 3,720 on both of these markets. So I want to be short on Apple at this moment. Let's see if we can break Apple down too, a stock that I've been waiting all day to short.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, if the market's going to make that lower high, you want to get short something that has been weak and has a negative callus on the day. So that's Apple for today. Someone said, can we take a quick look at SBUcks, so Starbucks here, and it's up 3% on the day. Very little volume. I don't believe that there's any callus on Netflix today for making this move. But I was just kind of looking at the daily, and it seems like 83 has been holding up very nicely. It's held up here at the beginning of September and now holding up again, right? So it rejected this 94 area, 95 area. Has it been to 100? Yeah, I think it's been above 100 before. Yeah. So hasn't been there in a while though. So since the beginning of the year, right? So ever since then, been waiting for this 100 level to come back into play. But it is catching a bid here in the mid 80s. So that seems to be good for Starbucks for that one. But that's my take on Starbucks. MU back to VWAP. Let's take a quick look at MU. I think Neil was trading this one in the morning, if I'm not mistaken. I saw briefly. So MU, yeah, big bounce move in the morning off of this 50 area. It's, we were talking about taking this 50 breakdown a few days ago when it was coming into play, and it might have worked, but it's been just kind of chopping around that area. And then now, obviously catching a bit above this 50 area. So just kind of be careful with this one, guys. Like, it has broken down 50 before. So when you are trading around these key levels, like the more that they get like reused and recycled, the less, I guess, significant they become. So just kind of keep that in mind if you are trading around this 50 level. But if you caught that long in the morning, that was a good one, and you probably got paid on that one. It rise up all the way to $51. So that was a good long on that one.
All right, let's see what the chat is looking at the moment. Chat's top going to get ugly. Yeah, the market, I'm guessing, is what you're talking about. Either way, just be in the right side of the trade and nothing gets ugly at that point, right? Just got to be looking for the right trades, right opportunities, right areas to be looking to putting your risk at. And at that point, nothing really is ugly. The only thing ugly is the market moves for the long-term portfolios, but intraday is all we care about, as we are day traders, baby. We're day traders over here. Some of you might be swing traders, but at least on the floor, we are day traders. Hence, it's called Day Trade the World. For those of you who don't know what Day Trade the World is, do exclamation mark DTTW or exclamation mark sponsor, or wait for Bears versus Bull to throw that link out for you. It will take you to that sponsor link where we work, which is the prop firm floor that you can open up for yourself if you're interested in, as long as you're not in America, basically. This market has been giving us wonderful opportunities to the long side today, and even good opportunities to the short side right now. And all we have to do is just wait for the short opportunities to play out, as I don't believe the market will continue making another high. Now we just wait for the pullback to VWAP.
Yeah, that's essentially what Pratt and I are both kind of betting on now, that the market has, tested 37.20. This area has been resistance all week, basically, and then now making a little bit of a lower high. So basically betting on that, kind of holding. I guess, you can hold till 37.25, but obviously 37.40, that's above that. So if 37.25 starts to get taken out, then I think, we're going to be wrong on our shorts and going to have to be a little more patient and kind of pick our spots a little bit differently here. But for now, that lower high seems to be working. Someone said APRN, easy money, has been grinding up all day. Yeah, so here's the thing when stocks just kind of grind up. If you don't get long down here at, like, let's say 5, obviously you could have got long down there by the dip in front of this 5 level. That would have been a great trade, right? But where do you really get long? And I'll bring up here the 1 minute. Because, you know, if you are trading with like a shutdown and whatnot, like where do you risk off of? Like maybe like, you know, you try to buy in front of VWAP, okay, but like where are you risking off like 5, 10? So, you know, you really gotta, you know, size accordingly and whatnot. So when stocks like just kind of grind up like this and, you know, don't really give a pullback to key levels, it does become exceedingly difficult to kind of get long and pick a spot, right? So that's why sometimes you see us trying to wait for these resistance areas when we've missed the long down here, wait for the resistance areas to come in and those key levels to come in, and then we try shorting, right? So that's why, you know, instead of like trying to get long and take these breaks, for example, you know, there's always the pullback, so there's a chance of getting stopped out, but realistically, that 5, if you didn't have that long at the beginning of the day, it's a tough trade to make on that one. Bears sweating and covering. Yeah, I don't know. Like the market has been grinding up all day. I think they would have been covering already. You know, they should have been covering at the very least if you were getting short this morning, you know, thinking the bottoms would break. It was actually quite interesting because, you know, the bottoms were actually breaking in the morning. And I remember waking up and looking at my phone and thinking like, okay, like, you know, the market is breaking new lows. Maybe, you know, a big short day is going to happen. And then a lot of just like buying came in and that 36.40, I believe it was. Those June lows got reclaimed, and then, you know, the rest is history, and here we are back at these resistance levels from the past two days.
Yeah, a viewer in the chat is just asking a question like, are you staying in the Apple short? I have no clue what I'm going to do. If I stay, I stay. If I don't, I don't. Trade your own book on that. Don't be blindly following me, whatever I'm doing. Just because I made money on the MNQ shorts and MES short doesn't mean I'll win on the Apple shorts too. So trade your own book at the end of the day. Understand the setup, understand what I'm doing, and then if your risk tolerance can allow you to do the same trade with whatever size you're willing to do it, do that. Never blindly follow anyone, man. Unless obviously you're following Neil, Sean, or Brendan. Blindly following them makes sense, but you know me, Sharif, Ian, like we're still learning how to trade over here. You can't be blindly following anybody. So, you know, figure out if that trade works out for you. If the 148 area thinks is what you want to do. My trade setup is, I already know my trade setup. But, you know, yeah, and even Neil's coming in the chat saying don't blindly follow anybody. Not even Neil, he goes. He's laughing about it. So understand the setup over there and then trade the setup that you feel you're comfortable taking. Just because I'm in it doesn't mean you should be in it too, right? It's that simple. That's true, but you're on YT. Try out to share your trades being transparent, but never just. I don't understand a word you said over there. I'm sorry. Like we are very transparent. If that's what you're trying to say, very transparent. But the whole idea of the show is not just so you can blindly follow our trades. It's so you can understand how to fish. Not just take the fish, right? We're trying to teach you how to do the process yourself, how to identify the levels, how to look for the entries, where can you possibly take your profits, and so on.
So, you know, I will tell you where my strategy is on Apple right now, my plan. So, you know, I'm basically going to stop out if this breaks above the high earlier was 147.77. So I'm basically going to stop out there and, you know, be patient, wait for that 148 to come into play. So I am watching the tape right now just to see what the price action is here in the 70s, right? And it seems like Apple's almost at like an inflection point right now, trying to figure out what it wants to do. So, you know, I think I'm gonna like wait now and just see like if the 80s start to, you know, come into play, then I think I'm just gonna stop out. Yeah, there. So I think I'm gonna cover my position now, and then just add in front of yeah. So I stopped out there, and I'll try shorting again if it comes back into that 148 area. So I don't want to, you know, let that one run away from me. If 148 comes back into play and then, you know, the market is testing these highs and makes another like lower low, then I'm going to slam this Apple short in front of that 148 and probably give it like 10, 20 cents risk there. But for now, you know, it is kind of deciding what it wants to do, and it seems like there are buyers here. So that's why I don't want to let this one run away from me, and I'm going to manage that one accordingly as, you know, more sellers step up there. It is that time of day. I'm not too sure what time of day you're referring to. I guess, you know, the market lunchtime. You know, so just manage your risk accordingly. Draw your lines. No, not in these charts. I like to use, I don't know what lines you're referring to there. I followed Neil. Yeah, guys, don't blindly follow anyone. Like that's what Prad was saying. Like, you know, we're here to kind of teach you guys and, you know, kind of give you some ins and outs and some different strategies that you could potentially try on your own. But, you know, trading is all about doing what works for you and, you know, doing what you're accustomed to, and and trading your own book, right? So always trade your own strategies, backtest your strategies, paper trade and whatnot. Don't blindly follow anyone. That's an easy way to lose money. Granted, I've been there before. I think we've all been there. We join those like Discord chat room alerts or whatever, and then get into trouble that way. But guys, always trade your own book and trade your own strategies.
Right on. I'm long Tesla now, says Dave Campbell. Good luck on that long. I do believe this market's going to flush all the way back to VWAP before we see any pop coming in. Hence, I'm short across the board. My futures positions won't show up on the plotter over there, but yeah, I'm short futures 28 points in the money on the NASDAQ, 4 points in the money on the S&P 500, basically double short on both of them. I'm also short on the ETFs, 50 cents in the money on both the ETFs, the QQQs and the SPY. Apple currently 30 cents out of the money, so let's go check out what Apple's doing. Apple finally moving towards 148, which is the level we've been waiting for all day. I did mention that I wanted to short 148, 148.20s to 148.30 areas. That's going to be your pre-market highs right here, 148.30, 148.20s, but I also didn't want to miss the move when the S&P 500 market made a lower high the second time around when it went back higher. So hence we got in short where we previously did. Now the stock moving back to exactly where we wanted to. We can throw out our orders at 148.30s or so to get the size that we want to, 148.30. Let's throw another order over there to see if we can actually get that fill. If I don't get that fill, I don't care about it. I'm not gonna sweat about it. But if I do get that fill, I'm gonna enjoy it a lot more than you would believe it. So let's get that move to the north side. Give me that fill and then flush on Apple. If I don't get that fill, that's fine. At least we're still in the trade. We'll still make money when it goes down to VWAP with the rest of the market.
So I did take Apple there. I got short right in front of that 148. It was a quick trade. Essentially, so a few cents in the money now, about 10 cents in the money. But like Prad's saying, if it gets back up to 148 and above and then rejects, then I'm going to punch more short and add to this position here. But for now, I want to participate, so I am trying to bid and get some out into the 70s and into the 50s. Remember, I was talking about the 70s there. That there was some action there, some key action, a lot of buying in that area. So I want to make sure that I bid there and get a piece out. But that being said, now I am short once again on Apple, much better price. 147.94, so we'll see where this one kind of goes. Apple short, I don't think so. I guess, the upper level above Apple is 150, but I don't think we get there today.
No shot.
Yeah, there's no shot we get there today, but if it does, then... no, today. You think so? At least 20%. at least, okay, that's a decent amount.
20%?
How much is Apple up from this?
It was up like one...
$2, $3, $3.
$3.
So how many dollars does it need to get?
Two more. Yeah. Like the ATR is already played out though. The market's at 11,500. It's topping up at 11,500, which was a level that we canceled off of yesterday. If Apple didn't go to 150 before we went to 11,500, I don't think it has the move in it now. I still agree with zero chance.
We'll see. Time will tell. Time will definitely tell.
Decider.
But either way, I'm going to take this trade in front of 148 and see where this one goes. Basically, the reason being is that the 148 area, that was the pre-market highs here, right? So that's where it kind of got slammed down right at pre-market. There's no size there, guys. Don't take that size into account. That's like 50, 60 lots, so that doesn't mean anything. But yeah, 148, I guess 50 area, that was the high there, and now it gets above 148. So let's see if sellers really step up here. There is buying above here. It could be kind of shorts covering, but we'll see where this one goes. Were you offering out? So yeah, it hasn't hit your offer yet. You're still trying to get short. Again, guys, just going to be patient with this one.
Just a pre-market range high. That's where I was waiting all day to wait for my short opportunity, the 148.20s, 148.30s. And I told you how I was going to take a short before that just to have a little bit of a skin in the game in case it rejects it. Look at that, 300 lots just got offered on Apple and instantly got taken at, I believe it was 148.13, 148.15 areas. The 300 lots, which is basically 300 add another 2 zeros, that's 30,000 shares times 148 point, let's say 12, right? 148.12, what am I even typing right now? 148.12. That's going to be $4 million that someone just got filled on the offer around the north side where we're trying to take our fills for the short. So either someone exited off around $4 million worth of long, or someone took $4 million worth of short on Apple at that level. So let's see if 148 can hold on the stock. We're watching the S&P 500 pull back to 3,720. We're watching the NASDAQ go up right now, right back to 11,500. So patience. If those levels do reject, then Apple a clear short. If those levels don't reject, then Apple a clear long.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm watching that as well. That's kind of the key thing now for us here. I'd bet it was a short. I'm not too sure what you're referring to.
What?
He's not even wearing his red shirt today. Something ain't right here. Did the market start turning around when you came on? No, it didn't. I think it was, well, it didn't really turn around at all. It was testing these these highs here. Like, what time was this here? 11:15. No, you saw it. I guess 15 minutes after you came on, it put in the high of the day.
You're trading
we'll
off
see.
my color off my shirt.
Yeah, I don't think that's
I
don't think that's a valid trading strategy, but yeah, I don't know about that one. My offer on Mullen is set. Man, Mullen does like so much volume every day. Let's take a quick look at this. Obviously, it's below $1, so when we trade those ones, the fees start to rack up. So I haven't really been, we don't really trade those too much. But look at this daily chart; it's just been fading the entire time. Since it got below 1, I guess essentially, it hasn't been able to even come remotely close to testing that. And now in the 30-cent range. So yeah, Mullen continues to get slammed down. You watch when markets turn green. Not too sure what you're talking about there. I was bullish from this morning, guys. Yeah, Sean called it right. The bottom's kind of put in, and that's what I was kind of talking about this morning when that 3640 area got reclaimed, like in pre-market. It seemed like those bottoms are people wanted to buy this dip, and that's exactly what happened today. So solid bounce day for today.
Yeah, still waiting for my fill there. Just don't want to give me the entry on Apple. Just push up there. Give me the entry on 148.31, please. So we can have that action back to the south side on all of the ETFs, the UVXYs, and everything. UVXY did, however, break the low a day, I believe, by 1 penny. So, I'm scared. Not really. We'll wait for UVXY to maybe continue going to the south side, to which point then we can be scared. At the moment, we've already had like a 30-point winner on the NASDAQ futures. We also had like a 7-point winner on the S&P 500 futures, an 80-cent winner on the NASDAQ ETF, and the SPY ETFs, all of which right now are slightly out of the money. But I'm just waiting for for this market to tickle the high a day, tickle the 11,500 area, and then nosedive right back into the 11,450 area. The NASDAQ market has been stuck in a good 50-point range so far. The S&P 500 market has not really gone all the way down to 3,700. It's been actually bouncing before we go to 3,700. I think the number I see right now is 3,010, 3,710. Sorry, not 3,010. So as long as the market keeps on rejecting those highs, we're still going to be trying to, there we go, Apple finally giving me my final entry on the short side. Now we just wait and see if the market rejects those highs.
It does look like the market is putting in a little bit of a higher high here. Again, guys, looking at this 37.25 now, if that continues to break out and it doesn't reject, maybe give like a little wick off top there, then I think I'm going to be wrong. And definitely on the Apple short, that Google short is still working for me. That price, was pretty good. I got short right in front of 100. Managed to get some out in front of 99. So still managing this one accordingly. I don't really have any more bids out. I want to see if this can continue to fade below 99. And my targets are more closer to VWAP here, 98.50 maybe. I'm trying to get most of my position out. So still a ways away from that. I'm going to be patient with this one. Just because I feel like I have a really good price on the short here on Google. I've loved that 100 level short. Yeah, that 100 level short has been great the past couple of days here on Google. It's been tough to kind of get short.
Oh wow, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, when it hasn't been close to there, I feel like every time it comes up there, you kind of have to at least try the short. But yeah, it's crazy. Like Google was down at like 96.50. It made a new low yesterday. And then right here we are right again back at 100. So, for now that continues to work. And then, this is one of those trades where you know exactly where you're wrong. If that $100 breaks out, then that resistance level that is held for the past few days is gone, right? It's done, that trade's over, right? And then you can kind of manage it accordingly, maybe flip long in that case if there is a lot of buying momentum above it. But yeah, clean out on Google right now. I'm liking this trade. It's my best name, at least in the afternoon here for now. I did get more Apple there, kind of with Prad when he got triggered into the short there. So I'm still bidding again, waiting for this one to really dip below 148 and into the 70s, into the 50s. That's where I'm bidding to start taking some of the position out. My average price right now 148.04. So I think I'm gonna give this one about 148.40, 148.50 area, see how it reacts to that, those pre-market highs. So now it's starting to pull back a little bit more. See how it reacts to those pre-market highs and kind of go from there. And if buying continues there, I'm gonna stop out and call it a loss on Apple for me today.
Hold on, I'm just answering someone in chat real quick. Anyways, coming back to you right quick on the market over here. Market not really breaking out to the north side just yet. We got that little shakeout breakout to the north side. S&P 500 still in the same 3720 risk room for me over there. And same with the NASDAQ, 11,500 until I see 11,500 really bursting through to the north side. Yesterday, if you guys remember the move that we got on the market yesterday, 3,730, which was the Friday's high. Friday's high of 3,730. Ooh, why do I have this one here still? Let me move from that. Let's go to ES. Here, I'll show you the line that I have drawn now. 3730 on which one? What day is yesterday? Yesterday was Tuesday? Yeah.
Wednesday.
What? Today's Thursday?
No, sorry, Tuesday.
Yeah, bro. You had me tripping for a second.
My day's messed up.
Sorry, Monday high of 37.30. Yesterday's high of 37.30 again. So if the market does want to pull back up to 37.30, fine, go for it. Looks like we're might most likely reject off the same high that we rejected 2 days in a row. But that whole idea of 11,500, if you pull back the NASDAQ market, holy moly, I felt like an earthquake for a second. It looks like the NASDAQ market, where is he? Thanks, Pratt. I had to delete several comments. Do it, Pratt. He's been trolling all day. Then yeah, get him out of the chat. No negative vibes. Get him out of the chat. If a person's sitting in there negative all day, get him out of the chat. We're here to have fun. We're here to educate. We're here to entertain. We're not here to babysit people, right? Boot. Left click boot. Coming back to the market though, is the 11,500 area that I was talking about yesterday. Right there, bang. The market pops up to 11,550 off the open, and then negativity comes out of there off the numbers. I believe it was the economic data came out negative a little bit. Market fell off. The Feds were also talking, right? The Feds, we had a bunch of Feds come on yesterday. They were talking, and every time they said something negative, boom, boom, boom. The negative moves just kept on coming. And look at the double top that the market's giving you right now. Double top, right? So for that person saying listening to this person has made me blow out my account, well, no one forced you to take the trades, one, right? And second, like, trade your own book. We've been saying trade your own book since the starting of this show's existence. You got to trade your own book.
Guys, there's only one person pressing buttons, and that's yourself. So you can only put the blame on yourself. You can't really blame the market, blame the setups or whatever. At the end of the day, you make your own decisions, right? And that's how we hold ourselves accountable as well. What are you guys' opinions on HFTs and stop hunting? Stop hunting. So I don't think that necessarily like the algos or the bots hunt stops. You can kind of see obviously where people put their stops. So that's how you kind of have to get creative and don't put your stops in obvious places, right? And risk accordingly and whatnot. But sometimes it does seem like your stops do get hunted, and that's something that we always kind of struggle with still here on the floor as well. So that's how you have to get creative with that. Someone said there's a gap on the daily on the SPY, so that's what I was kind of looking here to find. So there is a gap like above 370.50 to like 370, 350, 374 area. So if that really starts to break out, that's likely going to fill that gap. But again, guys, I think we have to get above, obviously 37.40 on the ES and upwards, right? So going to keep an eye on that one. It's been holding this 37.25 to, I guess, 37.30, 37.40 range. So that's what we're kind of playing off here, you know, these resistance levels the past couple days. We'll see where it goes. If this continues to break out now, then, you know, we're probably going to be in trouble on some of these shorts that we're on. Speak on a pride, it's called being real. Yeah, I mean, you guys know, like most of you guys know, obviously we're here to help everyone, and you know, we want to see everyone make money. You know, that's the thing on the floor as well. We always want to see everyone make money. But at the end of the day, you know, you got to trade yourself and, you know, trade your own book, follow your own strategy. You can't just follow anyone else because something that I do or Prad does or Neil or Sean or Brendan do, it might not work for another person, right? It might not even work for us or whatever, right? So you always got to trade your own book and trade what works for you and trade the setups that you like. But with that comes years, you know, it comes with years of experience and years of practice. So what's most important is screen time, guys, and that's what we provide for you here. We're streaming every day. It's not easy to trade and stream at the same time. But then we obviously do our best, and you know, that's what we're here to do, and we appreciate you guys watching.
Viewer in chat asks, what is VWAP? How do you use it? Well, you can go right over to the homepage of our YouTube chat by clicking on this little logo down here on the video that you're watching. Click on that little logo, go to our homepage, click on the little search box right there, and if you type in VWAP, what? Oh, that's not our homepage. That's also Aqua FPS. I don't know how that showed up all of a sudden. I think I clicked up. But yeah, if you go to our homepage and type in VWAP over here, you'll see a bunch of educational videos. You can even type other stuff in there, such as moving averages or simple moving averages, exponential moving averages, level 2, right? A bunch of guides that are Niels and our Niels and Sean's and Brendo's have recorded for you out there for a long time now. So go check out these videos. These videos deserve a like too, and they deserve a view on them too. And guess what? You can re-watch that video a million times. You can slow it down, speed it up, do whatever you want with it, and it's always there at your fingertips. So click on once again, go to the homepage of our channel. Click on the little search box and just Google any question you want. If there's any question that we have not made a topic of, for example, you Google it and you don't see an answer for it, then feel free to you know, maybe mail us or talk about it in the chat as a possible video suggestion idea, and maybe we can put it into our things, into our notes, into using it for next time. Here's NASDAQ market though, actually trying to push above 11,500, 11,510. Finally, the new high day. Actually, is it? Did we actually go to 11,015 on the first try up here? Let me see. What is that number right there? Oh, looks like we did go up to 11,512 the first time. I thought we only hit 11,500 and we flushed. But we did break above 11,500 the first time around. The second time around, we broke it by 1 more point. The market's trying to keep on going to the north side. Google 100 is a level that buddy Hurricane Ian just mentioned. So we need to go check out what kind of moves is Google providing today. Do you think Google gets above 100 and closes above 100 today?
I don't think it gets there. You know, I'm betting on this 100
level.
level.
Well, it's not that far to get there, but does it close above it?
I don't think it closes above it. You know, I'm still betting on this 100 level to hold as a resistance here. I am offering out to try to get more. So it is giving you that extra shot here to get short in front of 100. Again, guys, like 37.30 was the high, I believe, from Tuesday or Monday again. So, you know, kind of betting off those ones for now. But the market is kind of, you know, deciding what it wants to do with Google up here as well, you know, kind of deciding what it wants to do. If it's going to start breaking out these resistance areas and keep going higher, or is it going to, you know, respect them and flush back down? We'll see. You know, Apple got close there, you know, to breaking below 148, and it's really struggling with these 30s here. You know, we can't really get above 40 for now. So you know what, I'm not really doing too much with this trade, just kind of letting it play out and just being patient with it. But yeah, it got back down to like 148.10, and I was like, okay, here we go. It's going to start to do something and start to move down for us now. But then, you know, right back here up at the 30s again. So, you know, continues to not really do too much. Again, I think the market is at sort of an inflection point right now, trying to figure out what it wants to do at these resistance areas. SPY's still creeping out. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about right now. Where's all the Bitcoin haters? Have you done like a little crypto thing today at all? No? Maybe we could bring that up as well to see where Bitcoin's at right now. I haven't
Holy
really.
crap, that scared the crap out
Yeah,
of me.
that's kind of. It's kind of scary there. No, this is not it. Do you want to bring it up, or do you have? Maybe I can bring it up here. I got it here actually. Yeah. So here's Bitcoin here. Man, there's a lot of ads on TradingView now. That's what I noticed here.
You don't pay for it?
No, I don't. I'm too cheap for that.
Use Webull, right? That's right.
Yeah, exactly. I got a few things I use.
I just get confused because their platform looks so similar every time I see you.
A little bit,
yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Bitcoin is really holding about this 18,500. You know, we've been talking about like this 20K for seems like so long, all summer basically, but it is holding this 18,500 now, and you know, it's kind of like a zone, I guess. Like I guess 20K to 18,500, 18K, let's say. It's kind of support area that it's been kind of bouncing off of. But I think if it drops below there, you know, you gotta imagine that. Let me just click auto there. You gotta imagine that there's gonna be a lot more pain coming in for Bitcoin here, waiting until maybe like the 12K mark. But for now, it seems to be finding a base. I mean, I'm invested in it too, man. I'm invested in it too. You think I want to be shorting Google at 100 right now, man? You think I really want to be doing this? I'm going against my own portfolio. But you know, it is what it is. That's sometimes how you gotta play it. But that's one thing that I remember Greg always says too. Don't let your personal investments influence, you know, your trades. Just because you're long Google at like, you know, I won't say where I'm long, but it's above 100. Just because I'm long Google above 100, you know, doesn't mean I shouldn't be taking the trade here and shorting in front of a 100 level.
You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna flex my whole buying power on Google right now. I'm gonna flush it down below 100 just for you. No,
just to make me feel a little bit worse. Well, you know, I don't look at my personal account.
Buddy, I actually I forgot my account password, and I think that's the best thing that could have happened to me, because now I don't know how to open it, and now I know I'm too lazy to do the whole forget password route. It's been saving me so much mental stress for forgetting my trading account password. I'm loving it, and I don't want to know the password until the market hits 2,600. Once the market hits 2,600, I'll hit that forget recovery button. I'll move all my buying power into
as soon as you get back into the money, you're like, okay, now it's time to check it. Let's see where I'm at.
The market hitting 2,600 doesn't mean I'm in the money. It means I'm going even more broke than I previously was.
Sorry, I misheard
but
you.
like I'm ready to buy the dip if the market hits those lows, is basically what I'm trying to say. I'm getting ready for a possible doomsday event on the market so I could load up on it. Look, recession events are great if you know exactly what to do, which is, you know, buy good companies on the dip, such as last time Apple went down to 125. I made the mistake of not adding Apple to my portfolio. I have Apple at 150. This time around, when Apple came up to 150 and held 150, I was pretty happy about it. But even I knew that 150 was eventually going to break, and all it took was a news catalyst like today, saying that the demand that they were previously expecting is not really there, and hence they had to cut down the production size of how many phones they were planning to make and so on. So Apple managed to break 150. If this time around Apple goes to 125, I'm gonna 100% buy shares of Apple. If AMD goes to $50, I'm 100% adding to my Apple AMD position. My average position on AMD is at $100. So I'm just going to keep on averaging into loser over here, sadly, on my investment account for the long-term spectrum.
Yeah, investing is more like the time in the market versus
timing the market.
Timing the market, exactly. One funny comment here. It hurts me more than it hurts you when I short you, Google. Yeah, yes. Exactly. I wanted to call out a new member there, Pal Madden. I didn't forget about you. Thank you for joining the green side there, Trader TV Live family. You know, you guys are welcome to become members as well. If you come to the channel here, you can press join that, you know, become a member, and you get some special perks in the chat and whatnot. Anyone who's labeled, their name is labeled green, they're a member of our Trader TV family. But regardless, Pal Madden, thank you for, you know, joining the team. I'm not sure how long you've been watching, but I'm sure, you know, you obviously like the content here. But guys, we always do it for you guys. If it's not for you guys, we don't have a show, right? So we always thank you for your support. Now Apple flushes back down to this 148 area. I really want to see it actually, and I saw someone comment as well. Come on, Apple, flush. Or, we're waiting here. So let's see.
Flush, don't worry.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It looks like the market is rejecting this 3730, but it did make a newer high, right? So gonna be careful with this one. I really want to see Apple drop below 148 and show weakness below there, and then I'm gonna be more comfortable with this trade. I'm basically flat on it now. My price is 148.04. Watching this one religiously, seeing for it to actually dip below 148 and show weakness below there. There's no size there. That's like 100 lots. Obviously, 148 has been reused, recycled, and abused today. So we're going to see if it can really start to show, start a downtrend here and continue back down towards VWAP. Obviously, the uptrend or the trend has been up all day on Apple. It bounced off that 145 in the morning, and that was a beauty long. But now, potentially we have picked the top on Apple here.
Yeah, like, come on, it's got to flush 3730 FOMC high. Like, it's just gonna happen. I can't see this market getting back above the FOMC high, especially after FOMC, in my book, looked good. Like, they came out with the exact expected number. Everything looked like the market was already priced in my opinion. And then I was wrong, so I was like, all right, forget this. If FOMC is gonna get if the behavior behind FOMC is this way, the reaction behind it is this way, then I just don't believe it that we're going to go above the FOMC high, which is 3730. That's the high that I've been saying about yesterday's high too. If you pull back the S&P 500 futures chart, you will see 3730 coming into play 2 days in a row. And if you include today, it's going to be a third day in a row. So when a level like that is coming into play, why are we going to ignore it, right? We're simply not going to ignore it. 10 points above 3720 is what I said. 10 points above 3720 is going to be 3730, which is the high that, again, just going to keep on sounding like a broken record. Repeat, 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 rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Now, we were out of the money on the futures and QQQs and whatnot, but guess what? My risk management allowed me to be out of the money, the position that I was out of the money. Now, they're all coming back to being flat on the position, and now guess what? They're all going to nosedive to the south side and hopefully go to VWAP. If it doesn't go to VWAP, we'll at least make some money by the market going down to 37.10 or so, and we can scalp out some more profits on that. So that's the whole plan. We're going to keep sticking to the plan until the plan breaks. The plan for me breaking will be the 3730 high.
I want to address a couple comments here and a couple people having a really good conversation in the chat. I kept trying to trade a stock I lost on. The first loss should have clued me into me not understanding it today. You know what? Sometimes if you wait for a level and then you take your shot, whatever, you really like a level, you take your shot, it doesn't work. Everything, you followed your rules and whatnot, you trade your setup, it doesn't work. Maybe, it just doesn't work that day. Like your setups just, they're not going to work 100% of the time. Obviously, we like high probability setups, but, high probability setups may be like 60%, win rates, 70% maybe win rate if it's really good, right? It's not going to work all the time. And sometimes when, you've exhausted your entire trading plan, your setup for that day, you kind of just have to call it and, kind of pick your spots elsewhere. So it's not a bad thing that, if you took that loss, it's not a bad thing to stop, right? So don't, FOMO trade or revenge trade into that. Into trying to force the trade. You got to let the market tell you what to do. Don't force something upon the market because you're just going to get roasted that way. And exactly, Freedom in Futures says here, always stick to your rules, see your setup, trade your setup. If you don't see it, more opportunities will show up. That's the beauty of the stock market, and that's why most of us try to come every single day, and we're here in front of the screen every single day because you never know what sort of opportunities can pop up. Now Apple's really kind of flushing down, so I am bidding, I think 85 I'm bidding to try and get some out, and I'm bidding again in the 70s again. Prad's putting up his hands here. Here it is rejecting the 3730, and market and Apple rejecting those pre-market highs. So this is the move that we've been waiting for. It is time to take profits if they are there. So that's exactly what I'm going to try to do here on Apple now that it's coming more into my favor for myself.
Pull back the stream to 11:20 or whatever the time, and I said the only place I'm going short Apple, 148.30. I said it. The only place I'm shorting the market, 11,500. Pull it back. I said it. Called it out for you guys. Sometimes it's not that hard, man. knowing the level where you want to play, and then applying what your boy Ian was just telling you. Wait for your levels to come into play. Don't FOMO into your levels. If your level does not show up, who cares, right? I'm talking to myself on this point right now about Apple. Why am I short 50 points before my order, what I was talking about earlier on in the day? If I just waited for that level to come into play, I could have just taken all my size there instead of having to worry about averaging into a loser and then have people in the chat look at me like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's doing, blah, 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 blah. But now when the trade's working out, the person who was crying earlier was probably already punched out for a loser, and now they're not taking advantage of the move because they didn't understand the setup. You didn't play my playbook. You were just copying me without knowing my playbook, and that's part of the reason why I try not to talk to I try not to give people my levels out. You got to understand the idea behind the trade. The idea already told you 148.30, 148.50. Short it over there, and then watch it come back down. You're shorting it in levels that already worked previously. History repeats itself in the market again and again and again. We've seen this a lot of times. Why do you think your pizza-shaped pattern or your flagpole pattern is working? It's because it's been tested in the past. Someone has used it before. It's worked for them. They've taught you about it, or they taught you about it, and now you're reapplying that same thing that worked for them. History repeats itself again and again and again.
What's that saying? It's tried, tested, and true? Yeah, exactly.
I've never heard that one, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah, tried, tested, and true. It's like, if these levels have worked, this setup has worked in the past, keep milking it. Keep spamming it, for lack of a better word, until it doesn't work, right? And then, once it doesn't work, that's when you adjust it, or maybe pick a different spot and whatnot. I am taking my profits now on Apple, some out of the position. Again, I am holding. Yeah, you might want to take some out here, but yeah, you might want to take some out here. But I am taking some out here in the 70s and the 60s. I have no bids out right now, just because I got a whole whack out of my position here, about 2/3 of the position, or 2/5 of the position. I am gonna wait for Apple to come in back into the 147.50 area. Probably take more out there, 147.40 maybe. But again, I'm trying to hold for a bigger move now. Trying to get back some of the money I lost earlier on Apple. Maybe into this 147 area. That's what held very nicely in the afternoon here around noon. So, maybe trying to get most of it out around there, but just, patience pays here with Apple. Again, guys, shorting just in front of these resistance areas and, letting the trade come to you. I was talking about, where do I know where we're wrong on Apple here? Every time it caught up to 148.30, yeah, there was a lot of volume going off out there, but it wasn't really moving higher, right? So every time it got up there, it didn't really go anywhere, and it was flushing down to the 148. So there was buyers at 148, but once those buyers got exhausted, now you're getting more of a flush move, 30 cents below, right? So, just watching this trade work for us now, and, gonna see where it goes from here. Google, I was offering to get more in Google, and, it seems to be resisting my offer here. I'm offering to get more at 99.87. That's exactly where I'm offering. Again, guys, just kind of risking off of this $100 area. Gonna add back basically some of the size that I took out here on the flush move, towards 99. This 100 level, an example of something else that continues to work. So, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's exactly what I'm doing here on Google.
Chef Henry from New Jersey, I believe. I forget the restaurant name, and I apologize for forgetting. I think it was like something like Hell's Kitchen or something. I gotta come try out your food one day, Chef
Was
Henry.
Was it that steak place?
Yeah, the steak place.
I can't remember that.
You remember the name?
I don't remember the name, but
Hellbringer, or something. I can't remember properly.
If you're in the chat, say it again. But
he is. But he brought up Meta platforms. He said, why is Meta not pulling back when the market is? And you're actually right. Look at Meta, insanely strong today, going from, did it start from 132? Well, pre-market 132. The open market was around 134. But either way, going from 134 to 141, insane move on Meta. I'm going to try a small short because I don't really have too much experience trading Meta. I try to stay away from this stock for the most part. Unless there's actually a catalyst behind it, I don't really see moves that clear on Meta. It just does whatever it wants. It's almost like a Tesla these days. Sometimes it follows the market, sometimes it doesn't follow the market. Chef Henry, you got the, Chef Joe. Oh, that's right, it was Chef Joe, not Chef Henry. But either way, both the chefs are cool. I would love to try both your food on that side. But Meta Platforms is the trade that we were talking about. With the market pulling back, maybe Meta pulls back too, but I don't want to give it too much of risk. I'm not going to give it up to 141. I'm going to give it up to the high a day, which is only pennies away from where I entered on this position. Let's see if Meta can pull back with the rest of the market. Apple short now 60 cents in the money. So what now, Marshall Mathers? What now?
Exactly. This Apple trade, you just had to be patient with it, and eventually it came, right? Someone mentioned earlier in the chat, like, oh, these guys only show winners. And then I talked about a couple losses that I took. I'll show you one right now as well that I took earlier. I tried shorting Meta. I tried shorting Meta off of the 140 area. That didn't work. That level has been kind of like a resistance area the past week or so. So that's what I was kind of playing off of. Meta clearly stronger than the rest of the market today, up almost 5% on the day.
Whoa,
so I think
Apple.
I'm just gonna. There is size on Apple there. So let's quickly bring that up. 243 lots there at 1758. So we're gonna be watching that. It seems to be running away from it now. We're gonna be watching the tape there, see if it gets filled. It looks like it is gonna get filled there, or looks like it is gonna get ticked. But okay, so there it goes.
Wiped out.
Yeah, so that's an indication that the short side is probably gonna continue to work now for
out.
Apple. That side just got wiped out.
How much
almost
millions
instantly.
is that? Let me calculate. Well, how much was it? 242?
It was 243 lots.
242, 243 times 00 times what level was it? 147. Let's say 65. 58. So that's $3.5 million that just got wiped out. $3.5 million. Either someone went long or both at the same time, right? Someone went long and someone just covered their position on that size. So if $3 million worth of buying power was able to wipe that level out, clearly there's something going on in that direction.
Yeah, at the very least, it indicates, this is a key price of interest. There's a reason why there was a lot of money there at the time. At the same time, though, 24,000 shares is not much in relevance to, the amount of shares that Apple's trades today. Apple's trades 73 million shares, right? So it's not like that 24,000, those 24,000 shares is going to really make a huge difference in the price of Apple. You guys saw it get taken, and now the price is kind of not doing too much, right? So, just continue to monitor this one. But that's why you can't necessarily take trades off of these sides. If you're trying to front run that size, you're wrong, right? Here you go, right? That money was insignificant to the amount of size that's been traded on Apple today. So just kind of keep that in mind. But if it comes down to let's say 145 again, then you see thousands of lots there, 5,000 lots or something like that, then that's something to be have a little bit more significance. But something like that at a random price, again, guys, not necessarily something to make a decision off of. Maybe if you are in the short, cover some if you want. But here we are now trading down 10 cents below that price into the 40s. Continued weakness here for Apple.
Yeah, Meta also in the money, was in the money 20 pennies. Oh, still is in the money 20 pennies. We're short 140.73. We're looking at 140.53 on the bid. So let's see if Meta can also break down over here with the rest of the market. Someone said you guys were sweating when the market was pushing up. I told you 27.30. As long as the S&P 500 doesn't break 27.30, I'm not even sweating. And you could come, touch my armpit if you wanted to test it.
Here's the thing, I don't know what trader doesn't sweat.
Dude,
what trader doesn't sweat?
If it was at a level where I'm worried, then yeah, I do sweat. It's not at a level where I'm worried about it. So there's zero precipitation. Also, I got what's that? The Old Spice going on.
Regardless, so sweating is just a part of trading. Obviously, when it comes to, but that's why you got to always keep your emotions in check. It's just part of the game, right? So. I don't know. That's what I had to say about that.
I mean, you're not wrong. I don't know a single trader that doesn't sweat, especially at 3:50 to 4 o'clock when it's on rebalance days. I still have that problem myself on rebalance days. As soon as 3:30 hits, my body temperature just changes. I just start getting anxiety, right? You get a little bit of anxiety attack because I've seen those volume moments come in and the volatility come in, and your brain just fogs up completely. So you're not wrong. People do get a little panicky during that. What is I hear people saying LML Neil. What did Neil say in the chat?
Yeah, he's like,
nobody's touching any armpits. That's gross. Yeah, but mine's clean. I got Under Armour, so we're good. We're good.
You shower, right? You're good.
I shower like 3 times a day, so trust me, they're very clean. The Ponzi is getting tricky. This Ponzi is getting tricky. Not sure what that means, DL, but okay. Where are we going at? You got anything you're looking at? I'm just waiting for Apple and Meta right now. Meta in the money 8 pennies, Apple in the money 60 pennies.
Someone touched the pit. No. Maybe if there's like a certain amount of likes, maybe 5K likes. I don't know.
Nah. We need like $1,000 super chat for that, man. Are you kidding me?
To touch the pit?
Yeah. $1,000 super chat for that.
That's funny. Yeah, so I did manage to get more out on Apple here into the 40s. I want to make sure that I do get some out. I was like 60, 70 cents in the money on this trade.
All right, fine, I'll do
midday,
it too.
I got most of my position out now, so I still have about 2/5 left. So still holding, a piece in case, and I am bidding here. What is that? 147.26. I'm bidding to get more out right in front of this 147 area. But until, that resistance area really gets broken, I'm not going to be wrong in this one. It's just kind of chilling now, 50 cents in the money, not too worried about it. That being said, the more profits I take out, the more of my size I take out, the better my average gets because I, added a bigger piece here at 148.20, closer to that resistance area, right? So that's a way to kind of work your average a little bit more. Traders don't sweat physically impossible. Look it up. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Trading should be a sport. Trading is it's very closely related to sports. I feel like professional sports. I think it's more related to that than anything else. Like it's something that you have to work on. First things first, it's a skill, right? And it's a skill you have to work on and practice every day, and you have to put in the time to continue to get better. And once you do become stagnant, obviously your trading becomes stagnant as well, right? So it's something that you always have to be working on. So trading, I don't know if it should be a sport because obviously physically we're not doing anything. Physically we're just kind of sitting here and pressing buttons, but it very much does relate to a sport, and obviously the psychology part of it as well. So I don't mind that comment at all.
We are mental athletes. That's I've heard that before.
Is that why my head always hurts? Is that why we're mental athletes?
Yeah, mental athletes. So, you're going to war against the best of the best and worst of the worst. At a sport, this is why trading is harder than any sport out there.
Yeah.
Any sport out there. In a sport, you have leagues. You have the NBA, which Ian could have made, but blew out his knee, right? Then you have NFL, but then you also have the junior leagues, the minor leagues, and every other league out there. It's tiered up into division based on your skill, and you do a tryout to get into that skill. You don't do a tryout to go trade the market. You're directly thrown into the NBAs, into the World Cup League, and the best of the best and the worst of the worst, and they're just like, all right, here, have fun, good luck. Do what you can do. And if you can beat MJ, you just did it by luck. Because tomorrow, MJ's going to come back with the new AI coded into his head, and he's going to come back with a better percentage shooting. And guess what? MJ didn't need to practice all day. MJ just ran an algorithm overnight while you were sleeping.
That's the crazy thing about it too, right? Is because like people with, let's say, like 20 years of experience, like Neil, Sean, Arun, Brennan, all these guys that you see every day, right? We're playing against people like them, but even if you just submit one order on interactive brokers or whatever, you're instantly in the league.
Sent it from Robinhood.
You're instantly in the league.
Yeah.
You're instantly in the league, and you're in the pros, right? It may not seem like it, but you instantly are. So that's what makes trading so hard, but that's also why it's a skill and a craft that you have to constantly be working on if you want to get better and if you want to be good at trading and make it potentially your career, right? I want to thank a super chat here, Ali Stacks. Second week here, love the host, much appreciated. Thank you for tuning in and watching us here for 2 weeks now. Obviously, we stream every day, guys, from 8:30 to 4 live, right? We're trading live here. We do run 2 shows. from the morning show 8:30 to 2, and then we run a closing show from 2 to 4, right? And then we also post a lot of content before and after market as well, a lot of content on the weekends. If you guys haven't already, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button as well. Check out the channel. There's so much content. As I said, we post a lot throughout the week and on the weekends. You can simply go here as well if you want to figure out what particular topic that you want to see. If we've covered in the past, you can just type it in here, and numerous videos pop up. But as always, guys, thank you for your support. Welcome to the channel there. Ali Stacks, you've been watching for a couple weeks now. Hopefully you continue to watch and gain something out of it. I said this before and I'll say it again. Even if I help one person in the chat watching right now, for me it was worth it. Because I used to be exactly like you guys on the other side of the screen, and here I am now trading on the desk on the show. It's quite spectacular. But even a lot of the people that have joined the firm since then have been fans of the show and been watching the show. So even if we help one person out, I think it's been worth it.
Yeah, I think it's time for a couple super chats here that we missed out. We have, oh, my legs. Boy. Brando feels a little bit of a leg pain too, but Brando can actually move around a lot more than I can move around today. Brando said he biked for how long was it, Brando, you biked for yesterday? An hour? Yeah, he biked for an hour yesterday, and he was complaining, or not complaining, he was saying, I feel your leg pain today. And I was the one complaining. I still am. It hurts to walk. It absolutely hurts to walk. But as Brando says, I got to learn to embrace the pain. Anyways, coming back to super chats that we missed out from the open, we got William James, a pear-shaped, oh, this is, that explains it. Yesterday, you put something like that in there, and I was confused what you were talking about. You are explaining the emoji because you can't copy-paste the emoji. That makes sense, Bears versus Bulls. So yeah, $4 super chat with an emoji of a pear basically shaking a cup or a coffee or something. Thank you for that super chat. We covered that. We got this one over here. Thank you guys for the show. Thank you, Adi, coming in with the renewal of the membership of a Trader TV Live membership. $5 super chat. Thanks for the days off, Ian. I'm guessing you're talking about the Hurricane Ian and not our Trader Ian. But thank you for the $5 super chat, Mikey. Dominic coming in with the PEPG. Yes, yeah, I knew he was gonna trade that stock. But just when I pulled up that stock, I just knew that's one of a Dominic Famularo classic. So be careful with that stock tomorrow, obviously. It might just crash. So be careful with that one. We got Hayes Records, $1.99. S&P 500 going to 3,400 to 3,300. Fam, screenshot this. I mean, yeah, eventually might go to 3,400 and 3,300, but we got a long way for that, Hayes. Today we're at 3,720, and the market's getting ready to have that pullback in it. So we're in the money 18 points on the NASDAQ short again. We're in the money $1.7 on the S&P 500 short. Apple now $1 in the money. QQQ 40 cents in the money. SPY 30 cents in the money. Meta 40 cents in the money. So look, as long as you know your plan, stick to your plan. Ignore what the trolls and everybody else in the chat says. Ignore what your Discord friends say. Ignore what everybody say. You know your plan. You stick to your plan. My plan, 37.30. If it breaks, I'm out. 37.30 doesn't break, I'm sticking to my shorts. And now we got more money pouring into our accounts, baby. Let's quickly head back to one more super chat over here. How about Bed Bath & Beyond for a week? Hold. I cannot suggest to you trades for a week, for a day, for a year. Sadly, we're not financial advisors. We are day traders. All we can do is show you how we would trade into a position. For example, Meta Platforms was 40 cents in the money, so we're just gonna throw an order out there to take some profits to this downside. Apple, once again, 70 cents in the money. Let's take some more size out on Apple here, and we got the futures once again working for us. So there you go. All we can do is show you how we trade, but sadly, we cannot give you an idea for investments. We're not financial advisors. This also says that right below down there in the description box below.
Guys, hopefully some of you caught this Apple short here. I know some of you had it in the chat as well. Again, guys, just shorting off of those pre-market highs. And now, it tested this 148. And that was kind of like the determinant factor of whether or not Apple was going to maybe, continue into this uptrend. But now it seems like it's put in a lower high now, rejected that 148. I got some more out on this flush move here. I only have a fifth left position. Just going to, lazily bid out now and just let this one kind of grind down, if it will, back down towards 147, 146.50. I think I've made my money on this trade here off this short. So, just going to continue to ride this one. For now. I want to call out a couple things here. A new member as well, Danny DVBZ. Denny, welcome to the Trader TV Live family. Also another super chat from William James. Have a za on me? Do you mean pizza? Like Zaza? Pizza? Oh, you guys?
Zaza.
Zaza?
Zaza
What's
or
Zaza?
Zaza? You know where Zaza
What?
is,
I don't know
bro.
what Zaza
Yeah, you know what Zaza is.
Okay, well.
This guy's acting right now, Chad. This guy's acting like you don't know what the Zaza is. All right.
Anyways. Well, thank you for the super chat, William James. Zaza, is that exotic? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone can say in the chat. I don't know.
CGC.
Yes, pizza. There, he confirmed it.
No,
pizza.
but Zaza, CGC.
Oh, okay, I got
like
you.
Like we.to.
Quit the cap.
Quit the cap, bruh. Come on.
No one's capping.
But yeah, look, we're enjoying it. Apple now 90 cents in the money, $1 in the money. Meta platforms 36 cents in the money. QQQ 60 cents in the money. SPY 50 cents, 60 cents in the money. And all of our positions are back in the profit territory. Like I can't show you my P&L box, but like, for everyone complaining that you only show your profits and not your losses and whatnot, like I could show you my board right now. Not a single, okay, be honest to them. You see anything bleeding?
No.
And all of these trades were taken after 11 o'clock. It's like, I got nothing else to say, man. I got nothing else to say.
I brought up ABOS. Remember I was telling you guys about that one earlier, that sympathy play with BIIB, Biogen from this morning, right? It got a little bit of a momentum bump here, and it pushed all the way up to the highs. That being said, it hasn't made new highs on the day. So I really wanted to push up to that 10 area for a potential short. Until then, the kind of theme of this midday show has been waiting for these key levels to come into play and being patient for that. And then once you get there, that's when you kind of take your shot and make your decision. That's been kind of the key theme here. So that's exactly what we continue to do. I'm going to wait for this 10 level on ABOS. If it comes, maybe potentially try a short there. If not, probably just going to leave it alone and not trade it the rest of the day. I was looking at it earlier, and it was super weird because it seemed like obviously it has liquidity, 40 mil on the day. But even there, guys, you saw that the spread opened up 4 or 5 cents there. And on a $9 stock, that's something I don't really want to see, and probably something I don't want to be trading, right? So until it comes to a key level that I really like, I'm going to be patient and wait for this one, and I'm just going to leave it alone for now. But that Apple trade, really working. I am bidding 26 here, so that's probably going to get hit, and we're going to continue to take more profits out of that one. Almost $1 in the money. I know Prad's got a little bit better price than me, but $1 in the money now on Apple. On the midday show here, you can't ask for much more. Great trade.
Yeah, I'm just taking profits on everything now. SPYs, QQQs, even UVXY, getting ready to take profits across the board on all of my positions. Loving the pops, loving the drops. Basically short across the board, right? Futures short again. I know futures positions don't show up on our position board. That's because we don't want you to know where we are. No, I'm joking. It just doesn't show up. I don't know why the program doesn't accept it. But we're 27 points in the money again on that side on the MNQ shorts. And we are MES/Z22CM. We're 5 points in the money on the S&P 500 shorts, and just loving the profits rolling in, baby. I had a plan. I stuck to my plan. I stuck to my guts. I didn't care what anybody else had to say, and now I'm reaping the rewards for it. Have a plan. Have your playbook. That's what we've been saying this whole time. If you don't have a playbook, you don't have an edge. If you don't know what an edge is, you don't know what trading is, right? So go back to your square one. Start reading some books on setups. Create a setup that justifies with your mentality and your trading capabilities, and then create a plan out of it. I'm only going to do this if this happens. I'm only going to do this if that happens. If nothing happens, I'm going to sit on my hand and I don't care about making money today.
A couple comments I want to address, and it's kind of on the same topic here. Someone says, play your plans, don't watch your P&L as a repeated lesson. And then the other comment I wanted to address is, what percent would you say is good per day? How would you measure good success if you are just starting? So honestly, that is irrelevant. And, you know, like Zach said, don't watch your P&L. Success as a trader isn't measured by your P&L, right? If you make money one day, it doesn't mean you're a better trader than yesterday. If you lose money the next day, it doesn't mean you're any worse of a trader than you were yesterday, right? So, you know, the way you measure your success, what are you looking at? The way you measure your success as a trader is if you're constantly trying to improve and get better. If you're better than, you know, your trading was yesterday, then, you know, you succeeded that day. If you make a mistake today, or if you take a loss, if you learn from that loss, then you succeeded that day, I feel. You
gotta do it on a longer term scale.
Exactly. It's always weird to think about, and this is a conversation that we always have, is like, obviously we're day trading, so we're very short term, we're very short minded, right? Like, we're trying to capitalize on very quick moves, you know, scalps and whatnot. You see us do it all the time. But in regards to like the longevity of, you know, a trading career, it's really big picture, right? So obviously when you're starting, you're gonna make no money. Like you're gonna be very small. Like your size is gonna be small. You're not gonna make much money, right? But if you're, you know, trading for years and decades, obviously then it's gonna matter, right? So, you know, it's always about just constantly improving. Don't measure your success by your P&L. You know, don't get down on yourself because you took losses or whatever. Losing is part of it, right? So you just kind of accept that and accept that risk. Just trying to get better. Just try to improve every day.
I love it. Losing is indeed part of the process, man. I love it. I wonder when that stops, though. I wonder when that stops, though.
When maybe they stop raising rates, then maybe this.
I wonder when that losing stops, though. That'll be a good time. You know, I've yet to realize that feeling yet. No, I'm just playing. I'm just making it fun out of it. Downside hurdles for a big NQ. Levels, Dan Emons is putting up some levels in the chat over there. Feel free to screenshot those levels if you're interested in the NASDAQ market, or at least keep an eye out on those levels to see how the market reacts to those levels as we are pushing back to the south side. So all those levels that our buddy Dan, who's been pretty monster trader on the futures in the chat. You know, I keep a track about of the traders in the chat who call out levels. Dan has been pretty clean with his futures trading for the past few months now that I've been watching him for. So Dan, congratulations if you did kill them today. Those are Fibonacci retracements. I love it. Yeah, fibs are also a great tool to use, but like all tools, it depends on how many people are using it for that tool to be put into work or not. Apple, once again, $1 in the money. I'm just loving it. Apple has been now the biggest trade on the day for me. I thought futures would do that, but futures are nowhere close to the profits that Apple has been pouring in. So let's go, Apple. Pour in that money, 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 money.
A couple more things, guys, and you guys are kind of continuing this conversation. This is why our trading community is so good, because a lot of us, you know, we're just trying to help each other out. So, you know, we always thank you for that, but, you know, keep that positivity rolling in the chat. My biggest feedback to people as a 3-year trader is to cut losses fast. This has been my biggest learning phase and hard to learn. These guys stop very fast if you watch Sean Neal. Yeah, exactly. You have to know exactly where you're wrong. And for example, that Google trade that I was talking about earlier, the one that I'm still short on, hasn't really been doing too much, but I know exactly where my out is, right? So I'm short 99.92. I'm risking to 100. If I know exactly that 100 has been holding as resistance for the past few trading days, right? So if it breaks above 100, I'm going to stop out and I'm going to know exactly where I'm wrong. I'm not going to hold this to 101, let it run like 50, 60, 70 cents against me. I'm going to stop out, take that 8-cent loss plus slippage, and then reassess, right, and call it a day. I'm not going to, you know, hold a loser, right? So it's all about keeping your losers very small, and then, you know, when you are in a winning position, try to let it ride as much as possible, you know, to, you know, better your R&R, obviously. What are you laughing at?
You motivated Buddy with your how to handle your loser positions and whatnot. You motivated Darwin in the chat to finally get rid of his Enron bag that he's been holding. So congratulations. You achieved your target of helping a viewer, which is finally getting rid of his Enron bag, apparently. Good joke over there. That was a good one. I hope you guys... I have you guys on while trading every day, and you guys definitely help me understand price action and levels a lot more. Keep up the solid work. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Danny. Dubs Danny coming in with the $5 super chat. Appreciate that, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. Appreciate the donation, and lots more to come from whatever you've been watching. You know, the show's always improving. In the next 30 seconds or so, we're actually going to be going to the closing show with Neil, Sean, Brendan. All three of the monster traders are coming back on for you to cover the rest of the day from 2 o'clock all the way up to 4 o'clock. But keep in mind, that show is a brand new show. It's going to have a brand new like counter. So please do us a favor and smash the like on that show too. Don't forget to have a great time. There's one more super chat over here before we go. Check out FNGR, finger motion up 40% today. Hong Kong HQ, 50% short interest. Chart shows running. Company extremely interesting and growing. I'll take a quick little look at it. FNGR, let's just see where it's at today. It's a $1.50 stock, up 40% like you mentioned already, and trying to soar through the roof. Sadly, that's the end of the day for us. Come back tomorrow to see Sharif and myself at 11, and I think Ian will be back Friday at...
for the second half.
For the second half. Until then, guys, take care.
See you guys.
Peace out.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock, welcome back. Yeah, a couple hours left in nice rebound type of a day after we started. Very negative this morning, if you remember. We were down across the board. All of the talk and all of the language in the pre-market was very negative after Apple comes out and says they're going to not increase, cut, if you will, iPhone 14 production going forward for the